Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Built Harem in Fairy Tale. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Long ago, before magic even made its first spark, there were shinobi, otherwise known as ninjas. Shinobi were powerful, cunning, and often ruthless. They struck down their enemies before they even knew what had hit them. They ruled all of the elemental nations, divided and living in their own regions. They thrived, living in peace and harmony. But war broke out, and an all-powerful goddess named Kaguya Otsutsuki, the mother of all chakra, was revived. The war devastated the land and its people. Many shinobi fighting in the war lost their lives, causing great sorrow, grief, hatred, pain, and death. A brave, powerful ninja named Naruto Uzumaki managed to seal away the goddess forever, thus ending the war, but at the cost of his own life. Naruto and Hinata watched in horror as Neji fell to the ground after being struck by the 10 Tails' deadly wood projectiles. Naruto rushed over to Neji and held him tightly, searching the battlefield for the medical team. Neji rested his chin on Naruto's shoulder, already teetering on the edge of life. "Medics, where are you? We have a critical injury here. Hurry!" Naruto shouted frantically, despair evident in his voice. "No, I'm going to die," Neji said, accepting his fate. "Neji," Naruto murmured. "Ni-san," Hinata said sadly. "Naruto, Lady Hinata, is willing to sacrifice everything for you. You hold more than one life in your hands. And it seems, my life too, may have been one of them," Neji said, looking at the crying Hinata with a warm smile. "But why did you do this? Why would you go so far for me? You were going to change the Hyuga?" Naruto asked tearfully. "Because you called me a genius," Neji replied. Tears streamed down Naruto's face. "Before I die, Naruto, take my Byakugan," Neji uttered. Naruto perked up in shock, unable to believe what he had just heard. "What? But you better hurry. Once I die, this Byakugan will be sealed away forever, and the enemy won't just stand around waiting for you, so hurry. Have Lady Hinata transplant it for you," Neji urged. Hinata sobbed, rubbing her eyes. "Are you sure? I'm not even a Hyuga," Naruto asked hesitantly. Hinata looked at Naruto, her face wet with tears. She reached out and cupped his face, gazing at him with determination. "Naruto-kun, I want to fulfill Neji's wish. I believe you can learn the skills and techniques and master them in time. So please, let's hurry, we are running out of time." Naruto finally nodded, holding Hinata's hands as if to comfort her. "I understand. I will do as you and Neji wish, and I will take Neji's Byakugan as a token of gratitude." Hinata nodded. "Thank you, Naruto-kun. Now, could you please stay still? This will hurt, but I promise it will be quick, and your pain will subside as soon as the eye is implanted." "Okay." Hinata released Naruto and walked over to Neji. Taking a deep breath, she carefully took the Byakugan from Neji's eyes and returned to Naruto, positioning herself in front of him. "Are you ready?" Hinata asked. Naruto nodded in response. Hinata proceeded with the transplant. Although she was not a medical ninja and knew she would not be able to heal the area around Naruto's eyes, she believed that Naruto would heal quickly because of the nine-tailed fox inside him. Hinata did her best to be gentle as she continued with the procedure. Naruto managed to stay still, enduring the pain for Hinata's sake, determined to remain calm and collected. Soon enough, Hinata finished. She took one last look, ensuring everything was perfect. "I'm finished. Naruto Uzumaki, you now possess one of the 3 great Kekkei Genkai, the Byakugan." Hinata cupped Naruto's face with both hands, looking into his newly transplanted eyes with pride. "I believe that you will be able to master the Byakugan. Win, Naruto." "Thank you, I will," Naruto promised. It happened again, just like on their first mission, and just like what happened with Obito. Sasuke stood in front of a shocked Naruto, with one of Kaguya's deadly chakra rods piercing through his gut. Kaguya's face showed amusement as Naruto cradled Sasuke, who lay on the verge of death in his best friend's arms. Naruto held a pained expression while Sasuke chuckled weakly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as Naruto deactivated his Sage of Six Paths mode. "No, not again," Naruto uttered sadly. Why did you block the attack?" "Why, Sasuke?" Sasuke scoffed quietly. "Well, my body just moved on its own. Just like that time." Tears flowed from Naruto's eyes. "Naruto, don't let this stop you from defeating her. You must seal her away and you must live on." Sasuke asserted. "I will. I swear on my ninja way." "But now listen, Naruto, there is something I want to give you, something that'll help you win this fight," Sasuke said. Naruto looked at him with anticipation. "I'm giving you my Rinne Sharingan as well as the Ine Seal. My Rinnegan allows you to utilize the abilities of the Sharingan," Sasuke revealed. Naruto's eyes widened. "Naruto, give me your left hand," Sasuke instructed. Naruto nodded and extended his left hand. Sasuke placed his own left hand on top of Naruto's, holding it for a moment before lifting it up. Naruto looked down at his palm to see the moon seal that had once been on Sasuke's hand now on his own. He watched as Sasuke reached for his dojutsu, carefully extracting the Rinne Sharingan from his eye socket. "Are you sure about this, Sasuke?" Naruto asked for reassurance as Sasuke prepared to implant the Rinne Sharingan into his left eye. "Yes, you are my best friend. I entrust you with this power. It cannot fall into the wrong hands, so use it wisely. You have the full power of the Sage of Six Paths, all tailed beasts inside you, and now you possess the power of all the three great dojutsu. Kagaya is no match for you now," Sasuke said. "And take this." Sasuke's arm reached behind him and grasped the Kusanagi. He carefully swung the sword around his body and handed it to Naruto. Naruto hesitated, his hand trembling as it reached for the sword. "Just take it, you dobe," Sasuke said firmly. Naruto nodded, finally taking the Kusanagi from Sasuke's grip. "Thank you, Sasuke." Sasuke then slowly began to fade away as Naruto continued to weep, his fingers clutching onto the remnants of his best friend. All the while, Kagaya watched in amusement, cackling menacingly, her face contorting with malice. Naruto looked up at the evil goddess with determination in his eyes. One eye held the Byakugan, and the other possessed the Rinne Sharingan. He would stop at nothing to seal her away for. How amusing! How sweet and saddening, a dear friend dying in the hands of another dear friend. So touching! Kagaya mused. This only fueled Naruto's anger further. "I swear I will seal you away forever. I'll make sure you never cause any more pain and sorrow," Naruto vowed. "Bring it on, boy," Kagaya taunted. Naruto gritted his teeth and launched himself at the goddess with remarkable speed, activating Sage of Six Paths mode. This caught Kagaya off guard as she hastily attempted to escape through her space-time ninjutsu. However, Naruto reached her just before she could slip through the portal and struck Kagaya with a powerful headbutt. Normally, such a collision would be devastating, but it only left Kagaya feeling extremely nauseous. She spat out a small amount of blood. Naruto smirked, using even more force to launch the goddess into the sky. "Enjoy your ride." Kagaya glared down at the blonde shinobi with hatred and disgust. Naruto charged further towards the rabbit princess, extending both of his palms, preparing to seal the mother of all chakra away forever. Kagaya noticed and panicked, readying herself for another teleportation jutsu. "You're too late," Naruto shouted, finally making contact with Kagaya. As soon as he touched her, the sealing jutsu began to work, aiming to seal the goddess away for eternity. Kagaya narrowed her eyes. "No, I won't go down like this. I will take you down with me," Kagaya declared, and she meant it. As another black chakra rod slid down from her long sleeves, she grasped it, preparing to strike Naruto just as she had done with Obito and Sasuke. "It's time!" Naruto shouted, unaware of Kagaya's intentions. Kagaya smirked, taking the rod and plunging it into Naruto's gut just as he completed the sealing jutsu, moments before she was sealed away forever. Sage of Six Paths mode deactivated as Naruto cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground. He clutched his stomach, feeling the warmth of blood trickling from his mouth. Panting heavily, he spread out his arms and legs, accepting his unfortunate fate. So, this is how Naruto Uzumaki dies, he mumbled quietly to himself, staring up at the blue sky. Naruto scoffed, "How pathetic." With that, his eyes began to close, his breathing slowing. "Forgive me, Sakura-chan, Kakashi-sensei, but this is goodbye." Naruto lay on the ground, arms and legs spread and relaxed. He smiled as if welcoming death. "So it seems, I'll be joining you on the other side, Sasuke," he thought. Deactivating both of his dojutsu, he looked into the sky, his eyes filled with sadness. "It's about time I join you too as well, Mom. Dad." Finally, Naruto began to fade away, just as Sasuke and Obito had when struck by the black rods. He closed his eyes, his breathing ceased, and eventually his entire body was gone. Naruto thought that after leaving the mortal world, he would join his beloved ones, believing everything was over. But he was far from the truth, as Lord Kami had a different plan for the young shinobi. Naruto woke up, coughing as he sat up in a panic. He grimaced from the lingering pain in his gut, the spot where Kagaya's black rods had pierced him. Looking around, he observed his surroundings, finding himself in the middle of a forest. He was in poor condition, both physically and mentally. Naruto returned in the same state he had left, shabby, torn clothes, his body covered in grime, blood, and wounds. "What the hell is this? I'm supposed to be dead," he wondered suspiciously. "Wait, this must be heaven," he thought, coming to that conclusion. Naruto relaxed a bit more, but then he heard a low, rumbling chuckle coming from within him. "Not quite, Kit," Kurama said, startling his host. "Hey Kurama, you're still here?" Naruto exclaimed joyfully. It ain't that easy to get rid of me," Kurama replied. "What is this place, Kurama? Is this heaven?" Naruto asked, still clutching his injured body. "No, you've been given the chance to live a new life," Kurama revealed. Naruto's eyes widened in shock, though he struggled to believe the fox's words. "Come on now, you stupid furball, where are we really?" he asked more seriously. "He isn't lying," Son Goku said to Naruto, equally serious. Naruto couldn't believe what he was hearing. "How do you guys know?" Naruto asked, growing more curious by the second. "We all met up with the Sage of Six Paths, and he told us you deserve to start a new life," Kurama explained. Naruto sighed, finally believing Kurama's words. Kurama let out a deep, gravelly sigh. "Remember, Naruto, we will always be here for you, for whatever you need," Gyuki said. Naruto nodded, grateful for their support. Naruto looked around and noticed the Kusanagi lying on the ground beside him. He reached over to pick it up and examined it closely. "Oh yes, Sasuke gave me this. He entrusted me with his power. The only thing is, I have no idea how to use this sword or this eye," he thought to himself. "I'm not really skilled with the Byakugan either. Let's just say, I haven't mastered any of the new powers I've received. But I did just get these powers, so it makes sense that I'm still unfamiliar with them. Well then, I'll just have to train and learn to use my new abilities. But this time, I'll be on my own," Naruto resolved. He strolled through the forest, carrying the Kusanagi, until he discovered a riverbank. Sitting on a rock beside the water, he gazed at his reflection and noticed how worn his clothes had become. "Ah man, I need some new clothes. Maybe I can summon Gamakichi to bring me some from Mount Mayaboku," he thought. Naruto took the time to recover with the help of the tailed beasts, but it took a full 7 days to restore his body to full health. For a year in this new world, Naruto trained rigorously, pushing himself day and night. The only breaks he took were for meals. He remained secluded in the forest, never revealing himself to the new world he had entered. The training was painful and challenging, and there were moments when he doubted his abilities. It was difficult to train alone without anyone to guide him or correct his mistakes. Yet, Naruto persevered, practicing tirelessly until he felt he had perfected each technique. He practiced with all 3 dojutsu, drawing on the knowledge he gained from watching Neji and Hinata use the Byakugan, as well as Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei, Madara, and Obito wield their powerful Sharingan. With each passing day, Naruto improved, learning the intricacies of the dojutsu while acknowledging that he still had much to learn. Naruto also trained with the Kusanagi, and with his isolation and ample time, he eventually mastered Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke's signature jutsu, the Chidori. He even created his own jutsu, a combination of Chidori and Rasengan, where the Rasengan served as the core, surrounded by the Chidori. Although he had never used this jutsu on anyone, he knew it could deliver devastating damage, as it had already proven capable of demolishing thick trees and dense bushes. When the year mark arrived, Naruto was now 18 years old, and his bond with the tailed beasts had never been stronger. Despite the absence of guidance and support during his training, the tailed beasts were always there to encourage him and share their wisdom. Naruto's clothes had reached their limit, worn and torn from the Shinobi War and his intense training. Fortunately, he could still summon the toads from Mount Myaboku. Gamakichi arranged to have new clothing made for him, including a new forehead protector. Naruto's new outfit consisted of an orange long-sleeved kimono shirt layered with a black sleeveless kimono shirt, which he wore open. The two shirts were held together by a red ribbon, and he wore wristbands around his forearms. He donned black capris and black shinobi sandals, topped off with a red sage cloak that had a high collar reaching up to his ears. The Kusanagi was sheathed and carried on his body, complemented by a leaf headband. Naruto's physical appearance had also changed. His hair grew slightly longer and wilder, with bangs nearly covering his eyes. His hair now reached chin length, though it was still not as long as his father's. The rigorous year of training had also given him a lean, muscular build. Even now, Naruto remained isolated from the outside world, completely unaware that wizards and magic existed beyond the forest, and he had no idea of the reputation he had gained in the world of Fiori. A young woman with long scarlet hair, dressed in heavy armor, walked through the streets of Magnolia. Her name was Erza Scarlet, known as Titania of Fairy Tale, one of the most powerful wizards in the land of Fiori. Erza had just returned from a solo mission in Harem and felt satisfied with her reward. As she walked through the streets, dragging a cart full of luggage, her mind was preoccupied with an unsettling incident from her journey back to Magnolia. As she strolled along the trail leading home, all seemed peaceful and quiet. However, as she approached the outskirts of Magnolia, Erza halted in shock when she noticed a kunai knife embedded in the ground before her. What? But how? I thought those were only in legends, she murmured, confusion washing over her. Erza had heard stories of legendary shinobi from Makarov, tales of their prowess and the weapons they wielded, including kunai knives. But she had no idea who or what had left this one behind. Cautiously, she scanned her surroundings for any signs of danger before approaching the kunai. Is this an actual kunai? She whispered to herself, bending down to examine it. As she grasped the handle, she couldn't believe her eyes. Holding it closer, she marveled at its authenticity. But why is this here? How can it be real? Erza pondered, her curiosity turning serious. Suddenly, a rustle in the bushes caught her attention. She quickly stood up, her heart racing as she searched for the source of the sound. To her surprise, she spotted a figure with sun-kissed, wild, spiky hair. Who is that? She wondered, stepping closer for a better look. But as the figure turned, shadows obscured his face. In an instant, he vanished in a flash of movement, leaving Erza startled and eager for answers. Looking down at the kunai still in her hand, she narrowed her eyes. Who was that? And why did he look so much like? She paused, her thoughts racing. Whatever, I should probably tell the guild about this. With that, she tucked the kunai into the back of her skirt. As Erza stood in the street, other civilians passed by, oblivious to her turmoil. Did I just imagine that? Was it real? The hair. It looks too familiar, she thought, feeling puzzled. If I tell the guild, they probably won't believe me. Who would believe that I saw? If it even was him? Erza sighed, contemplating whether to share her experience. Continuing her walk, Erza eventually arrived at the Fairy Tale Guild Hall. Taking a deep breath, she pushed open the large doors and stepped into the lively atmosphere. Hey Erza, how was your mission? Master Makarov greeted her joyfully. It was a success, Master, Erza replied with a smile. That's great. Glad to hear it. Makarov chuckled, and Erza felt a sense of relief wash over her in the comforting hall of fairy tale. Yet, thoughts of the incident and the mysterious man lingered in her mind. Just as she was about to share her experience with Makarov, Natsu, Gray, Happy, and Lucy approached her. Hey Erza, how did your mission go? I bet it went well, Lucy smiled. Yes indeed, Erza replied. Awesome. We're having a party. Want to join? Natsu asked cheerfully. Since when are we not having a party? Lucy scoffed and Gray smirked. Sure, Erza said, deciding that perhaps she would share her story tomorrow. Later that night, Erza sat on her bed, holding the kunai in her hands and examining it closely, her reflections staring back at her. They say that long before magic and wizards existed, there lived shinobi who harnessed a source called chakra. They were incredibly powerful and wielded various weapons, including shurikens and kunai. There was a very powerful shinobi named Naruto Uzumaki, and it is said that when war broke out and an all-powerful goddess was revived, he sacrificed his life to seal her away forever, Makarov explained. Erza recalled the moment when Makarov shared this tale with the entire guild after Natsu came running in, claiming he had heard the same story on a mission. Now, Erza found herself pondering everything. Could they really have existed? Did shinobi truly live? Was there an actual war? Was there really a goddess? Was there truly a Naruto Uzumaki? How did such an idea even come about? Is this kunai I'm holding real? Was what I saw real? Was I just imagining things? Since that incident, these thoughts had consumed Erza's mind. She sighed, why am I even worrying about something so trivial? Hey master, do you know what Naruto Uzumaki looked like? A curious Natsu asked. What's wrong boy? Why are you so interested in this? Makarov replied, with Erza listening intently. Is he still alive? Natsu continued. Gray scoffed, what do you think, idiot? Of course he's not. Natsu shot Gray a frustrated look, who simply returned it. Natsu sighed in disappointment. Man, I wanted to fight him. Makarov chuckled. Well, many people said he had blonde spiky hair and whiskers on his face, 3 on each side. He had sky blue eyes, and that's really all there is to it. Oh, was all Natsu could say. The guild laughed, amused by Natsu's curiosity. Well, I did see that man. He did have blonde spiky hair, but drats. I couldn't see his face, Erza thought. Shaking her head to clear her mind, she looked down at the kunai. Gently, she poked the tip with her finger, quickly retracting it from its sharpness. Wow, it certainly is very sharp. Finally, Erza placed the kunai beside her on the nightstand and lay down on the bed, preparing to sleep. I want to dig deeper into this. I want answers. I need to find that man and know if he truly is Naruto Uzumaki. If it is him, then I have so much to ask. In the forest, Naruto sat against the trunk of a tree in the quiet night. He sighed. That was a close one. I'm glad she didn't see what I looked like, he thought, recalling the moment when a girl with scarlet hair, strikingly similar to his mother, picked up one of his kunai and almost caught sight of him. Yo, Kit, are you still going to remain isolated from this world? You know, there's a reason the Sage of Six Paths sent you here. It's not to hide from the world, but to interact with the people in it and use your new powers to help them out, maybe even search for peace, Kurama said. Naruto scoffed, surprised to hear such words from Kurama. He glanced at the giant 9-tailed fox. I'm still not ready yet, Naruto replied. The tailed beast sighed. Well, we're with you no matter what, Shikaku said. Naruto nodded in gratitude. Naruto narrowed his eyes, unable to shake the resemblance that woman bore to his mother. Still, why did she look at my kunai like it was something special? He pondered, struggling to find the right words. Whatever, he thought nonchalantly before drifting off to sleep. The next morning at the Fairy Tale Guild Hall, Erza walked in, determined to share her experience with the guild. Mira was one of the first to notice the serious expression on Erza's face. Hey Erza, that's a serious look even for you. Is everything all right? Mira asked, her curiosity piqued. Yeah, I'm fine, Erza replied. Mira regarded Erza with skepticism for a moment before nodding. Okay if you say so. Hey Erza. Lucy waved cheerfully as she entered the guild hall. Erza took a seat. Hey Erza. Let's fight. Natsu shouted excitedly. Erza groaned. Oh come on. I want to beat you. Natsu pouted. Elfman, Myra's younger brother, scoffed. Tisich, there's no way you'd be able to beat Erza. You'd have to be a man to take her on. Natsu shot him an irritated look. I am a man. Turning back to Erza, Natsu persisted. Listen, I'm not in the mood for this right now. Hey Natsu. Fight me. Gray shouted, charging at Natsu and bumping foreheads with him, both wearing the typical rivalry expression. Natsu returned the look. The whole guild sighed. There they go again, Mira said, while Makarov chuckled. Ugh, those two will never get along, Lucy groaned. Who said anything about me fighting you? Natsu retorted, his voice rising. Me. Listen, if you can't even beat Erza, you'll never beat Naruto Uzumaki. Gray shot back. Happy smiled sheepishly. Now, Natsu. Natsu growled. Well, you wouldn't be able to beat him either. Gray narrowed his eyes, ready to respond, but Erza stepped in between the two, placing a hand on each of their heads and pushing them apart. That's quite enough already, boys. Erza said in a stern voice, instilling a hint of fear in Natsu and Gray, effectively ending their dispute. Yes, ma'am, the two boys replied in unison, looking slightly frightened. Erza sighed and released them. The guild laughed, secretly enjoying the antics of Natsu and Gray's daily brawls. Erza turned to her guild, standing in the center of the hall with a serious expression. What's wrong, Erza? Lucy asked. Listen up. I have important news to share. Erza announced. Okay, go on then, Erza, Makarov encouraged. Erza took a deep breath, preparing herself while everyone leaned in to listen. Yesterday, during a mission, I had an incident, Erza began. Incident? Are you okay, Erza? Lucy asked, concern evident in her voice. Yes, I'm fine, Lucy, Erza assured her. Anyways, this is what I found, Erza said, reaching behind her blue skirt to carefully pull out the kunai, holding it up for everyone to see. Makarov's eyes widened, his expression turning serious as the entire guild gasped in disbelief. Erza, where did you find that? Makarov demanded, shock evident in his voice. A day ago, I was on my way back home, and just on the outskirts of Magnolia, I found this. Just lying there in the middle of the world. I couldn't resist my curiosity and I went ahead and took it, Erza said. Erza, is that really a real kunai knife? But how is that possible? Only shinobi used kunai, and shinobi are gone. Mira asked nervously. Well, I've been asking myself that question since I found it, Erza replied. Whoa, it looks so cool. I've never seen one before. I can't believe that's what Naruto Uzumaki used as a weapon back then, Natsu exclaimed excitedly. Shut up, you fire freak. This is no time to be foolish. What if this is a trick? Gray shouted, punching Natsu in annoyance. Tisich, was all Natsu replied to the ice wizard. But why would it just be stuck in the ground randomly? And more importantly, who put it there? Levi questioned. Yeah, we all know these only existed in myths. But how? Lucy trailed off. Erza narrowed her eyes as she focused on the kunai. Yeah, how do we even know it's real? Do we know if it's a fake or not? Macau asked. Well, try touching the tip. You all said that kunai were sharp, right? I felt it last night, and it seemed pretty sharp, Erza said. Lucy carefully approached and lightly grazed the tip of the kunai with her finger. Wow, it really is sharp, Lucy exclaimed, quickly pulling her finger away. Also, this isn't all that happened. When I was taking a closer look at it, I saw someone in the bushes. I couldn't see much because the sun was blocking my view, but I remember bright blonde spiky hair, a long red coat with a high collar, and a sword on his back. He turned to look at me, and just as I was about to get a better look, his face was obscured by shadows. Then he vanished in an instant, faster than any wizard alive. Erza explained. Some of the members looked at Erza in confusion and doubt. Erza, are you trying to say that? You saw Naruto Uzumaki? Mira asked. Erza sighed. No, not at all. I'm not trying to make assumptions because I know Naruto Uzumaki is gone. But I can't shake the feeling that he looked so familiar, even though I've never seen him around town before. Everyone fell silent, unsure whether to believe Erza. Even Natsu hesitated. As much as he wanted to meet his role model and fight him, he couldn't convince himself that Naruto was truly alive. Erza grunted in frustration, understanding why her guildmates looked at her that way. It was too unreal to believe that someone from a time before magic could still be alive. Listen, I understand that this is a big shock and that you don't believe me. But look, you are all looking at this kunai. It is real, Erza insisted. Lucy, you felt how sharp it was. I was there, I know what I saw. Mira looked at Erza sympathetically. As much as she wanted to believe her, she couldn't bring herself to. Erza, how do you know it's Naruto? Everyone knows he is gone. He sacrificed his life to seal away Kagaya Otsutsuki, the mother of all chakra, Mikao said. Erza looked down. I know what I saw. What if this kunai belongs to him? What if it was a kunai that Naruto accidentally dropped? What if he decided not to retrieve it because he saw me and was scared off? What if he is out there? Erza said, trailing off. Erza, I will admit that this kunai certainly is real. But I simply can't believe that it belonged to the legendary Naruto Uzumaki. Now you're just speaking nonsense, Gray said. Erza sighed. I know, but it seems so real. You probably just imagined it. I mean, it's understandable that picking up something like this would make you think all sorts of things, but... Lucy said. I guess. Erza replied in defeat. Erza narrowed her eyes. No, I know what I saw. I saw a man with wild, spiky blonde hair that resembled Naruto Uzumaki's too much. There is a reason this kunai was here. It didn't just appear. I know no other shinobi with blonde hair like his, and no wizard in Fiori uses a kunai knife. I swear I will find this man, and he will answer my questions. After that, Erza decided to take a walk in the forest, back to the same place where she found the kunai. Erza sighed. I can't really blame them for not believing me. If I were them, I would probably doubt it as well. Naruto Uzumaki has been gone for as long as magic has existed. It feels too fake and unbelievable. She stopped at the spot where she found the kunai and looked at the forest surrounding the path. Erza strayed from it and walked deeper into the woods. As she wandered further, she began to feel an intense aura of power. What is this feeling? Erza wondered. She ventured even deeper until she noticed trees with unusual scratch marks. Approaching one, she examined the marks closely. No, an animal couldn't have made these. These marks definitely came from a very sharp object, Erza deduced, moving further into the forest where the aura intensified. Finally, Erza gently pushed through the thick bushes until she reached an open space, where she saw the impossible. Where she saw Naruto Uzumaki. Erza was completely fixated on Naruto, her body frozen in shock as she struggled to believe that she had found him so easily. There it was again, the brilliant blonde spiky hair she had once seen. Still in doubt, Erza tried to maneuver around the bushes for a better look at him. She just had to see his face. Meanwhile, Naruto sat peacefully in the middle of the clearing, meditating, the Kusanagi resting beside him, seemingly unaware of his observer. Finally, Erza found a spot where she could see Naruto directly. She smirked. I finally found you. I only wish some other people were with me. Although Naruto acted as if he was oblivious to Erza, he had sensed her presence long before she approached him. Hey, are you going to talk to her? Kurama asked. Maybe not. I'm moving to a different area. I don't like being watched while I'm trying to relax, Naruto replied. Whatever you say, Kurama responded. Naruto opened his eyes and stood up, bending down to grab the Kusanagi. Erza's eyes widened. No. He's leaving again. She wanted to stand up, to catch up to him before he vanished, but shock kept her rooted to the ground. She couldn't believe that Naruto Uzumaki was right there in front of her. Once more, Naruto turned to look at Erza, whose heart melted at the sight of his kind, sky-blue eyes. She marveled at his wild, spiky blonde hair and adored his innocent whisker marks. Before he left, he spoke softly, but loud enough for her to hear. Sorry, but maybe another time. Erza gasped, finally finding the courage to push herself off the ground, step out of the bushes, and face the legendary figure. But it was too late, he was already gone. Erza walked over to where he had stood, inhaling the lingering scent of ramen that clung to him. She clenched her fists in frustration. Damn it. I'm such a fool. I should have had the courage to talk to him. That was him. The famous Naruto Uzumaki, she berated herself. Should I tell the guild? She wondered. Erza began walking back to the guild hall, contemplating whether to share her encounter. It is him. Those whiskers, that spiky blonde hair, and those stunning blue eyes. I know I'm not imagining things. I felt his powerful aura and he spoke to me. That proves it. I can tell he must be very powerful just from the aura he gave off. He's definitely someone not to anger, Erza thought. I have to get him to talk to me. I want to know why he's here, how he got here and more. I need to get his attention and I will. As she strolled through the streets, she continued to ponder, should I tell the guild? Shaking her head, she concluded, no, they'd never believe me. If they didn't believe me before, they definitely won't now. But that doesn't mean I have to stop searching for him. I'm going out there again to find him. If he really is out there, he's alone, with no one to show him around this world. Who knows how long he's been here? Naruto has done so many great things, and he's the reason why magic and wizards exist. Someone has to be there for him. Erza thought. But then again, there's a good chance he just wants to be left alone. Even so, I at least need to have a good conversation with him. I need answers. When Erza finally arrived back at the guild, she was still unsure whether to tell her fellow guildmates about her encounter. She knew no one would believe her, not even Natsu. It was odd, considering Natsu should be one of the people who believed her since he had always looked up to Naruto and even wanted to fight him. Erza pushed open the doors and walked into the noisy guild hall. Hello, Erza. Mira greeted cheerfully. Erza responded with a simple wave. She sat down at the bar, looking over at Mira as she approached. So, are you still thinking about, Naruto or that kunai? Mira asked. Erza nodded. Mira sighed. Do you really believe he's out there? Naruto Uzumaki. Erza remained silent, contemplating whether to share her experience with Mira. Yes, I do. He's really out there. How else can you explain the kunai I found and the fact that I encountered someone who looked just like him? Erza insisted. Mira sighed again. I understand, Erza, but what if this is a trap? What if someone is setting this up? Erza grunted in frustration. She knew this could easily be dismissed, especially given her recent incident. But she also knew that if she told Mira, she would never believe it. Mira chuckled, lightening the mood. I didn't expect you to be so invested in this. So invested in someone everyone admires but is gone. It reveals a new side to you, Erza. Erza smirked. Every day is full of surprises. Mira giggled. It would be interesting to see Naruto. How would everyone react? I mean, he's basically a legendary figure now. Natsu himself wants to fight him. He never stops talking about Naruto. Erza laughed. Well, I'm going to continue my search. Mira shook her head. Just be careful and don't get too invested. Know when to give up sometimes. After spending some time at the guild with her friends, Erza headed back to Fairy Hills. As she stepped into her home, thoughts of Naruto Uzumaki flooded her mind. What happens if we actually come face to face? What if he seems a little unfriendly? What if he runs off again? Erza pondered, not wanting to dwell on the uncertainties. But he said, sorry, but maybe another time. Does that mean he intends to meet me? She wondered as she sat on her bed. So many questions filled her mind, and she knew these could only be answered if she managed to confront him face to face. Erza changed into her pajamas and went to sleep, deciding to deal with the chaos the next day. The next day, Erza found herself in the forest again, searching for the blonde shinobi. She carefully followed the path where she had originally found Naruto, hoping against hope that he would be there again. However, a gut feeling told her he wouldn't be there, and she sensed that powerful aura was missing. When she arrived at the open space, Just as she suspected, no one was there. Damn it! Erza exclaimed, continuing her trek away from the area. She walked on, peering around and scanning through the trees. After about an hour, her confidence began to wane. I should head back for now, Erza said, disappointment creeping into her voice. With no leads or signs of the legendary shinobi, she started her journey back to the guild. I wonder if he's trying to avoid me. Erza pondered as she walked, letting out a sigh. But then, just as she was about to give up for the day, she felt it again, the intense, powerful aura of Naruto. She knew it was coming from somewhere deep within the forest, indicating that he was nearby. Erza narrowed her eyes and took a deep breath. If I follow this aura, I will definitely find him again. This time, I won't let him escape. Calmly, she began to follow the source of the aura. I know it's him. I've felt this presence before. I will find him, she affirmed with determination. After what felt like hours, Erza finally spotted him. From a distance, she saw Naruto leaning against the trunk of a tree, peacefully napping. Relief washed over her. I finally found you, the legend himself, Naruto Uzumaki, she thought triumphantly. This time, Erza didn't hesitate. Tired of losing him, she boldly approached the sleeping figure, who looked so innocent as he rested. A small part of her felt guilty for waking him, but she couldn't let this opportunity slip away. She had searched for him for too long. Leaning over, she gently tapped his shoulder. As she looked around, she noticed the Kusanagi lying beside him. Wow, he's a swordsman, interesting, Erza mused. Raising an eyebrow, she saw that Naruto still hadn't woken up. Deciding to be a bit more assertive, she placed her hand on his shoulder and gave him a gentle push. Finally, Naruto began to stir. When he opened his eyes and saw the scarlet-haired woman before him, they widened in surprise. Erza watched in disbelief. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. It really is him. Naruto sprang to his feet, grabbing the Kusanagi and stepping away from the tree, his blue eyes fixed on Erza. I can't believe it. It really is you, Naruto Uzumaki, Erza exclaimed. Naruto took a step back, confusion etched on his face as he quickly secured Sasuke's katana on his back. Who are you? How do you know my name? He asked, alarmed. Erza raised an eyebrow in response. For a moment, she stood there, staring at him in confusion before the realization hit her. Right? He doesn't know anything about this world. He doesn't know me, nor does he realize he's already well known here. How foolish of me not to introduce myself. Naruto remained puzzled. Listen, I don't know who you are, but I should get going, he said, trying to slip away. As he turned his back, Erza reached out and grabbed his arm, stopping him in his tracks. She marveled at his broad shoulders as he gently shook her hand off and retracted his arm. Wait, I'm Erza Scarlet. She finally introduced herself. Naruto looked down, hesitant to meet her gaze, partly because she reminded him of Kushina. I want to talk to you, please. I have so many questions and I need answers. So please, will you turn around and look me in the eye? Can we converse face to face? Erza asked softly. With a defeated sigh, Naruto finally turned around, meeting Erza's gaze. She felt as though his beautiful blue eyes were looking directly into her soul. What do you want? He asked. I just want to talk to you, Erza replied. But why do you want to talk to me? I don't even know you. I've never met you, Naruto said, mistrust evident in his voice. How about we have a proper introduction? Erza suggested, extending her hand and looking at him intently. Naruto hesitated but eventually reached out to shake her hand. Erza smiled. I am Erza Scarlet. Nice to meet you. Naruto held her hand, a subtle smile forming on his lips. I am Naruto Uzumaki. Nice to meet you, Erza Scarlet. Though his smile was slight, Erza noticed it and felt pleased that he had finally cracked a smile, even if just a little. Now, I'm a wizard from Fiori. I reside in the town of Magnolia with my guild, Fairy Tail. In this world, wizards use magic to combat their enemies, Erza began to explain. The reason I know who you are is that you are regarded as a legend here. Everyone knows about Shinobi and your story. I've heard many tales about you from the master of my guild. I admire you greatly for your power and what you've accomplished in the past. Because of you, there is now magic and wizards, Erza concluded. I see, Naruto replied, taking a moment to absorb the information. So, how long have you been here? Erza asked, eager to get some answers. 1 year, Naruto finally answered. Erza's eyes widened. 1 year? In this forest? You've never stepped out before? Naruto nodded. I spent a year training and learning all my new powers. But why didn't you ever show yourself to the world? Erza pressed. Simply because I was too busy training, Naruto replied, and it was the truth. Wow, what were you training on? Erza asked. That's none of your business, Naruto said. Erza grunted in frustration. So, have you finished your training now? She asked. Yes, Naruto replied. Then will you let me show you around? You've been cooped up in this forest for a whole year and haven't stepped out into the world. You must know nothing and you can't just stay hidden forever. You will need someone to guide you around here. So please, will you come with me, Naruto? Erza asked earnestly. Kurama chuckled. She's right, Naruto. Go for it. It's time to leave this gloomy forest. He rumbled. Yeah. Go, Naruto. You're ready. Shikaku encouraged, along with the other tailed beasts. Naruto looked at her for a moment before sighing and conceding. Okay. Erza smirked, thanks. And so, Erza took Naruto around, showing him all the different places and happenings in the town. While Erza easily ignored the curious stares of the townspeople scrutinizing Naruto, he did his best to avoid their gazes. Words couldn't express the excitement Erza felt, eager for her fellow guild members to meet Naruto and to be the one to introduce someone regarded as a legend. Erza pushed open the doors with enthusiasm, Naruto standing casually behind her with his hands tucked into his pockets. But they were met with a scene of panic, and Erza's face contorted with concern as she puzzled over everyone's frantic behavior. Naruto furrowed his brows, hoping nothing too terrible had happened. Just as Erza was about to speak, the entire guild fell silent, turning to witness the unbelievable. Kana nearly choked on her drink, Wakaba's cigarette fell from his mouth in shock, Mira dropped 2 glasses, causing them to shatter, and even Makarov was taken aback, his eyes wide. The guild was in awe, feeling Naruto's intense aura, especially Master Makarov. What an intense aura, Makarov observed. Is that? But how? He's supposed to be dead. Long dead, way before magic was even spoken. How is this possible? Laxus thought in disbelief. I'm seeing this, but I still don't believe it, Wakaba said. Same, Mikao replied. Elfman narrowed his eyes. So it turns out Erza was telling the truth. Erza glanced back at the blonde and then at her guild. Naruto. Uzumaki? Mira asked. Erza nodded. Naruto sighed. Great. It's like I just made a grand entrance like Orochimaru. The wild, messy blonde spiky hair, 6 whiskers on each side, sky blue eyes, and that overwhelming energy. There's no doubt about it. This is him. The legendary Naruto Uzumaki, Makarov confirmed. The guild could only stare at the blonde shinobi standing before them. But Laxus remained skeptical. There's no way. Come on, you guys, you actually believe this? It's just an illusion, Laxus said, disrupting the moment. Naruto looked up at Laxus, narrowing his eyes. Listen, Laxus. We didn't believe Erza at first, but there's no way we can doubt her now. I mean, look at him. Mikao said. Laxus scoffed. Yeah, right. Anyone could dress up as Naruto and pretend to be him. There's no way Naruto Uzumaki is dead. Irritated by his words, Naruto reached for his ninja pouch and pulled out a kunai, throwing it toward Laxus, but purposely missing him. The kunai struck the wall with a force that would have been dangerous to anyone hit. Laxus gulped, fear creeping in as he looked into Naruto's eyes. Though they appeared innocent, they held an intensity that sent a chill down his spine. Everyone stared in shock. Naruto eyed Laxus sharply. I am standing right here. Does it really seem like I'm dead? He asked in a calm yet firm voice. Laxus shook his head frantically. Don't you dare criticize others when you're acting like a fool yourself. People like you really get on my nerves, Naruto said, his tone steady but laced with tension. The guild fell silent, witnessing someone stand up to Laxus and genuinely frighten him. Wow, that's the first time I've ever seen Laxus that scared, Wakaba remarked. Erza's eyes widened. Well, he definitely can be very intimidating, even more than me. Naruto is not someone to mess with. But that just makes him even more intriguing. Mira slowly stepped out from behind the bar, making her way toward Naruto. Erza stepped aside, knowing Mira wanted to confirm for herself that the person before her was indeed who he claimed to be. Mira reached out, poking him in the chest. Are you really Naruto Uzumaki? Are you really alive? Standing here, in front of us? She asked, her hand moving to feel his hair, pleasantly surprised by its softness despite its wild appearance. The guild watched intently. Mira then guided her hand from Naruto's hair down to his face, tracing one of his whiskers before stepping back. Naruto remained calm and smiled. Well, you tell me. You were the one who came up to me and touched me. Probably to see if I was real, right? He chuckled slightly. I am standing here, aren't I? I'm speaking, aren't I? And I'm solid. So you tell me if I am real or not. Erza thought, I can't blame Mira. It took me a while to stand on my feet when I first saw him. I too thought he might be an illusion. Well, Mira? Please, give us your response. Because I believe all of us would like to know if the being standing before Fairy Tail is truly the legendary Naruto Uzumaki, Master Makarov added. How about this, prove to us that you are truly Naruto Uzumaki, Mira challenged. Naruto stood still and silent for a moment before relenting. Erza watched him, curious about how he would prove his identity to her guild members. Haven't I shown you enough proof? Just look at me. If you truly know about Shinobi, then you should be aware of the attire we usually wear, Naruto explained. He reached behind him, grabbed the kusanagi, and carefully placed it on the ground. A ninja's attire consists of a forehead protector, which you can see on my forehead. It bears the symbol of the village where I was born and raised. We also carry pouches, one on our back and one on our leg. These pouches hold our weapons, such as shurikens, ninja stars, and kunai knives. You all should be familiar with those if Erza has shown you one. By the way, the kunai knife that Erza found was mine. I apologize for that, it was an accident, and I was just being careless. Lastly, we wear sandals, Naruto continued. Makarov studied Naruto, arms folded across his chest, his eyes focused intently on the shinobi. I can tell just by observing you and looking into your eyes, Naruto, that you are telling the truth, Makarov added. We trust Master Makarov's judgment. If he believes you, then we believe you too, Mira concluded. But how are you here? What happened after your battle with Kagaya Otsutsuki? Makarov asked. Naruto smiled and shook his head, remaining silent. That information I am not ready to share yet, he replied. Makarov nodded. I understand. We haven't earned your trust yet. We just met. Take your time. If Natsu were here, he would be so excited. He's wanted to meet you for the longest time. Speaking of Natsu, where is he? I haven't seen him around, and I also haven't seen Gray or Lucy. Are they on a mission? Erza asked. Mira giggled nervously, while the guild braced for the news that was about to unfold. Well, you see, Erza? Natsu. Mira hesitated. Erza raised an eyebrow. Go on. Natsu and Lucy took an S-class mission without permission, and Gray went to try and bring them back. But since he hasn't returned, he's probably caught up in the mission too. Mira finally explained. Silence rippled through the guild hall before chaos erupted. What? Erza exclaimed, her face contorting in anger. So, we were wondering if you could go and bring them back. Mira asked. Erza nodded firmly. You got it. I'll make sure to bring them back, even if I have to drag them. Mira and the rest of the guild nodded, feeling a bit more relieved. Erza smirked and turned to Naruto, who was listening with a nonchalant expression. Naruto, would you mind coming along to help me fetch some fools? Erza suggested. Naruto thought for a moment. Go for it. You need action. Let's see if your training paid off. Kurama encouraged. Go, Naruto. We'll be by your side no matter what. Gyuki added. Go, Naruto. Son Goku joined in, along with the other tailed beasts. Do not worry. You are ready, we will be with you, Matatabi assured. Naruto paused, looking at the wizards. The guilds stared curiously, while Laxus regarded Naruto with disdain. Naruto smirked and shrugged playfully. Why not? Yeah. The entire guild cheered in excitement. This isn't happening, is it? The great Naruto Uzumaki and the great Titania Erza teaming up. This is unreal. Elfman said in disbelief. Erza smirked back. Well then, what are we waiting for? We have some fools to retrieve. Hold on, do these people also know me? Naruto asked. Erza nodded vigorously. Oh yes, one in particular in fact. She referred to Natsu. Naruto chuckled. Well, I guess it can't be helped. Makarov kept an eye on Naruto as he and Erza moved farther from the guild hall, setting off to retrieve Erza's wayward friends. Questions swirled in Makarov's mind. He was sure he wasn't the only one eager to learn more about the legendary figure. Everyone in Fairy Tail was desperate for answers about Naruto. However, Laxus completely despised Naruto. He hated that Naruto could genuinely intimidate him, the way he looked at him, and how he treated him. But what Laxus hated most was knowing that Naruto was truly more powerful than he was. So, do you think Naruto will join Fairy Tail, Master? Mikao asked. That would be so cool. Just think about it. Naruto Uzumaki, the legendary shinobi who defeated a goddess to save everyone he loved, joining the infamous Fairy Tail Guild. It has a nice ring to it. Wakaba added excitedly. Mira giggled. I hope that's not the only reason you want Naruto to join us. But it would definitely add more chaos to our already chaotic lives, Levi laughed. Makarov chuckled. Well, whether or not Naruto decides to join us is entirely up to him. If he does choose to join Fairy Tail, we will welcome him with open arms. For a while, as Naruto and Erza walked through the streets toward the harbor, Naruto remained silent, processing everything that had just happened. After a long hour of silence, Erza felt the need to break it and decided to start a conversation in the least awkward way possible. So, will you join the Fairy Tail Guild? Erza asked. Naruto glanced at her, and for some reason, every time he looked at her, he saw his mother, Kushina Uzumaki. This was one reason he tried to avoid Erza. Naruto hesitated but finally answered, I don't know. I see. Well, you should think about it, Erza said. Naruto nodded. Would you mind telling me more about yourself? I have so many questions, Erza asked eagerly. I promise I will share more down the road. But right now, I'm not ready to do that, Naruto replied. Erza smiled. It's okay, I understand. Take your time, there's no need to rush. Naruto looked at Erza, appreciating her understanding. Finally, he smiled. Your hair is very beautiful. Erza blushed slightly. Thank you. So, who else knows me in this world? Naruto asked. Almost everyone in Fiori. You are regarded as a legend here, Erza replied. Naruto looked around. Oh really? He noticed many townspeople looking at him as if they had just witnessed a legendary battle. One person in particular has looked up to you for a long time. He even wants to challenge you, Erza said, referring to Natsu. Naruto was surprised. Who is it? Erza smirked. You'll know when we get there. Naruto sighed and chuckled. Alrighty then. The two continued walking down the streets, not letting the stares from the people bother them. Erza narrowed her eyes, sensing that Naruto wasn't ready to share much about himself yet. But she was eager to learn more about him. Everything about him intrigued her, and she was captivated. Naruto-san, she called out. Naruto stopped walking upon hearing the honorific. That title made him feel older than he really was. You don't have to call me that, anything else is fine. Sen just makes me feel old, Naruto chuckled. Erza laughed along. Nakun. Naruto nodded. With that, Erza resumed her earlier serious demeanor. She hesitated, knowing she was prying too much. Naruto let out a calm breath. Be patient, Erza. I will tell you. I promise, right now. So much has happened in such a short time, I need some time. Erza gripped her fists tightly, thinking, I knew he needed time before opening up, Yet I still continued to ask. So, could you fill me in on the situation? What is the S-class job your friends took on? What are we up against? And what is Galuna Island? Naruto asked. Erza narrowed her eyes. Apparently, it's a cursed island, and rumor has it that anyone who has gone to Galuna Island has never made it back alive. They say that you'll turn into a demon if you step on Galuna, Erza explained. Interesting, Naruto said. Do you believe it? I wonder if we'll actually turn into demons, Erza asked. Not really, Naruto said bluntly, chuckling slightly. Well, I don't care if I turn into a demon. I'll definitely bring those idiots back, demonized or not, Erza assured. So all you have to do is lift the curse, right? Naruto said. Erza nodded. Well then, should we finish the mission for them? It's not good to leave a mission unfinished, Naruto suggested. Erza hesitated before she nodded. You're right. Finally, Naruto and Erza arrived at the harbor where the boats would set sail from the harbor of Harem. Why are we riding on a boat? Naruto asked. Well, we are going overseas, Naruto-kun, Erza said. I guess so, Naruto replied. Why, do you have an alternative to a boat? Erza asked. Naruto thought about just walking across the water, which would be much easier for a ninja like him. But that required chakra, something he knew Erza did not possess. Naruto shook his head at Erza. I do, but we'll try getting a boat. Erza nodded. It won't be easy though. If this island is really what you say it is, then no one would probably want to take us there, Naruto said. I know, but we still have to try, Erza said. Okay. And so, Erza asked many boatmen, trying to convince one to take her and Naruto to Galuna Island. But every one of them refused. After many tries and failures, Erza began to lose faith. Not a single boatman will take us to Galuna, she said, huffing in frustration and looking over to Naruto for any ideas or suggestions. Naruto noticed and sighed. Try one more time. Erza closed her eyes, taking a deep breath before she proceeded once again to find another boatman. She nudged Naruto, getting his attention, and pointed over to a boatman she had spotted. Let's try that one. Naruto nodded. Erza walked ahead while Naruto trailed close behind. Excuse me, sir, but could you take us to Galuna Island, please? Erza asked politely. Like the others, this boatman looked at them with confusion. You want to go to Galuna? Sure, go ahead, but I'm not taking you there. No way, he said firmly. Erza sighed and turned to look at Naruto, who nodded. Erza, I know you will have lots of questions after seeing this. I know it's unreasonable for me to ask you for this, but please save those questions for later. Trust me on this, Naruto said. Okay. Naruto closed his eyes, forming a hand seal before reopening them, revealing his transformed eyes. Erza's mouth dropped as she gaped in awe. Naruto, you were right. I certainly do have lots of questions. But for your sake only, I will not ask them now. Naruto strolled over beside Erza slowly and looked straight into the boatman's eyes. The boatman stood paralyzed with slight fear as he gazed into the deep, compelling eyes. The boatman then slowly began to faint, his eyes rolling back as he fell over in the boat, nearly toppling into the water. Naruto flashed onto the boat, catching him just in time. Erza looked on, astonished. Naruto then lifted the now unconscious boatman and threw him gently over his shoulder. He hopped back onto the deck and walked over to a shop. Erza followed closely behind as they rushed over to a simple small shop selling food and clothes. Excuse me, this man fainted. Could you get him somewhere safe, please? He asked the owner of the store. At first, the owner looked at Naruto and Erza with suspicion and confusion, but then nodded and took the boatman from Naruto's shoulders, bringing him into the shop. I've got you covered, the owner said. Naruto and Erza sighed in relief. Thank you so much, they both said and hurried out of the store. So are we just going to take the boat? Erza asked. Well, do we have any other choice? Naruto replied. Right, she said reluctantly. The two stepped onto the boat. Erza unhooked the boat before they finally set sail. So, I'm sure you're wanting to know what I just did, Naruto inquired. Yes, please, Erza replied. I put him under an illusion, which is just like a dream world. It wasn't too powerful to keep him out for a whole week, But it is enough to keep him down for at least a day or two, Naruto explained. I see. That is amazing indeed. The others will love you so much after meeting you, Erza smirked. Naruto chuckled. Now then, let's go and fetch these idiots. Erza said. Right. The sun had just set when Naruto and Erza finally set off. They sailed through the water toward Galuna Island, both remaining silent. Naruto leaned back slightly, looking out into the open sea, his expression reflecting a deep sadness. His hair blew gently in the wind as he twirled a kunai in his hand. Erza, perceptive as always, noticed the sorrow in Naruto's kind blue eyes. She wondered what had caused him such pain, longing to see happiness return to his gaze. However, she hesitated to ask, fearing that her questions might bring up memories he wished to forget. How are you doing that with the kunai? Erza asked, breaking the silence that had begun to weigh heavily on her. Naruto snapped out of his daze and turned to her. Honestly, I don't know either. It's just a habit that most ninjas have when they're bored or thinking, he replied. I see, Erza said, intrigued. She looked at the blonde shinobi, curious to learn more, eager to discover if the myths about him were true. Yet, she knew better than to bombard him with questions right away. Out of curiosity, Erza took out her own kunai, attempting to twirl it like Naruto. This is harder than it seems. I don't know how you guys do it, she chuckled, struggling to keep it spinning. After a while, she grew bored and stopped, while Naruto continued his twirling. Erza. Right. Naruto called, unsure if he had remembered her name correctly. Erza smiled and nodded. That's my name. What do you need? Do you know how to get to Galuna Island? Naruto asked, a hint of nervousness in his voice. Yes, of course, Erza assured him firmly. Suddenly, Naruto stopped twirling his kunai, his expression shifting from calm to anxious. Erza noticed and mirrored his concern. What's wrong, Naruto? I sense something bad. Do you feel that uneasy presence? He said, scanning the surroundings. Erza paused, recalling a strange feeling that didn't fit with the calm night sea. She nodded. Does this mean we're close? Probably, and I hope everything is okay over there. I have a bad feeling about this, Erza admitted, worry creeping into her voice. If anything happens, will you help us? We might need it, she said. Naruto chuckled, a smirk forming on his lips. Well, that's the whole reason I came along, right? Erza returned the smirk. Thank you. Erza, I know this seems a bit hypocritical of me, but do you mind if I ask you some questions? Naruto inquired, his tone reserved. Erza smiled and nodded. Of course. Fire away. Who exactly are the people we are on our way to fetch? Are they your friends? Naruto asked. Erza sighed, still feeling frustrated with Natsu, Happy, and Lucy for taking on an S-class mission without proper approval. She was particularly annoyed that Gray hadn't stopped them and had been dragged along as well. Naruto chuckled slightly, understanding her frustration. He remembered pestering Tsunade back in the Hidden Leaf Village for tougher missions. Yes, they are my precious friends. I care for them all very much. Natsu is a hyperactive wizard with pink hair who uses fire magic to battle his enemies. He's incredibly powerful and has a lot of potential. He's also a huge admirer of yours, Erza explained, introducing Team Natsu to Naruto. Gray is a wizard who uses ice magic and creation magic in battle. He's also very powerful and has great potential, and he admires you as well, she continued. Lucy is a blonde girl who is a celestial wizard. She uses keys to summon celestial spirits to fight alongside her. And finally, there's Happy, a blue talking cat. I know it sounds strange, but I wanted to give you a heads up for when you meet him later, she finished, chuckling lightly. Naruto nodded. I see. It didn't sound strange to him at all. After all, he had 9 powerful talking-tailed beasts living inside him. However, I'm quite unhappy with them at the moment. I'm frustrated that they took on an S-class mission. It's against the rules. Only an S-class wizard like myself can take on such missions, and they must be approved by Master Makarov, Erza explained, her voice tinged with irritation. I understand now. Thank you for answering my questions. I have a better idea of the situation, Naruto smiled. Their conversation continued until they reached Galuna Island, where they immediately spotted the eerie purple glow of the moon. I see things have already gone south, Naruto said uneasily, narrowing his eyes. Erza nodded, her brow furrowed. Well then we better get going. Right? Naruto replied, and the two warriors set off in the direction where a certain blonde awaited. Naruto ran at an incredible speed. While this felt normal to him, Erza had to push herself to keep up. Ninjas were much faster than regular humans. Soon, they began to hear faint sounds of a raging battle and the terrified cries of what seemed to be a young girl. Hey, Naruto, do you hear that? I hear voices and a battle going on, Erza said, glancing at him. Naruto nodded. I hear two voices. Do you recognize any of them? Erza listened carefully as they ran. One sounds like Lucy from our team, but the other I don't know, she replied. Then I guess it's safe to assume that the other voice belongs to Lucy's opponent, Naruto theorized. Erza nodded in agreement. As they continued, both remained wary of the eerie purple moon overhead. I wonder what happened to the moon, Erza mused, concern etched on her face. Naruto shook his head, not sure. Meanwhile, the atmosphere was filled with the terrified screams of a young blonde named Lucy as she frantically ran, doing her best to avoid the deadly swings of a monstrous rock creature. Her face was covered in sweat, and her expression was one of panic. Don't let her get away, Rock Doll. Let's teach that foolish girl a lesson, commanded another young lady named Sherry, with pink hair pulled into two pigtails. The Rock Doll ummed and groaned in response. Who are you calling a little girl? We're the same age, and I might even be a little older. Lucy shouted angrily as she continued to run, her breaths heavy. It's not a good idea to keep babbling like that unless you want us to catch you. Sherry taunted. Lucy took out her golden celestial keys, frantically deciding which spirit would be the most helpful in this situation. But none of them seemed to work. You'd better hurry. If you don't start moving faster, we're going to catch up with you. Sherry continued. Lucy dodged the rock doll's attacks until she realized its foot was just above her head, ready to crush her. She looked up in horror and screamed. I command you to crush her flat. Sherry ordered. The rock doll roared as its foot came crashing down, barely missing Lucy, who found herself cornered at the edge of a cliff. The cliff began to crack, and Lucy's heart raced as it completely detached, sending her plummeting down. A huge explosion echoed as dust particles flew everywhere. Once it settled, Lucy lay on the sand in a daze. Naruto and Erza were slightly startled by the loud noise, their nerves on edge. You heard that, right? Erza asked. No doubt, and it came from the area where your friend is battling, Naruto confirmed. Erza's face reflected both frustration and worry. She was concerned for Lucy but also frustrated that Lucy had taken the job along with Natsu, Gray, and Happy. Noticing Erza's growing anxiety, Naruto said, Come on, let's hurry so we can help your friends. His words snapped Erza out of her daze, and she nodded firmly. Open. Gate of the water barrier. Aquarius. Lucy chanted, holding the key in her hands. She inserted the key into the water and gestured as if unlocking. A door. Out came a beautiful mermaid with long blue silky hair, wearing a matching blue bra and tail, along with a darker blue choker. She had golden wristbands pushed up to her shoulders and carried an urn. Aquarius? How does a weakling like you have a spirit with that kind of power? Sherry shouted, confused and demanding. Lucy pointed at Sherry. That girl is our enemy. You hate her kind, so go get her. Aquarius let out in annoyance, infuriating Lucy. I don't have time for your bad attitude. Get over there and take her down now. Lucy demanded, shaking her hands frantically. I see you're just as annoying as ever. No wonder you still don't have a boyfriend, Aquarius said, emphasizing the last part. This only made Lucy angrier. Geez, why do you have to rub it in like that? Marionette attack. Sherry chanted, taking advantage of the moment. She held out her hands, and two pink magic circles appeared. Aquarius's eyes glowed a purplish color. What? She said in confusion. Sherry chuckled evilly. She's under my spell, so she won't do your bidding anymore. Lucy looked on nervously. Might as well send her back. Sherry taunted. But Lucy refused to give up. No way. Aquarius is still my ace in the hole. Lucy said, confident in her spirit. I bet you won't think that when the sea washes away your existence. Now, Aquarius, get rid of this girl once and for all. Sherry commanded. What? The mermaid hollered, even more confused. Aquarius raised her urn, and a massive flood of water burst forth, creating a wave that headed for Lucy, who whimpered. However, the wave didn't just wash Lucy away. As Sherry cackled, it carried both girls along, their screams echoing in the chaos. Aquarius stood aside at a safe distance, allowing the wave to finish off the girls. Huh, and I thought the blonde girl was foolish. I can close my own gate, thank you very much. Bye. Aquarius smirked as she vanished. When the wave finally receded, it left both girls dazed. Lucy struggled to rise from the sand, gripping it for support. She finally stood up but wobbled on her legs. Leave it to Aquarius to throw her waves against friend and foe alike. Lucy said with a shaky voice. Sherry also managed to get to her feet, wobbling like Lucy. I hate myself for letting you trick me again. But it doesn't matter because she wasn't strong enough to defeat my rock doll, Sherry whimpered. The two bumped into each other as they wobbled, facing each other fiercely. They began to brawl, throwing and thrashing their arms as they argued. Their fight ended when Lucy, having had enough, swung her arm at Sherry, successfully defeating her. No. How did this happen to me? I never lose. Sherry whined in defeat. Oh yeah? Well, you just did to a wizard from Fairy Tale. Lucy shouted triumphantly. Sherry's rock doll shattered along with its owner's defeat. Although the flame of my life has been extinguished far too soon, my love for you will blaze on forever, Cold Emperor. Sherry declared dramatically. You're not going to die, so let's tone down the drama, okay? Lucy replied. Angelica. Avenge your master's death. Sherry added weakly, the life in her eyes fading. Lucy widened her eyes in alarm. A giant blue rat swooped in, flattening itself as it prepared to crash down on Lucy, who turned around in a panic. But I thought that rat was one of her puppets. Lucy exclaimed, trying to run but tripping instead. Angelica focused in on her. I can't move my legs for some reason. Lucy cried out, her heart racing. As the rat drew closer, Lucy let out another desperate scream. Come on, make it. Just when Lucy thought she was about to be overwhelmed, she felt herself lift off the ground as two gentle yet strong arms wrapped around her waist, carrying her away from danger and to safety. Lucy looked up at her savior, taking in the sun-kissed blonde spiky hair, the whiskers on his cheeks, and the kind sky-blue eyes that gazed down at her with concern. Lucy felt her cheeks warm. Wow. Who is he? As Lucy was being carried away from danger, she gazed into the deep ocean blue eyes of her mysterious savior. Those eyes were so captivating that Lucy felt she could get lost in them forever. When the mysterious man landed and gently set Lucy down, the first thing she noticed was his bright sun-kissed blonde hair, wild and spiky. Looking up, she saw a friendly yet strangely familiar face with beautiful blue eyes that held a hint of sadness. Finally, Lucy mustered the courage to whisper, "Hello." The young man smiled kindly. "Are you okay, miss? I hope you aren't injured." "Oh, don't worry. I'm fine thanks to you," Lucy replied, feeling a sense of relief. He has blonde hair like me. But the danger was far from over. Angelica, realizing she had missed her target, leaped back into the air for another attempt to crush her two targets. The man immediately stepped in front of Lucy as she gasped in fear, ready to protect her. Suddenly, a metallic swipe struck Angelica, and she fell limp, crashing onto the sand as the famous scarlet-haired wizard Erza followed closely behind, saving the man from further trouble. Erza did not look pleased at all. Lucy peeked over the man's broad shoulders to see Angelica defeated and sighed in relief. She turned to see Erza, who was now waving at her. "Hey, Erza," Lucy called, running toward her as the man watched nervously. Erza turned to Lucy with a fierce glare. Lucy's relief quickly shifted to panic as she realized Erza must be there for a specific reason. "Oh right. She's mad at us for breaking guild rules and taking an S-class request without permission, Lucy thought. The young man noticed the rising tension and rushed to place himself between the two young women, facing Erza. Step aside, Erza said firmly. He gestured politely. No. This young lady just went through something traumatic. Let's not be too harsh on her. Allow me to handle this. His voice was gentle yet firm, matching Erza's intensity. Erza huffed and turned away, crossing her arms in frustration. The young man took a deep breath and turned to the fellow blonde he had saved. Lucy had never noticed it before, but she could feel the overwhelming aura of this man. Now then, with that unmistakable blonde hair, you must be the Lucy Erza told me about, he said. His friendly voice soothed Lucy, and she felt comforted. Lucy nodded hesitantly. That's right. I'm Lucy Heartfilia. It's nice to meet you. What would your name be, sir? Excuse my manners, I am Naruto Uzumaki. It's nice to meet you, Lucy Heartfilia. Naruto smiled and extended his hand for a handshake. Lucy paused, disbelief washing over her. Come again, she asked. Naruto chuckled lightly. I said, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. The Naruto Uzumaki? Lucy exclaimed, her voice rising slightly. Yup, Naruto replied, popping the P at the end. Now, are you going to shake my hand or leave me hanging, Miss Lucy? Naruto chuckled, snapping Lucy out of her shock. I'm sorry, Lucy stammered as she took Naruto's hand and shook it, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. He is exactly what Master Makarov described. Sun-kissed blonde hair, deep blue eyes, and 3 whisker-like marks on each side of his face. Her thoughts were interrupted by Erza's impatient voice. Back to the point. Lucy jumped slightly, startled by Erza's tone. Now, I'm sure you have a million questions about all of this. I will give you all the answers when the time is right. But what's more important right now is the reason why Erza and I are here, Naruto said. Lucy sighed. To take us back, right? Naruto nodded. Lucy clasped her hands together nervously. Just promise you won't hurt me? Of course, Naruto assured her, giving a reassuring smile before glancing over her shoulder at a suspicious figure hiding on top of the cliff. Lucy noticed his concern. What's wrong? What were you looking at? She turned around but saw nothing there. Nothing to worry about. I think you have bigger problems right now, Naruto reminded her. Happy fluttered over. Hey Lucy. I've been looking everywhere for you. I'm glad you're okay. I was. Happy froze when he spotted the unmistakable redhead and quickly flapped his wings in an attempt to escape. But it wasn't fast enough. At that moment, nothing could escape Erza's wrath. Happy soon found himself dangling upside down by his tail, held firmly by Erza. Shaking in fear, Happy hadn't even noticed the other man standing behind Lucy. The last thing he wanted was an angry Erza. Naruto observed Happy, thinking, I'm assuming this is Happy, the talking blue cat Erza mentioned. It was only then that Happy noticed Naruto standing behind Lucy. Hey, who is he? He looks like... Shut up! Erza shouted, and Happy immediately complied. Now, where is Natsu? Erza asked, her voice and expression emotionless. Naruto watched anxiously. Listen, I'm sorry for coming without permission, but some really awful things have been happening on this island. There's this guy and his minions trying to revive a frozen demon. The island's villagers are suffering because of the magic spell it's using. They've turned into monsters. We thought that if we work together, we might be able to help them, Lucy explained anxiously. Naruto looked at Lucy with compassion. He wanted to help. He knew the right thing to do, but he didn't want to take sides. Both sides had their reasons. None of that is my concern, Erza replied coldly. Lucy looked at her in despair. Please, Erza, let us finish this job. We can't leave things this way. Lucy begged, but Erza pointed her sword toward Lucy's throat. In a split second, Naruto rushed to Lucy's side, bravely stepping in front of her and taking the sword's threat for her. Naruto! Step aside! Erza ordered. Happy gaped. Naruto? Shut up, Happy! Erza snapped. Now step aside, Naruto. Listen, Erza, I'm not trying to take sides. I think Lucy and her team's actions are wrong too, but I believe we should hear her out first. Maybe she has a point, let's give her a chance. We don't even have to let them finish it. If you want, the two of us can handle it. But let's not take things too far. I promise you, I'm not trying to take sides. Please, Erza, Naruto pleaded. Erza shot him a hard look before reluctantly lowering her sword. Fine, she said, turning away. Naruto sighed in relief. Lucy and Happy were astonished. It was the first time Lucy had ever seen anyone stand up to Erza. Thank you so much, Naruto, Lucy said gratefully. No problem. By the way, what's the cat's name? Naruto asked. Happy, Lucy replied. Ah. Gray lay in bed, his eyes fluttering open. He sat up, scanning his surroundings. Where am I? He wondered aloud. Exiting the tent, he looked up at the bright blue sky. Oh, thank goodness you're awake, a young woman with short hair exclaimed in relief. What is this place? Gray asked. It's a storage area not far from the village. Everything was destroyed last night, so we came here for shelter, she explained. The whole village? That's terrible, Gray exclaimed, recalling Lion's command. Then destroy the village, Lion had ordered. It's a shame there has to be bloodshed. Gray's disbelief and dismay washed over him. I can't believe it, he actually did it, he thought, wincing in pain as he gripped his wounds. You know, it was a miracle that Natsu and Lucy were here. Thanks to their bravery, everyone was able to escape safely, she continued. Are they still around? Gray asked. Yes, they wanted me to show you their tent once you woke up, the young woman replied. Which tent? Gray inquired. They're waiting in that big one right over there, she said, pointing to a large tent. Gray stepped inside to find a furious Erza sitting like a queen on a throne, with Naruto beside her and Lucy and Happy bound and kneeling, tears streaming down their faces in fear. You made me wait. Not smart, Erza muttered sharply. Naruto noticed Gray's severe injuries. He's hurt pretty badly, I should probably help him. Erza! Gray shouted. Why are they tied up? And who is the blonde guy? Naruto stepped up in front of Erza and approached Gray, who looked at him with recognition. Oh, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, nice to meet you, he said cheerfully. Gray's eyes widened as he glanced at Lucy and Happy. Did he just say Naruto Uzumaki? He asked. Lucy and Happy nodded, still sobbing. I'm Gray. Nice to meet you too. Gray replied, still in disbelief. Naruto examined Gray's injuries. Your wounds look pretty bad. Yeah? So? Gray replied. Mind if I help heal them? Naruto asked. Gray stood there, still processing the shock. I can't believe this. You're Naruto Uzumaki? Naruto Uzumaki? But? Gray stammered. Naruto chuckled. Long story, but now is not the time. It's okay, you can trust me. Gray glanced at Happy, Lucy, and Erza. Just go with it. I'm not in the mood to deal with your doubts. He's healing you, and then we're getting down to business, Erza stated firmly. Gray gulped nervously. Okay. He looked at the legendary figure before him. Naruto held up his right hand, revealing a sun. Tattoo on his palm, and gently placed it over Gray's wounds. Gray stood still, anxious, until he felt his wounds beginning to heal. Even Erza watched intently, while Lucy and Happy were stunned. Once Naruto removed his hand, Gray felt as if his body had been renewed. Well, how do you feel? Naruto asked. Gray moved his limbs, astonished to feel no pain. I feel great. All right, Erza exclaimed, catching the attention of both boys as Gray settled into a more serious demeanor. Now that you're healed, let's get down to business, Erza said in a commanding tone as she stood and approached the two boys. Naruto took a step back, feeling a chill run down his spine. So Lucy has filled us in on everything that's happened. I thought you were sent here to stop Natsu and these fools. If you had stayed, you would have met Naruto in a more light-hearted way. Well, needless to say, I'm disappointed, Erza said, her voice still emotionless. Gray sighed. Where is Natsu anyway? That's something we'd all like to know, Erza replied. The last time I saw him, he was fighting the Cold Emperor's lackeys. But when we returned to the village, there was no sign of him. Wherever he is, I hope he's okay. Since we couldn't find him, Erza insisted we come to you, but I had no idea where you ended up, Lucy explained. I did some scouting from the air, and I could see the villagers had moved to the storage area, Happy added. Erza walked past Naruto and Gray. Okay, we're going to search for Natsu, and then we're going back to the guild, she said firmly. Naruto felt conflicted about Erza's plan but knew he was in no position to argue, so he went along with her decision. However, Gray was not ready to back down. But we can't leave the island just yet. If Lucy filled you in, then you know exactly what the villagers are going through right now, he protested. Erza glared at Gray. And what would be your point? Gray was taken aback, unable to believe Erza's words. Naruto remained quiet, listening intently but not intervening just yet. Natsu yawned tiredly. Man, I finally come up with the perfect plan, and then I go and oversleep. He paused at the doorway of the temple, looking up with a grin. He clenched his fist and raised it into the air with pride. All right, let's do this. I came here solely to apprehend these individuals for breaking the rules of the guild. I'm not interested in anything else, Erza asserted. Rules? Have you even seen what's happened to the people on this island? Gray asked, raising his voice. I have. Then why are you still turning your back on them? Gray asked in disbelief. Their request is posted in every guild hall. The villagers are better off with wizards who are cleared for S-class. You're not qualified, Erza replied coldly. How can you be so heartless? Gray exclaimed. What did you say? Erza demanded, glaring at him. That's no way to speak to the great Erza. Happy panicked. Naruto stood by, listening intently. You really know how to flatter, Lucy remarked. Have you chosen to defy the guild's rules as well? Erza asked, summoning her sword. Prompting Naruto to rush over, he stepped between Erza and Gray, shielding Gray from the sword now aimed at him. Naruto! Gray murmured. Naruto! Step aside. He will face the same consequences. Erza commanded. Listen, Erza, I've been following this discussion. I see both sides. But when it comes to the safety of a village and its people, rules don't matter. How about we help them finish this job? We can return to the guild and let Master Makarov decide their fate. Since they've already taken the job, it would be shameful to abandon it, Naruto suggested. Naruto. But Gray hesitated, wondering why Naruto would stand up for him. Come on, Erza. Please. Erza studied Naruto for a moment before sighing and lowering her sword. Gray stepped out from behind Naruto and placed a hand on his shoulder. Thanks, Naruto, Gray said gratefully before walking away, glancing back. You truly are a legend. I'm seeing this through to the end. And you can't stop me, Gray declared confidently. Naruto smiled as Gray walked off. Erza turned her glare towards Lucy and Happy. Please don't be mad at us. We don't control Gray or Naruto. Lucy exclaimed. He's just not himself after losing to his old friend. Happy added. Naruto raised an eyebrow in surprise. Old friend, huh? Erza took her sword and cut the ropes binding Happy and Lucy, freeing them. These events are unacceptable. We will deal with the immediate problems first, Erza stated. Thank you, the two exclaimed happily. Naruto smiled contentedly. Erza shot them a stern look. This doesn't change anything. You will still face consequences. And if you want someone to thank Naruto. He saved you, Erza snapped. Yes, ma'am, they replied with a sigh, and Naruto sighed along with them. How unfortunate, you're the only one still standing, Toby. Those fairy tale wizards are quite impressive, Lion remarked. This reminded Toby of the embarrassing moment when he shocked himself. Hey, can we keep the whole shocking myself thing a secret? This unfortunate turn of events could jeopardize Deilyora's resurrection, a short man wearing a mask said as he entered. Naruto recognized him from before. Zalti, you're as stealthy as ever, Lion praised. If all goes according to plan, the demon should awaken tonight, but we must keep an eye on those wizards. If they interrupt the moon drip ceremony, Deilyorra will remain trapped in ice. Salamander and Titania are powerful, and it seems they have a new ally. He even noticed me spying on them earlier. He bears a striking resemblance to the legendary Naruto Uzumaki. But I can't be sure if it's really him. He has been gone for quite some time. They could easily disrupt our plans, Zalti informed. Naruto Uzumaki. I would have loved to battle him. He is very powerful. But as always, you seem remarkably well informed. Regardless, I'm not worried. Those fools may be strong, but they're no match for me. And if it turns out to be Naruto Uzumaki, I'll make sure to eliminate him, Lion assured. I was hoping you would say that. It's reassuring to hear. But still, allow me the honor of joining the battle for old time's sake, Zalti insisted. Wait, hold on. I didn't know you were a wizard too. Toby exclaimed in shock. Yes. It's been a while since I've used it, but I've dabbled in a particular form of lost magic, Zalti explained. Sure, we could use another wizard, Lion said just before the entire temple began to shake violently. It's an earthquake, Toby shouted as the tremors continued. I don't think so, Lion disagreed. It's all coming down. It turned out to be Natsu, their favorite pink-haired fire dragon slayer, tearing down the moon temple. He continued until the entire structure was tilted. Natsu then blasted a hole through the ceiling with a fiery breath. What is the meaning of this? Lion demanded. We're in trouble. Toby replied shakily. Zalti smirked, looking down below. I should have known Salamander would be the first to make a move. It seems we have a visitor, sir. You know, I usually end up breaking things by accident. It's funny how hard it is when I do it on purpose. Natsu laughed. Lion glared angrily. What are you doing here? I'm knocking this place over. Then you won't be able to shine light on the demon below. Natsu explained. Insolent fool. Who do you think you are? You dare challenge me? Lion growled. Okay, can someone start explaining? I'm lost, Toby said, confused. Evidently, this boy is the reason the temple is now tilted. I assume he destroyed the support pillars on one side. This causes the temple to shift in that direction, preventing any moonlight from directly shining on Deliora. It's an ingenious plan. I'm actually surprised he managed to come up with it, Zalti explained in amazement. So are you going to fight me or what? Natsu demanded, flames shooting from his feet as he elevated. He can shoot flames from his feet? Lion blurted. Yeah. Fire comes out from everywhere on his body. Toby added. Natsu charged head-on and delivered a powerful headbutt to Lion's stomach, shocking both Toby and Zalti. Though seemingly defeated, Lion cracked and shattered into pieces, causing confusion for the Dragon Slayer. What? He's fake? Ice Make Eagle. You can't dodge them in the air. Lion shouted proudly, summoning ice eagles to charge at Natsu. However, Natsu easily countered by shooting fire from his mouth, effectively burning the eagles. What kind of ridiculous magic is this? Lion shouted in disbelief. Fire Dragon Roar. Natsu yelled, flames erupting from his mouth. Suddenly, the floor cracked, breaking and sending Natsu tumbling down. Very fortunate, Cold Emperor. Luck is on your side, Zalti smirked. Could we keep the whole Toby got charred a secret too? Toby, now in ashes, asked. What did you do? Lion demanded. Whatever do you mean? Zalti replied innocently. Don't play dumb with me. Your magic had to have caused that hole in the floor, Lion snapped. Don't you have a watchful eye? Please allow me to explain my actions, sir. You're the only one strong enough to defeat Deliora, so it's imperative that you remain safe until its resurrection, Zalti chuckled. Lion glared, an icy aura forming around him. Are you suggesting that I could fall victim to such trivial flames? His icy aura spread across the floor and walls. Leave me, I can handle this myself. Once I finally defeat the demon, everyone will worship my name. Cold Emperor Lion, even more praised and renowned as the great and legendary Naruto Uzumaki. I won't let a brat like him tarnish that. Lion declared coldly. As you wish, Zalti replied with a smirk. Natsu scoffed. Please, Naruto Uzumaki defeated a goddess. You will only defeat a mere demon. So, this is your motive. Defeating Deliora. Are you kidding me? Defeating Deliora is his goal? Lucy exclaimed in shock. Naruto furrowed his brows as they continued running. The thing looks half dead already. So let me get this straight, you're going through all this trouble to melt that ice just so you can fight it? Listen, I really want to fight Naruto Uzumaki, but I wouldn't go through that much just to face him. That's pretty messed up if you ask me, Natsu insulted. I must rise above UR's legacy. I will not rest until I fulfill my dream. Lion vowed, sending more ice toward Natsu, who dodged effortlessly. Why go through all this trouble? Can't you just challenge her and be done with it? Natsu wondered. Well, I would if I could, but your has been gone for years. Lion replied. Natsu's eyes widened as he recalled what Gray had told him earlier. The woman who taught me how to use my magic, my master. You are sacrificed everything to seal it away. I didn't realize she died when she sealed it, Natsu said, realization dawning on him. Yes, but she'd still be alive if it weren't for Gray. Lion shouted angrily, sending a shard of ice toward the block behind Natsu, which ricocheted and struck him. Yet, Natsu emerged unscathed. Look, I don't know what happened to you in the past, but I do know what you're doing in the present is hurting a lot of innocent people. And since you don't seem to realize that, I'll have to knock some sense into you. Natsu declared firmly. Even back when we were kids, Lion always dreamed of surpassing UR's magical abilities. Since she's gone, he can't challenge her directly. He believes it's up to him to defeat Deliora because it's the one thing she couldn't do, Gray explained. Listening to this brought a wave of nostalgia to Naruto. Thoughts of his own mentors Kakashi-sensei, Pervy Sage, Irika-sensei, Asuma-sensei flooded his mind. Naruto had already surpassed both Kakashi and Pervy Sage when he mastered the Rasengan and the Rasen Shuriken. Well, yeah, I guess that's the only way to challenge someone who's already gone, Lucy pointed out. Happy added. Listen, there's something. Something I never got to tell him. I kept it secret. Your made me promise to never let him know. But I have to. Your may not be with us, but she's still alive, Gray revealed. Everyone gasped. Naruto looked on at Gray, waiting for him to elaborate with anticipation. What do you mean? Erza asked. It's been 10 years. Gray began. Flashback. A raging demon roared ferociously, the town surrounding it engulfed in flames and ruins. Deliora attacked my hometown. I've never seen such destruction. The whole place was wiped out in less than a day. A young woman walked through the wrecked town alongside a much younger boy with silver hair. I've heard of Deliora's destructive power, but I never expected this, Yor thought in horror. From afar, a young Gray lay flat on his stomach, pinned beneath a huge boulder. His arm twitched, his body barely moving. He groaned. Yor noticed and immediately called for the silver-haired boy. Lion, get over here, we've got a survivor. Lion jumped in alarm, turning over and rushing to Gray's side. Hey, are you all right? Finally, Gray began to open his eyes. He looked up to see Lion and Yor standing in front of him. Yor and Lion found me. They pulled me from the rubble. Gray knelt in front of what appeared to be a makeshift gravestone and placed a few flowers beneath it. He bowed his head. Deliora, you're going to pay for this. I'll stop you, I swear it. Gray said determinedly as Yor looked on, intrigued by this boy. The vow was how it all began. Amidst the cold, snowy mountain, Gray stood, panting for breath while Yor's back was turned to him. Are you going to be able to keep up, Gray? Yor asked, turning around to look at him. I warned you, training with me can be tough. Yeah, but I'll do whatever it takes. I have to become stronger than Deliora. Someday I'm going to beat him. Gray vowed. Lion looked from afar and scoffed. Yeah, right. Okay, let's get started, Yor said, shaking it off nonchalantly. Gray frowned. Fine, ready when you are. He jumped in surprise when he saw his teacher begin to remove her outer layers in the middle of the snow. Whoa! What are you doing? Gray cried in confusion. The first step is to acclimate, Yor replied calmly. Are you kidding me? You're crazy if you think I'm doing that in the snow. Back me up, Lion. Gray said hopefully, only to find Lion had already followed suit. Lion gave Gray a playful wink. Now you're without your outer layers too? Gray shouted in disbelief. Just hurry up and do it, kid. Come on. You want to learn magic, right? Lion teased. I can't believe you're making me do this. It better not be some kind of joke. Gray whined. You are winked. Good job, Gray. If you want to be able to control the cold, then you'll have to become one with it. You'll get used to it soon. Gray and Lion stood, shivering violently. I already have. Lion stated confidently. You're shivering just as much as I am. Gray pointed out. Let's go, boys. You are commanded. I thought you were going to teach me magic. Gray protested. Just run. Lion shouted as the three began running. I don't want to do this beginner stuff either. Lion complained. And so, Gray trained in the cold, even enduring cold baths. I practice maker magic. Out of all the magical arts, I feel this one gives you the most creative freedom. You are explained as she performed the steps while Gray imitated her, with Lion watching from afar. Lion created his own ice gorilla, which earned him a light tap on the head from Yor. In fact, every wizard who practices maker magic has their own unique style. If you train hard, then someday you'll create a style all your own, Yor said. Who's the dark-haired boy? A lady asked. Did you pick up another student? Yeah, his name's Gray. He's a rebel and doesn't want to do what he's told, Yor answered as she sat at the bar, munching on an apple. The other boy is named Lion, right? I bet when those two grow up, they're going to be quite the lookers, the lady teased. You think so? Yor replied curiously. Yeah. In fact, would you mind saving one of them for me? The lady asked. Yor scoffed. If you want those little headaches, you're welcome to them. You know, you're not going to have much luck with the men in town if they think you've got kids, the lady inquired. I don't need romantic advice. You are dismissed. You're not getting any younger, you are, and you deserve to be happy. Promise you'll give it a little thought, the lady begged. Yor looked back with her food. Yeah, sure. Tell me something, how long do you think it's going to take us to become stronger than you are? Lion asked cheerfully. How the heck should I know? Gray replied grumpily. She's the best wizard around, but my dream is to someday be better than she is, Lion said dreamily. Can't stop running your mouth, can you? Do you really think I care about that? Gray replied again in a grumpy tone. Why are you always so grumpy? Lion asked. Because you're all about master this, master that. It's bugging me, Gray replied. She told me she decided to teach you because she sees some kind of darkness inside of you, Lion said. Well, she's probably right, especially after everything I've been through, Gray admitted. Well, she wants to help you get rid of it, Lion smiled. I'll do that on my own. Just watch. Right now, all I care about is getting revenge on Deliora. And once I've learned enough magic, I'm out of here. Bye-bye, Ice Witch, Gray vowed. In return, Gray received a light punch to the head. Keep talking that way about me and you're in trouble, kid. You are warned. I'm sorry. Gray apologized. The three walked in silence until Gray suddenly asked, So when are you going to start teaching us some powerful magic? I already have, Yor replied. I'm not talking about that maker magic stuff. As far as I can tell, that junk's completely useless, Gray said grimly. Yor stopped in her tracks and turned back to look at Gray with a disappointed expression. Gray huffed and turned away, but Yor was not finished. Look me in the eyes, Gray. You are demanded. Finally, Gray faced Yor. I told you, maker magic gives you creative freedom. Once you're able to create your own style, you can make it as powerful as you want, Yor explained. You keep saying the same thing over and over again, Gray sighed, not realizing he had taken off his outer layers. Gray, we're in public. Put your clothes back on. You are panicked. Gray's eyes widened. Now I have this weird habit because of you. Don't you blame it on me. Yor playfully pushed Gray into the air, while Lion and the townspeople laughed. Let's get out of here. Yor's face was flushed as she carried Gray. Okay, Gray muttered. Well, that was embarrassing, Yor huffed. And hilarious. Lion laughed. Shut up, brown noser. Gray shot back. You shut up, streaker. Lion retorted. Have you heard any news about Deliora's whereabouts? A man on a passing cart asked the trio. Yeah. I heard it made its way to the northern continent. It's somewhere around Brago, another man replied. This conversation caught Gray's attention. I hope they don't end up suffering the same fate as Isfin, the first man added. Gray dropped his bag, causing Uar and Lion to look back in surprise. What's wrong? Uar asked. That's where it is. In Brago, Gray muttered. Amidst the stormy night, Gray walked away from Uar's cottage as Uar and Lion looked on in dismay. No way. Deliora is out of your league, Gray. It'll kill you. Don't go. Uar shouted in protest. Gray stopped. Beg all you want. You're not going to change my mind. Don't you understand? That demon took my mom and dad away from me. I have to get revenge. Leave, and you're no longer my student. You are warned. Fine. Better off without you. Gray shot back. Don't go, Lion murmured. And if that thing kills me, it'll be all your fault. You should have taught me real magic. Gray shouted. Great, your side. Lucy deadpanned as she tilted her head in the direction the temple was leaning. Guys? Is it just me, or does the temple look a little crooked right now? Lucy said. Naruto murmured, smiling softly to himself. So, he's just like me. He doesn't have a mom or a dad. Or, at least he had a mom and dad, but lost them to a demon of destruction. What happened to it? Happy wondered. I'm guessing Natsu, Gray immediately said. Me too, Erza agreed. Naruto raised his brows. Natsu? Wow, this guy seems pretty powerful and destructive. I don't know how he managed to pull it off, but he's the only one who would do something that crazy. It's a pretty great idea if he did it on purpose. Since the temple is tilted like that, the moonlight won't hit Deliora, Gray pointed out. You mean his habit of destroying stuff actually came in useful for once? Lucy sounded surprised. Naruto couldn't help but laugh at that. My head stuck. Looking sideways at the crooked temple hurt my neck. Happy chirped as he attempted to adjust his head but only ended up cracking it the other way. Suddenly, Erza's attention was drawn to a certain direction in the forest with a sharp gaze. Without warning, Naruto hastily scooped Lucy and Happy into his arms, catching them off guard as they yelped in surprise and swiftly evaded the incoming spikes aimed at the group along with Erza and Gray. Naruto landed hard on his feet, still holding onto Lucy and Happy before finally releasing them. Sorry I took you by surprise. Are you two okay? Naruto asked with concern. Yeah, thanks to you again. Lucy replied. Who's there? Erza demanded. We've tracked you down, Fairy Tail. A female voice from inside a monk shouted. We will not allow you to interfere, a male voice added. Not these guys. Gray said in dismay. I'm guessing they're Lion's minions, Naruto blurted. They're all around us. Lucy panicked. Happy croaked. I can handle this myself. Erza assured, summoning a sword into her hand. Are you sure? Gray asked. I'll take care of them. You go and settle things with Lion. Naruto, follow him. You've been cooped up in that forest for way too long. You need to start leaping into action. Erza commanded. Naruto and Gray paused and hesitated before looking at each other and nodding towards Erza. We'll stay here and fight with her. You just go and do what you gotta do, Lucy added. Happy chirped. Thanks, you guys. Gray smirked and looked over to the legendary Naruto Uzumaki standing beside him. I never thought this would be happening, but I really look forward to working with you. Naruto Uzumaki. Right back at ya. I gotta tell Lion that Uar is still alive. The only person that can stop him is me. Gray vowed. Do what you gotta do, buddy. I've got your back. Naruto assured. Gray looked over to Naruto, still in disbelief. He was running alongside Naruto Uzumaki, the legendary Naruto Uzumaki. Gray wanted to see just how powerful Naruto was, and he had a feeling he wouldn't be disappointed judging from the aura emanating from him. Uar couldn't defeat Deliora, Lion probably can't, and I know I probably couldn't either. But it may be a different case for Naruto. I know it. He has the power to defeat Deliora. Deliora roared furiously, looking down at Uar, whose clothes were tattered and body covered in grime. Ice make, Rose Garden. Uar shouted. A bed of icy roses burst from the ground, entangling Deliora before he broke free and unleashed a gust of flames across the town. Uar panted, exhausted. I can't keep this up, I'm using too much magic power. She glanced back at her two unconscious students. Gray groaned before shooting up in a panic, trembling violently as the demon Deliora wreaked havoc on the town once more. Ur calmly walked over and took Gray into her arms comfortingly. It's okay. Everything's going to be fine, Uar reassured him. Gray pulled away, looking up at her with fearful eyes. You're here. But why? I want you to grab Lion and get out of here. I can't concentrate on fighting if I have to protect you, Uar insisted, standing tall. Gray peeked over to see Lion's sleeping form. Oh no! He's fine. Just out cold, Uar assured. Gray ran over as Uar turned back to face the demon, glaring it down with determination. Deliora! It's too strong. I didn't stand a chance, Gray shouted in shame. Get going, Uar urged, walking off to battle the demon once again. Wait, why'd you come after me? I thought I wasn't your student anymore. Gray shouted. Uar paused. A friend said something to me recently that made me think. She told me I deserved to be happy. Which shocked me because I never thought of myself as unhappy. I have two adorable little students that I spend each day with, watching them grow into men. What more could I want? I don't think there's anything in the world that could make me happier, Uar said. Gray stood speechless until he noticed Uar's injured leg. Your leg? Oh, you noticed. I lost the real one, but this will do for now. My maker magic came in handy. I vowed I would free the darkness within you, and if that means I have to fight this demon, then so be it. Now get out of here and let me do this, Uar smiled. At this point, Gray was in tears. He couldn't bear the thought of leaving his precious master. No, I'm not leaving you. It's my fault that all of this happened. Gray protested. No one's at fault. This is just something we have to go through in order to be happy again, Uar said, beginning to walk away. Wait, Uar. Lion whispered, stopping her in her tracks and freeing himself from Gray's grip. I thought you were unconscious. I want you and Gray to you're going to defeat it, right? You're talking like you're not going to make it. Let her go. Shut up. Lion snapped. You can beat that thing no problem. You're the strongest wizard alive. That demon's no match for you. Lion said confidently. Uar turned around. Lion, how many times have I told you? There's always someone better. But that can't be true, Lion insisted. In the Western countries, there are many wizards who are more powerful than me, Uar explained. No, it's not true. It's not. Because you're the strongest. If you aren't, then why have I been training with you all this time? Lion questioned. One day you'll surpass me, and when that day comes, I hope you'll move on to a loftier goal. Uar said hopefully. I studied with you because I thought you were the strongest. If you let that monster defeat you, then you'll prove me wrong. Don't betray me. Lion pleaded. Lion. Uar shouted as he ran past her, charging toward the demon. If you're not going to give it your all, then I'll have to do it myself. Lion declared. Uar gasped. Lion spread his legs apart, holding his arms out and crossing them to form an X. Lion, that stance. Where did you learn that? Uar demanded. Where, you ask? Since you didn't want to teach us powerful magic yourself, I went to the storehouse and read all your magic books. You hid spells like the iced shell because you were scared. Lion shouted. Did you even bother to read that book all the way through? Do you know what happens to the spellcaster? Uar asked. Will he be okay? Gray asked nervously. I asked you a question. Answer me, Lion. Uar demanded. But Lion wouldn't hear it. He ignored her and continued with the spell. Please, you can't do this. Gray pleaded. No. It noticed us. Uar panicked. I know magic's too weak to kill Deliora. But if I cast the iced shell spell, I can seal it in ice for eternity. Lion smirked. However, Before Lion could continue, Yor encased him in her own ice. Sorry, Lion, but I can't let you do that. Yor frowned. But why is it bad? Gray asked. When that spell is cast, the user's body becomes the iced shell itself, Yor explained. Gray's face fell in horror. He's right though, that's the only way Deliora can be stopped. I never imagined Lion would come up with the same idea I had, said, impressed. Hey wait, where are you going? Gray shouted. The same aura around Lion formed around Yor, hinting that she was about to cast the iced shell. I must have taught him well, Yor said proudly. You are. Gray shouted. Stay back, Yor warned. Yor then got into the same stance Lion had been in before. Magic circles formed around Deliora. I won't ever let you hurt my students again. This is the end of the line for you, monster. Absolute freeze. Iced shell. Yor exclaimed, spreading her arms as ice charged at Deliora. No! Gray shouted in terror. Yor's body began to turn into ice, starting with her right eye. Please don't do it. Gray pleaded. It's a sacrifice I have to make to save the two of you. My body will become the ice that seals the demon Deliora for eternity. Promise me this one thing. Please. Tell Lion I died. If he finds out I turned to ice, he'd probably waste his entire life trying to undo the spell. And that would make my sacrifice meaningless. I want to see Lion live a full life. And Gray. I want the same for you, Yor said. I'm begging you. Please don't do this. I promise I'll do whatever you tell me from now on. Gray begged tearfully. There's no reason to be sad. I will live on. Please don't cry. I may not be with you, but I will protect you from Deliora. Be strong. Make me proud. Yor stated proudly. Gray shouted. I freed you from the darkness, Gray. I've sealed it away forever. Yor said with pride. Suddenly, I felt all the sadness and anger within me just disappear. At that moment, I swore that I would always be strong for her. I'd become the best wizard I could to make her proud of me. But Lion was different. Lion groaned, opening his eyes to the bright sun as he sat up. What did she do to me? Lion wondered. He saw the demon Deliora now encased in ice. That's Deliora. How did it happen? Did Yor cast the spell? Where is she now? Tell me. Lion demanded. Gray sat on the ground, head buried in his knees, stifling his sobs. She's gone, Gray uttered. Lion's eyes widened in disbelief. No, he whispered. No! He shouted, running over to Gray, shoving him to the ground and grabbing his collar. Jagged, how will I surpass her now? She's gone, and so is my dream because of you. Lion blamed. I'm sorry. Gray stuttered. That's not good enough. It won't bring her back. You killed my dream. If you hadn't challenged Deliora, this wouldn't have happened. Lion shouted, finally letting go of Gray. He stood up, glaring at Gray coldly. It's your fault she's gone. You're the one. You killed Master Yor. This could go on forever. So do yourself a favor. And give up. Natsu shot. I would never give you that satisfaction, Lion refused. Then you're asking for it? Natsu smirked, lighting his fist on fire. Oh, am I now? Lion taunted. The ice wall beside them suddenly began to crack until it finally broke, shattering into a million pieces. There stood Gray, with Naruto close behind him, his body relaxed and hands tucked in his pockets as he observed nonchalantly. Oh, it's Gray. Who's the blondie standing behind you? Natsu asked. Gray looked over at Naruto and chuckled, seeing the blonde slouched over without a care. He decided to take the honors of introducing this legendary person. This here is Naruto Uzumaki. That's Natsu over there. Nice to meet you, Natsu. Erza's talked about you a lot. Naruto smirked, waving to the pink-haired fire wizard. Natsu's eyes widened, and his jaw dropped. Say what? There's no way. Naruto Uzumaki is gone. There's no way. You're lying. Gray, you're lying. I'm not that stupid. Lion eyed Naruto with suspicion and mistrust. For once, I actually agree with this idiotic fireball. You died. You sacrificed your life to seal away Kagaya Otsutsuki, the great mother of all chakra. How are you alive? I don't believe it. You're a fake, Lion exclaimed. Oh, it's a long story, and I don't think I really have the time to explain, Naruto replied casually. Look, just let me handle this. It's time we settle things once and for all, Gray asserted. No way, man. You already lost to him once, Natsu protested, stepping in front of Gray. It's not going to happen again. Plus, I feel great thanks to Naruto. He helped me recover. So I'm ready to end this now, Gray declared confidently. Natsu raised an eyebrow. Helped you recover? I used my power to heal him, Naruto explained. Natsu was taken aback. He didn't want to believe it, but he was starting to accept that the blonde, spiky-haired man standing behind Gray was indeed Naruto Uzumaki. You seem awfully confident, Lion remarked, unfazed. You were right, Lion. I'm the one to blame for our master's death. But you're no better. You threatened my friends, harmed the villagers, and now you're trying to destroy what you sacrificed her life to create. It's time we face our consequences. Together, Gray said. Lion's eyes widened as Gray took a stance for the iced shell spell. Stance? Not the iced shell. Lion panicked. Iced shell? Natsu echoed. My master cast a spell called Iced Shell on this demon. She gave everything to seal it away forever. I would fight her if I could, but yours been gone for many years. Natsu recalled. Are you insane? You wouldn't dare. Lion shouted. If you want to live, change the villagers back to their human forms and leave this island forever. If you agree to that, I'll stop. Otherwise, this is the end. Gray warned as a magic circle formed beneath him. Is that so? Well, I don't believe a word of it. You're bluffing, Lion scoffed. Gray narrowed his eyes. The same aura that surrounded you now enveloped him. No, I'm not, Gray replied, his voice steady. You'll die. Lion shouted, trying to disrupt the spell with his magic, but was instead pushed back by the aura. Don't do it. Natsu pleaded. All these years I've lied to myself. I didn't want to admit that you died because of me. But she did. And it's time I took responsibility. I'm not afraid to face the consequences. If that's what it takes. Gray vowed. Stop this now. Lion demanded. What's it going to be, Lion? Are we going to die, or are we going to live? It's up to you. Gray shouted as his right eye glimmered with intensity. You wouldn't. You aren't brave enough to give your life. You're nothing but a coward. Lion shot back. Just watch. Gray insisted. Don't do it. Natsu begged, panic and despair etched on his face. Natsu, Erza. All my friends in fairy tale. The rest is up to you. I don't want to leave you, and Naruto. I really wanted to get to know you better. But my time is up. Naruto closed his eyes and took a deep breath before stepping forward, placing himself between Lion and Gray, surprising both of them and Natsu as they watched in anticipation. Naruto then bent down, stretching out his arms to grasp Gray and Lion's legs. With a firm grip, he effortlessly lifted them both and flung them across the room as if they were mere rag dolls. Gray and Lion crashed against the walls, hitting the icy floor with a thud. They groaned in discomfort from Naruto's overwhelming strength. Naruto stood between the two, arms crossed, gazing at them with a serious expression. Alright, you guys. Playtime is over. Gray and Lion groaned as they slowly sat up against the ice wall. Man, Naruto. Your throws are incredible. You could have really hurt me. Gray complained. Naruto tilted his head innocently. Oh, my bad. I was barely using half of my strength though. Natsu, Lion, and Gray widened their eyes. Not even half strength? What would have happened if he had gone all out? I can't even imagine. But with this strength, and with Naruto's help, even if Deliora were to be free, Naruto would undoubtedly be able to stop it, Gray concluded. Naruto turned to Gray and Lion. Listen to me. Whatever happened to your master was no one's fault. She sacrificed her life to seal away this demon so that you two could live full and happy lives as powerful wizards. Gray, if you throw your life away like that, then your master's sacrifice would have been for nothing. And Lion, there are other ways for you to surpass you. If you want to surpass her, you should be training even harder, learning magic that even she couldn't do, not destroying what she gave her life to create. Naruto chided. Gray sighed in defeat. I guess you're right, Naruto. But Lion scoffed quietly. Nonsense. Yeah, plus you can't just jump in and steal the spotlight with a bunch of fancy talk. Get back to the end of the line, pal. Natsu blurted, his expression sour. Back of what line? Gray flared angrily. I was here first, so it's my fight. Natsu said proudly, crossing his arms. What? When I got here, the first words out of my mouth were, leave him to me. Why you? Gray shot back, his voice now significantly more aggravated. What, you want some? Natsu smirked. Gray was absolutely not in the mood to joke around with Natsu. He grabbed Natsu's scarf, glaring hard at him. I don't care who said what. I have a score to settle with him, do you understand? I'm ready to do whatever it takes. Gray snapped. Natsu took hold of Gray's wrist, gripping it firmly, eyes locked on Gray's in mutual seriousness. Huh, sounds like you haven't been listening to what Naruto was saying earlier. How's throwing your life away going to settle anything? It sounds like you're trying to run away. Naruto stopped you for a reason, Gray. Natsu snapped back. Suddenly, the temple began shaking again, but this time it wasn't Natsu's doing. Meanwhile, Erza, Lucy, and Happy continued to take down the monks with ease. Do not back down. We must defeat all those who oppose the Cold Emperor. The female monk commanded, and the rest cheered along with her. Everyone outside suddenly felt the temple shake violently. What's that sound? Erza wondered in concern. It can't be. Lucy shouted in panic, looking over to see the once tilted temple now standing straight. Whoa! The temple just righted itself. Happy exclaimed. Naruto observed his surroundings with displeasure. He remembered entering the temple when it was tilted. The floor hadn't seemed level with the ground either. The temple is back to normal now. That can't be good. We all know what that means, Naruto said, scanning the space cautiously. Yeah, it means the moon's going to shine on Deliora, Gray noted, while Natsu angrily kicked and punched the floor, frustrated that the work he had done to tilt the temple was now undone. Zalti dashed in casually through the hole in the wall, smirking. Sorry for the disturbance, he said in a tone that lacked sincerity. Naruto raised an eyebrow, recognizing this masked man as the one who had been secretly spying on him, Lucy, and Erza from atop a cliff. Zalti, I should have known. I take it you did this? Lion assumed, unimpressed. Indeed I did, sir. The moon will be out soon, so I thought I would take the liberty of straightening out the temple for you, Zalti explained calmly, catching a glimpse of Naruto out of the corner of his eye before locking his gaze onto the shinobi. Zalti stared at Naruto for a long moment, making sure his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. He let out an anxious chuckle. May I ask, just who is the young man standing by Salamander? Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto answered. Oh please, you must be joking. There's no way you expect me to believe that, Zalti dismissed casually. I'll admit, this young man certainly resembles Naruto Uzumaki. He's got sun-kissed blonde spiky hair and whisker-like markings on either side of his face. But how can that be? Naruto Uzumaki died in a fight against the goddess of all chakra. How and why would he be here? Zalti pondered. You know, I really didn't expect someone like you to have fixed the tilted temple. Kudos to you, Naruto joked. I know, right? This weird, shady-looking dude fixed it all by himself. Gray added in agreement. Man, after I went through all that trouble to mess it up too. Hey, what did you do to fix it? Natsu demanded. Zalti was fixated on Naruto, frowning in suspicion before finally turning his attention to Natsu. He couldn't help but laugh at the frustrated pink-haired dragon slayer. Tell me how you fixed it. Natsu demanded again, his frustration growing. Well, now that everything else is in order, I suppose I should commence the moon drip ceremony, Zalti said, ignoring Natsu as he began making his way down to the cave that held Deliora. Hey! Natsu hollered angrily. Suddenly, Naruto swiftly moved from his spot, startling Natsu, Gray, and Lion as they jerked in surprise. They stared blankly at Naruto's now empty spot before hastily searching for him. "Holy crap, he's fast!" Natsu shouted in awe. Being a ninja, Naruto easily caught up with Salty, who glanced back and tried to escape from the incoming shinobi. Naruto's speed outmatched Salty's, and as he charged ahead, he collided with Salty's back. Salty yelped in surprise before falling over, stunned. Naruto halted and caught Salty's body before it slumped onto the hard ground. He then slung Salty over his shoulder and turned back to Natsu, Gray, and Lion, who stood gaping at Naruto in astonishment. "Naruto! He moved so fast. The three of us couldn't see him at all. His strength is incredible. It felt like my bones were being crushed against the wall when he threw me and Lion earlier. And that was just him holding back. Wow, Naruto is incredibly powerful." Gray observed, eyeing Naruto closely. "Now then, come on Natsu, let's not interrupt Gray in his battle with Lion. You and I need to take care of the demon," Naruto said confidently. Natsu nodded, finally snapping out of his daze. "Wait, what are you planning, Naruto?" Gray asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice. "Natsu, where is the demon located?" Naruto asked, ignoring Gray's question. "It's underground, beneath the temple. I can take us there if you want," Natsu replied. "I would appreciate that, thank you, Natsu," Naruto said, accepting the offer. "Come on then, let's leave Gray and Lion to their fight." He gestured for the fire wizard to lead the way to Deliora. "Just follow me, Naruto," Natsu smirked with excitement. "I have to admit, I'm really looking forward to fighting alongside him. I really hope he is Naruto Uzumaki." However, just before Naruto and Natsu headed off to confront Deliora, Gray growled in frustration. "Naruto, what are you doing? You need to tell me your plan." "Let us handle Deliora, Gray. Your priority should be to settle the score with Lion. Don't worry about anything else," Naruto replied, turning to look at the ice wizard, his eyes filled with sincerity and assurance. "Naruto is right. Give it your all, Gray. I believe in you. For Fairy Tail." Natsu raised his fist in salute to their beloved guild. Gray narrowed his eyes, gritting his teeth in determination before nodding. "Thank you, Natsu. Naruto. I promise I won't let you down." With that, Naruto and Natsu walked off, Naruto still carrying the unconscious Salty. Well, Naruto Uzumaki in the flesh. "And what a pair you and Natsu make," Lion taunted. "Tell me something. Just a moment ago, when I was about to freeze us for good, you were either counting on Natsu or Naruto to stop me, right?" Gray questioned. "No, quite the opposite. I never thought Natsu would be foolish enough to come near a spell like that." "Same with Naruto. He seemed to think this was none of his concern," Lion replied. "So you were just going to stand there and take the hit?" Gray asked incredulously. "Exactly. Because I knew someone would come to rescue me. You, on the other hand, would be finished for good," Lion explained. "I should have known," Gray muttered grimly. "It would certainly be inconvenient to be sealed in ice, but my allies are just as devoted to my cause as I am. As long as we are on the island, they could use the moon drip to melt the ice whenever they wanted," Lion pointed out. Gray frowned. "I didn't think of that. Guess the iced shell was completely useless here. Even so, you still want to fight? After what happened last time? Don't fool yourself, you could never." "That's enough." Gray interrupted. "What?" Lion gasped. "Just forget about Deliora," Gray said firmly. "What kind of nonsense is this? Your threats don't work, so you turn to begging? Does your guild have a dentist that removes your fangs? Or are you just a coward?" Lion taunted. "Lion, there's something I have to tell you," Gray finally said. "What is it?" Lion spat. Is still alive," Gray revealed. Lion froze, his face paling. "The iced shell doesn't kill its caster, it uses their body to form the barrier. The ice that's keeping Deliora sealed away, which you've been trying to melt, is actually Master Uar. She isn't dead, she lives on as that ice. I'm sorry I never told you the truth back then. You made me promise to keep quiet," Gray apologized, while Lion remained frozen in shock. If Lion found out I've been turned to ice, he'd probably waste his entire life trying to undo the spell. Of course, Lion finally muttered. It's over, there's no reason to go through with this anymore. Gray added, but he was met with an ice tiger crashing into his back. Gray struggled, groaning in pain as he fell to his knees. You fool! I know how the spell works. I can assure you she's not alive anymore. That's nothing more than a chunk of ice, Lion smirked maliciously. You knew all along? Gray gasped, struggling to rise from the ground. Knowing is one thing, believing is another. And if you truly believe you is alive in there, you're an even greater fool than I thought, Lion insulted. Gray shot Lion a furious glare. You knew the truth. You still did this. Gray growled, finally getting back on his feet. And what of it? Lion asked nonchalantly. Gray gritted his teeth before finally punching Leon square in the face, sending him crashing into the ice wall. Impossible! How can you move with that wound? Lion demanded. Well, surprise, surprise. Naruto actually used his amazing power to heal me. And I've had enough. I wanted to save you. But I give up now, Gray grumbled. You want the title of star pupil for yourself? I'm sorry, but I have to fight against Deliora soon, and I would rather not waste any of my energy on you, Lion retorted. Then we'll just use our fists, Gray declared, raising his fist. You want me to fight you without using magic? That's fine by me, Lion smirked. Gray charged ahead, seemingly gaining the upper hand, but was quickly knocked down when Lion struck him painfully in the stomach. Gray choked, falling over. Strike your opponents in the weak spot and hit it with all you've got. You are taught us that, remember? Lion snarled. Gray glared. You have no right to speak her name. And I won't let you. But Lion struck him again in the stomach with a painful kick. Gray let out a choked cry before collapsing once more. Once Natsu and Naruto reached the location of Deliora, Naruto hastily threw Zalti onto the ground before turning his attention to the demon. He examined the ice-covered Deliora carefully. Natsu approached slowly, glancing down at Zalti and then back at Naruto. I can't believe it. Is this really the legendary Naruto Uzumaki? I can't believe this. But this aura, and his appearance, everything matches Makarov's description. Sun-kissed blonde spiky hair, 3 whiskers on either side of his face, and ocean blue eyes. It's got to be him. I hope it is him. What should we do with him? Natsu asked. Naruto shrugged. Don't worry about him. We have more important things to deal with right now. Finally, Zalti began to regain consciousness. He looked around, realizing he was underground with the demon Deliora, along with Naruto and Natsu. Demon you, Naruto Uzumaki. I can't believe you knocked me out with a single headbutt. He certainly is very powerful. He's not called a legend for nothing. There's no way to stop it. Tonight, Deliora shall be revived. Zalti proclaimed. But Naruto remained unfazed, continuing to fixate his gaze upon Deliora while Natsu watched restlessly. Zalti grunted, frustrated by the silence he received from Naruto. What are you planning? You know, for some reason, you seem like a man but you have a hint of lady's perfume, Naruto pointed out playfully. Oh good, I'm not the only one who noticed that, Natsu sighed in relief. Whatever do you mean? I am a man, and I don't wear lady's perfume, Zalti denied sharply. Demon him. How did he sense it? Naruto. What's the plan? Natsu asked. You'll see. Lion continued to relentlessly attack Gray, throwing punch after punch. All Gray could do was endure it. What a shame. Your fists are as weak as your magic. Lion taunted. Gray lunged at Lion, trying to land a blow, but Lion quickly struck him into the wall. Panting, Gray smirked. What we're doing right now kind of reminds me of someone else I used to spar with as a kid, Gray reminisced. This is the end. Lion cackled as the two charged at each other, with Lion landing another successful blow on Gray. Get up! Natsu! Gray immediately thought of. A young Natsu sat on the ground, exhausted and huffing for breath. A young Gray walked over, equally worn out. Come on, get up! Natsu shouted. You're the one that needs to get up, so you come on. Gray shot back. Makarov and a young Erza watched in deadpan. Natsu and Gray charged at each other again. Gray eyed Natsu as he lay flat on his back, then turned to walk away. "Sorry, but I win," Gray proclaimed. But Natsu wouldn't have it. "Hold on. This fight's not over yet, Gray." Gray looked in disbelief and finally smirked. "Well, if that's the way you want it." The two charged at each other once more. In the same fashion, Gray sat on the ground with Lion standing triumphantly over him, though panting in exhaustion. "That settles it. You're no match for me," Lion said, smirking and turning away from Gray. "Hold on. This fight's not over just yet." Gray insisted. Lion sighed in frustration. "I should have defeated you when I had the chance." Once again, the two lunged at each other, preparing to strike. Although Lion landed a blow on Gray's cheek, Gray managed to send Lion crashing into the ice wall. "You're going to have to step up your game if you want to beat me," Gray exclaimed angrily. Lion retaliated with equal force, headbutting Gray. "I didn't give up against Natsu, and I won't against you," Gray vowed, headbutting Lion in return. The two continued to exchange blows as if their lives depended on it. "I'm not going to lose, you hear me?" Gray vowed again. "I won't lose. You're going down," Gray shouted. "You can never defeat me." Lion spat furiously. "I remember looking at the sky that day. I don't know why, but it was so blue it made me angry," Gray thought. Finally, Gray delivered a decisive kick to Lion, ultimately defeating him in their battle. "Notice anything strange, Lucy?" Erza asked as she and Lucy stood back to back, facing the enemy monks. "Yeah, even though there are a lot of them, their magic seems weak for some reason," Lucy noted. "Exactly. As far as I can tell, there are only 5 wizards among them," Erza pointed out. "Ah, man, I guess I'm going to have to go easy on them," Happy said. "Just keep telling yourself that," Lucy replied dryly. "Do you think you can handle this one?" Erza asked. Lucy smirked, taking out Cancer's golden gate key. "Oh, you bet. Open." Gate of the giant crab. "Cancer," Lucy called out. We've met before, haven't we?" Erza wondered. Cancer knelt before the redhead. "Indeed we have, and as always, I'm at your service, miss," he gushed. "I thought you always said, baby. What's with miss? And aren't you supposed to be at MY service?" Lucy shouted in annoyance. "I think someone's jealous." Happy teased. "Take them down. But don't kill them, just rough them up, okay?" Lucy ordered. "All right, baby." Lion struggled for breath, clutching the ice wall he had created for support. His face showed disgust. "The Cold Emperor. Defeated in battle by the likes of you. I won't stand for it. Naruto Uzumaki was supposed to take the honor." Lion choked. "If you were fighting Naruto, you'd be on death's doorstep. So get over here and fight," Gray demanded, eyeing him coldly. Lion grunted in anger. "Ice make, snow dragon." An ice dragon sprang from the ground, wrapping itself around Gray, who easily broke free and crashed to the floor. "I thought we agreed not to use magic, Lion." Gray snarled. "Don't be such a sore loser. This duel was pointless. Deliora will be revived either way. It's far too late to stop me now." Lion grinned menacingly. Gray gripped his fist, struggling to sit up. "I won't stop trying," Gray said stubbornly. "Try all you want, but Zolty should be preparing to start the moondrip ceremony as we speak. I'm pretty sure he's awake by now." "But poor him, Naruto's brutal headbutt must have hurt very much," Lion taunted. "Not with Naruto and Natsu around. The second you underestimate Natsu is the second you lose." Gray smirked, having full faith in his friend. "Naruto, what's your plan? Tell me," Natsu demanded, growing impatient. Naruto stood still and silent, watching as the moonlight shined on Deliora. "Come on, any minute now." Zolty cackled. "He probably doesn't have a plan." Natsu growled. "Naruto, the moonlight is shining on the demon. Any minute now, the ice will melt, and Deliora will be free again." Naruto remained silent, relaxed, his body slouched with his hands tucked in his pockets as usual. Natsu heaved in frustration, getting no answers from the legendary shinobi. Naruto peeked over at the riled-up dragon slayer and chuckled softly to himself at how similar Natsu was to his younger self back in the Hidden Leaf Village. "Natsu," Naruto finally called out, his head tilted down and eyes closed. "What? Do you trust me?" Natsu hesitated before finally answering. "Yes. Then trust that I know what I'm doing," Naruto asserted, raising his head, opening his eyes, and looking straight at the demon. Natsu exhaled and replied, "Oh, I trust you." "Thank you, Natsu." "Gosh, what's wrong with me? Just have faith in him. If it really is Naruto Uzumaki, then he will definitely help us and pull through." Zalti observed Naruto in wonder. Naruto Uzumaki sure is one hell of a mystery. Just how he ended up here was a mystery. The monks lay in ruins, groaning in pain after cancer had given them a solid beating. "Excellent work, let's head to the temple," Erza said. "Right," Lucy replied. "No, wait," a firm old female voice called out. Lucy turned around in surprise. "We won't let you interfere with the cold emperor," the female monk insisted stubbornly. "Those headpieces. You people are from the city of Brago. And you want revenge," Erza realized. The female monk narrowed her eyes, recalling the horrifying moments when the demon Deliora had rampaged through the city, tearing it apart. As Naruto continued to watch the moonlight drip onto the ice encasing Deliora, Natsu gazed at him in awe. Ever since Natsu had heard the myths and legends, he had idolized Naruto as a hero, always eager to fight him. But now that he had truly met him, he wanted to know more. Everything about this young man fascinated him. Natsu hoped to become close friends with Naruto and, like Erza, wished for him to join Fairy Tail. Zalti also stood watching the moon drip ceremony in progress. "So tell me now, why are you allowing the moon drip ceremony to proceed?" "You were the last person I thought would allow this," Zalti asked curiously. Naruto ignored the masked man and remained silent, continuing to observe Deliora's current condition. Zalti growled, growing more frustrated with each passing moment. The temple suddenly began to shake violently. "I've got a bad feeling that this isn't Natsu or Naruto," Gray said grimly. "The ceremony is finally reaching completion," Lion said triumphantly. "The ice ceiling Deliora has begun to melt away," he noted. "You are," Gray thought in terror. "There's nothing you can do, it's too late to stop me. You and your friends have failed. Not even the great Naruto could stop this. Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting for this moment, Gray? Since I last saw you, I've been gathering knowledge and allies who will aid me. I was fortunate enough to discover this place and island where you can collect the light of the moon." "Galuna," Lion said proudly, summoning ice eagles and sending them off to attack Gray, who skillfully evaded them. It wasn't an easy task transporting Deliora from Brago. "And the moon drip has taken 3 years." Lion smirked. Gray looked on in dismay. "You've been wasting your time on this ridiculous plan for 3 years? Ridiculous? How dare you say that? You spent the last 10 years in some foolish guild, piddling your life away." Lion retorted angrily. "Because I put my faith in what you are told me." Gray shot back. "In Western countries, there are many wizards who are more powerful than me. So I went west, and eventually made it to Fairy Tail, and she was right. The guild was so full of powerful wizards that I couldn't believe it," Gray explained. "I don't think I can help you. The iced shell is based on the will of its caster. And because that will is absolute, a third body cannot melt the ice no matter what magic they use," Makarov had told him. "No way. You're telling me that even with all the strong wizards you have, you can't break the spell?" Gray shouted in dismay. "Actually, now that you think about it, there may be a way," Makarov said, sparking hope in the young boy. "On second thought, it's not a good idea. If you melt the ice, it would be no different than killing your master," Makarov warned. "I didn't know it at the time, but I bet the old man was thinking about the moon drip when he said that, after everything you are did for us, you'd kill her without a second thought. You make me sick." Gray spat venomously. "Say what you want, I don't care. My entire life has led up to this moment. Our master is long dead. If we want to prove that we have surpassed her, what can we do in her absence? Think, Gray. Lion smirked, transforming parts of his right arm into a chunk of snow. He lunged at Gray, who quickly dodged. There's only one answer. Deliora, I will surpass our master by defeating the one thing she could not. Lion proclaimed, swinging his iced arm endlessly at Gray, who evaded every attack. Well, that's a pretty ambitious plan. But I can't stop thinking that you might have missed the point somewhere along the way. Gray replied, finally breaking Lion's attacks with his own ice sword. Someone as blind as you can never be better than you are. Not in 100 years. Wake up, Lion. Gray commanded, delivering a decisive blow with his sword. But it turned out to be a feint. Lion reappeared behind Gray slyly. Fooled you, didn't I? Ice Snow Tiger. Lion hollered. A massive ice tiger burst from the ground, lunging at Gray. Calm as ever, Gray avoided the attack, imprisoning it in an ice prison. He landed on top of the prison he created and looked down at his old friend. You see this, Lion? This is what you are. Gray insulted. What? Lion snapped. A beast in a cage, lashing out at a world he barely knows. Gray taunted. Utter nonsense. I'll make quick work of that spell of yours. Lion scoffed, gesturing at the tiger, attempting to free it from Gray's ice cage. Single-handed spell casting is too unbalanced. Your creations will let you down when you need them the most, Gray replied. He performed the steps for the Maker magic, holding his arms out as if carrying something large. Ice cannon! Gray shouted, firing it and sending huge chunks of ice at Lion, who cried out as he was propelled through the walls of the temple, completely incapacitated. You are taught us that, remember? Gray concluded. Jirai. Lion choked weakly before finally collapsing in defeat. Gray sighed in relief as he looked at his fallen friend. Finally, the last drop of ice fell, and Deliora's nightmarish roar echoed through the air. Lucy nearly toppled over, covering her ears and trying to block out the horrendous sound. My ears weren't ready for this. Happy cried. That doesn't sound too promising. Erza said grimly. What exactly is happening over there? How are you handling this situation right now, Naruto? It's so loud. Natsu screeched, covering his ears in pain from Deliora's deafening roar as his eardrums threatened to burst from the thundering sound. Finally, Naruto muttered. Man, you really are underwhelming, especially in this condition. It would be an insult for Kurama to even have to face you in combat. The ice finally cracked, and Deliora emerged, its rage echoing throughout Galuna Island. Yes, it's free. Zalti cheered. Gray's wild bangs overshadowed his face. That sound. I can never forget that sound. Deliora. Lion croaked. They did it. They actually revived it. Gray furrowed his brows, gritted his teeth tightly, and his eyes widened in panic and shock. I really hope you've got a plan, Naruto. If not, then there's only one way. Iced shell. Deliora's overwhelming roar echoed throughout Galuna Island, piercing the ears of the villagers. Finally, the moment is here. Zalti cheered, waving his arms in excitement. Naruto glared at Zalti in agitation, thinking, he's really getting on my nerves. I need to deal with him first so he doesn't become an inconvenience later on. What was that noise? It sounded like some kind of monster growling. Lucy exclaimed in horror. It was probably just your stomach, Lucy. Happy teased, even in the seriousness of the moment. You know, you're not as funny as you think you are, Lucy retorted, annoyed. Do you think that sound might have been Deliora? Erza asked nervously. Oh no, you mean that they brought it back to life? Lucy shrieked in terror. Look at that purple light. That's the moon drip. Happy gasped, pointing to the purple magic circle with moonlight filtering through it. Then, the ear-splitting roar of Deliora came again. It must be. Erza muttered. Naruto, I hope you have a plan. Hey, you need to eat something. Happy insisted. And you need to be quiet before I lose my patience. Lucy snapped back. That might be the demon growling, but someone is still performing the moon drip ceremony up there. This means they haven't fully revived it yet, So we still have a chance. Come on. Erza commanded as she began to run. Wait, Deliora's below us. Lucy said, stunned. Stopping the ceremony is our only hope. We have to hurry. Erza shouted back. Zalti chuckled, smirking slyly. Naruto let out a frustrated huff. A genjutsu will suffice for now. He approached Zalti, activating his Sharingan. The intense red eyes began to take effect, freezing Zalti in fear. The aura of the Sharingan overwhelmed him, and he could only stare into Naruto's hypnotic gaze. What's happening? Zalti stammered before his eyes rolled back, rendering him unconscious. Naruto turned his attention to the masked man, catching a whiff of a woman's perfume. Now that's interesting. What is a man like Zalti doing wearing women's perfume? Natsu gasped. What did you just do, Naruto? Naruto glanced back at Natsu, who was frozen in silence, captivated by the Sharingan. Your eyes, Naruto. What happened to them? Natsu asked, concerned. This is called the Sharingan. I used it to put Zalti under an illusion. It's not a powerful genjutsu, but it's enough to keep him out for a few hours. Right now, I can't have distractions while fighting Deliora, Naruto explained, deactivating his dojutsu. Oh, that I see. Natsu replied, still unnerved by Naruto's eyes. Just who are you? Everything about you is a mystery. Don't worry too much about it. We have more important matters to focus on. Just then, Erza, Lucy, and Happy reached the top of the temple. With a powerful swing, Erza struck down Toby, effectively stopping the moon drip. So, this guy was doing it all by himself? Happy said in disbelief. Too late. It's over. The ceremony's already been completed, Toby declared. Erza grunted in frustration, her expression filled with concern as Deliora emerged, fully freed from the ice that had encased it. No way. Lucy muttered in absolute terror. What is this? Something terrible is happening, the village chief Mocha said grimly. We have to get off the island, chief, a villager panicked, tugging at Mocha's arm, trying to pull him away from Bobo's gravestone. I'm staying. You all can go. I'm not leaving this place behind. Mocha said stubbornly, clinging to his son's gravestone. Gray looked up at Deliora in disbelief. His nightmare had come true. The ice that had held Uar was melting, and the demon Deliora was free once again. Gray bent down, scooping up the water from Uar's ice before letting it drip back down, flowing with the melted ice. He gazed sorrowfully, his bangs covering his eyes. Thank you, Gray whispered softly. Naruto approached him, offering a look of empathy. He placed an arm around Gray's shoulder, allowing him to mourn in silence. Naruto understood Gray's emotions all too well. Seeing him mourn reminded him of Jiraiya, whom he had lost. Hey, what are you doing here? Natsu shouted, catching the attention of both Gray and Naruto. Natsu! Gray exclaimed. There's only one thing we can do now. We have to take that thing down. Natsu declared resolutely. Neither of you are strong enough. But I am, and I will defeat it. Lion said, crawling on the ground. Lion! Gray muttered, feeling pity. I'm going to surpass you finally. Lion laughed. You can't fight. You can't even get up off the floor. Natsu shouted. Deliora roared once more as Lion gazed at it triumphantly. I've waited so long for this moment. Lion proclaimed. Looking for the most powerful wizard? Uar is the strongest around here. She's been hidden in the mountains ever since she lost her daughter years ago. I've never met another wizard as skilled as she is, a man had said. Lion looked up in amazement. Wow, that you are. Do you think she'll teach me magic? She was strong, but still not strong enough to defeat that demon. I'm going to do what Uar never could. Lion vowed. It's bad enough you took that punk in. Now you're teaching him magic too. Lion shouted in dismay. He told me he wanted to learn. Is that a problem? You asked. You don't need him. You've already got me to take the place of your daughter. Lion shouted carelessly, earning a slap on the cheek from Uar. Lion clutched his cheek, looking up at Uar, who leaned down to meet his gaze sternly. Lion, let's get this straight. I've never once thought of you as a replacement for my daughter. You are who you are, you're my adorable student. Finally, my dream will be fulfilled, Lion declared proudly. However, Gray had reached his limit with Lion's antics and decided to take action, swiftly knocking him out with a precise strike to the back of his neck, causing Lion to collapse to the ground, unconscious. Now then, Naruto, do you have a plan to stop this demon? If not, I will gladly cast Iced Shell on Deliora to seal it away, just as my master did, Gray stated firmly. Naruto placed a hand on Gray's shoulder and offered him a reassuring smile. Don't worry, buddy, leave this to me. I've got it. Gray sighed. I shouldn't leave this to you, I should be the one to handle this. I'm sorry, I just met you and I'm already putting so much on your shoulders. Excuse my rudeness. Naruto chuckled. I told you before, Gray, your only priority tonight was to settle the score with Lion, and from the looks of it, you did just that. Plus, you've done enough work tonight, just rest for a bit. I promise this won't take long. It really isn't a burden at all, so don't worry about anything. That's right, Gray, have faith in Naruto. He's Naruto after all. I think he's proven that to be true already, Natsu smirked, finally placing his full trust in the person he had always admired. Gray took a deep breath and nodded to Naruto. Thank you, Naruto, we're counting on you. Naruto nodded back before turning his attention to the demon. He focused on Deliora, observing and processing everything happening before him, preparing for action. I understand everything. Deliora was never alive. He was dead all along. That means it should be quite easy to defeat him. Naruto closed his eyes, extending his arm, flexing his fist and stretching out his fingers. Concentrating, he gathered a small amount of chakra to the palm of his hand. Finally, Naruto opened his eyes and surged from his spot, leaping high into the air. Once he made eye contact with the demon, he balled his hand into a fist, ensuring that only a pinch of chakra was concentrated there before delivering a decisive blow to Deliora. As Naruto landed back on the ground, Deliora began to crack into dozens of pieces, resembling shards of glass, as if on the verge of shattering. In an instant, Deliora exploded into tiny particles, scattering dust and ashes everywhere. Lion was left speechless, while Gray was astonished by how easily Deliora was defeated, even at the hands of Naruto. Natsu finally realized what Naruto's plan had been. Impossible! Lion shouted in disbelief as the realization hit him hard. So, Deliora was already dead. Naruto nodded. It took me a while. I sensed something was off the moment I came down and saw the actual physical demon encased in ice. Gray's eyes widened in shock. Natsu stood frozen for a moment before fully grasping the situation. So, is that why you wanted to fight Deliora? You already had a feeling, didn't you? Natsu asked, amazement in his voice. Naruto smirked and nodded in response to the pink-haired dragon slayer. So Naruto, you knew all along. You're amazing, Gray muttered. Sorry for doubting you, Naruto. From now on, I will always have complete faith in you, Natsu apologized. Naruto smiled. Thank you, Natsu. Meanwhile, Lion sobbed in sorrow and disappointment. The ground trembled, and water began to leak from the temple like multiple waterfalls. What's going on? Happy wondered. I don't know. Lucy replied. For 10 years, Yor has gradually depleted the demon's life force. What we just saw were nothing but its last dying breaths. My dream is dead, there's no hope now. I will never surpass Yor. Lion choked, punching the ground in frustration. Wow, your teacher was pretty awesome. Natsu smiled. I freed you from the darkness, Gray. I've sealed it away forever. Gray broke down into tears, finally understanding the sacrifice his beloved master made for him. You saved my life again. Thank you, Yor. Gray cried tearfully in gratitude. Natsu grinned, happy for his best friend. Naruto looked on with contentment. Seeing Gray and his master reminded him of his own bond with Jiraiya. He understood the pain of losing a precious mentor all too well. Naruto approached the misty-eyed Gray. Listen to me. I know how you feel. It hurts very much. That's why I'm doing this. I don't ever want you to go through what I had to. Gray looked up at Naruto, confused. What do you mean by that, Naruto? Do me a favor, Gray, and step back. Don't ask questions. You'll find out soon enough. Got it? Naruto instructed. Hesitantly, Gray nodded and stepped back to Natsu, who was just as clueless. I wonder what he's doing. Naruto is so mysterious. Just who is he? Gray pondered. I don't know, but there's one thing I do know. Trust him. He knows what he's doing, Natsu replied. Naruto, you said you knew how I feel. What do you mean? You can't just tell me something like that and bottle everything else in. I want to know so much more about you, Gray thought in frustration. Naruto took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and stepped onto the water, astonishing Gray and Natsu as he stood on the surface. Naruto, you never cease to amaze me. No wizard alive can stand on top of the water. I really hope you join Fairy Tail, Gray thought in awe. Naruto bit his thumb, and a hint of blood splashed out. He performed a series of hand signs before slamming his palm down onto the water, causing markings to appear across its surface. Naruto then clasped his hands together, forming a tiger hand sign. Sealing technique, release. Naruto shouted. Gray and Natsu gasped as they noticed the water begin to dry up, slowly forming the figure of a female body. Gray watched intently, his heart racing. No way. Don't tell me he's doing what I think he's doing. Finally, the female figure took shape, revealing Master You Are. Gray immediately teared up and rushed over to her. You are, he shouted, joyfully running to her side. You looked over and smiled happily at her precious Gray. She held her arms open, ready to take him in for a much-needed embrace. Gray fell to his knees as Uar enveloped him in a warm and tender hug. Oh Gray, look at you all grown up. Uar smiled joyfully. Natsu grinned widely upon witnessing the emotional reunion between master and student. Naruto stood up, watching the tearful moment from afar with contentment. He took off the kusanagi from his back and handed it over to Natsu. Hold this for me, would you, Natsu? Natsu nodded, swinging the kusanagi over his shoulder. Naruto removed his red sage coat and walked over to Uar as she finally released Gray from the embrace. He gently placed the coat over Uar, offering her some modesty. Gray smiled heartily at the gesture. Naruto, I am forever in debt to you. Thank you. Ooh, you're going to think I'm crazy, but that right there is Naruto Uzumaki. The Naruto Uzumaki, Gray said excitedly. Uar turned her gaze to Naruto, eyeing him carefully before chuckling softly. What a strange incident, but what an honor to meet the legendary Naruto Uzumaki himself. You yourself are quite the legend. You've done many great things and taught your students well, Naruto praised. Uar looked at him and smiled in pleasure. Lion groaned faintly, finally finding the strength to stand and walk over to his master and fellow student. Tears welled in Lion's eyes as he saw his precious master, overcome with guilt. You are. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Lion wept softly with regret. Uar sighed, Oh Lion, come here. Lion's legs gave out as he fell weakly, sobbing into Uar's arms while she rubbed soothing circles on his back. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Never again, I promise. Never again. Oh Lion, you haven't changed, have you? You're still the cute little idiot you always were. No matter what happens, you and Gray will always be my adorable pupils, Uar soothed. Not long after, Lucy's upbeat voice could be heard as she, Erza, and Happy walked into the dungeon. Hey you guys. Lucy chirped, waving gleefully at the boys. Erza sighed in relief upon seeing her team and Naruto safe and sound. The three froze in shock at the sight of Uar. Naruto chuckled at their astonishment. Naruto, what's going on? What happened? Is that Uar? Erza asked in disbelief. Yeah, I used a special sealing jutsu to bring her back. It turns out Deliora was already dead, so it only took one hit to finish it, Naruto explained briefly. I see, Erza replied, thinking, you're full of surprises, Naruto. Happy flew over to Natsu, who was just as glad to see his trusty little blue cat, happily snuggling him. As soon as Natsu spotted Erza, he jumped in surprise and attempted to run away, knowing exactly why she was there, but Erza caught him effortlessly. Gray approached Lion, looping his arm around his shoulder to help him stand. Gray smiled, glad to see his childhood friend finally coming to his senses. "Here, Naruto, your sword," Natsu said, walking up to hand the Kusanagi back to Naruto. "Thanks." Naruto was approached by Gray, Lion, and UR, and he swung the Kusanagi onto his back. "Thank you, Naruto. You truly are a mystery, being able to bring someone back to life." "You're a legend," Lion said in admiration, avoiding eye contact with the shinobi. "Yeah. Thanks, Naruto. I don't know how you did it, but I'm really glad you did," Gray chuckled. "Of course. So what's going to happen? Are you going to join Fairy Tail, UR?" Naruto asked. UR shook her head. "No. I'm going to head back to the mountains. Thank you for bringing me back. You certainly live up to the legend." Naruto chuckled, holding up his hands in modesty. "You are a legend, sealing the demon away, managing to deplete it of its power, and saving your precious students." UR tilted her head in curiosity. She could see the darkness in Gray before, and now she noticed the deep sorrow in Naruto's baby blue eyes. Something must have happened to him. Something terrible. Otherwise, I wouldn't see such sadness in those innocent blue eyes. "Have you had any masters or mentors before?" she asked. Naruto paused in silence before giving an empty smile and simply replying, "Yes." "So, what happened to them?" Gray wondered but dared not to ask, knowing better than to tread on unstable ground. Erza felt her heart sink, recognizing the fakeness of that smile. Like Gray, she wanted to know more about Naruto but refrained from asking sensitive questions. The group began walking back to the surface, but Naruto had one final thing on his mind. "Hey," he called. The group looked back at him with curious expressions. "What is it, Naruto?" Erza asked, a hint of nervousness in her voice. "You guys go on without me. I still have unfinished business to take care of. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. I'll meet you back up there soon," Naruto assured. Erza nodded before turning back to the group. "Be careful." With that, the group continued on without him. Meanwhile, Zalti groaned as he opened his eyes, waking up to a horrible ache in his head and a painful bruise in his hips. Finally, Zalti's eyes were wide open. He sat up in a panic, realizing he was still underground alone where Deliora had been. Except, the demon was no longer there. Instead, he found only the shattered remnants of Deliora. In a fit of rage, he slammed his fist into the ground and screamed in frustration, disrupting Naruto's peaceful meditation. Naruto sat on top of the water, his legs crisscrossed, hands pressed together, and eyes closed. He sighed in dismay and jumped to his feet, looking over at the disheveled masked man throwing an immature tantrum. Seeing that, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. "You know, that's quite the fit you're throwing right there," he teased. Zalti growled and turned to see the blonde shinobi standing on top of the water. "Go to hell." "Right back at you, buddy," Naruto replied jokingly, a hint of coldness in his tone. Zalti grunted in irritation. Naruto slowly approached the masked figure, his posture relaxed, hands in pockets, exuding an air of indifference. "And by the way, you can drop the disguise. Don't worry, your secret is safe with me. Mississippi." He flashed a smug grin. Zalti's eyes widened in shock. "But how?" "I don't know what you're talking about. Don't you dare." "Call me a miss, I am a man," Zalti insisted stubbornly. Naruto sighed. "Well, anyway, I need you to do me a favor." "Why would I ever help you?" Zalti scoffed. Naruto's gaze turned icy, devoid of any emotion. He stepped closer to Zalti, leaning down so their eyes met. "Listen closely. You will use your powers to restore the destroyed village. If you try anything suspicious, I assure you, you will regret it. Understood?" His voice was quiet yet menacing. Zalti trembled, fear coursing through him, and nodded. "Great." Naruto smiled innocently as he straightened up and began to walk away. He turned back, his expression hardening. "Just to ensure you follow my orders, I'll be watching your every move. The moment you try something, I will intervene." Zalti groaned in frustration. "So, who are you really?" Naruto asked, his tone softening slightly. With a reluctant sigh, Zalti decided to reveal his true form, transforming into a stunning young woman with long, straight black hair and features reminiscent of Uar. "This is my true form. My name is Altair," she said. To her surprise, Naruto responded with a warm smile that touched her heart. "You're a beautiful young lady. Why hide under a man?" Naruto asked. Altair felt a gentle smile tug at her lips in response to the compliment. "That is none of your business," she snapped, though her tone was less harsh than before. Uar decided to leave immediately, so Erza offered her the boat that she and Naruto had used to reach Galuna Island. Gray and Lion tearfully bid farewell to their beloved master, their hearts at ease knowing Uar was alive and well. Erza, Lucy, Natsu, and Happy watched with bittersweet emotions. Uar was alive, but she would return to her isolated life, a magical existence granted by Naruto. Lucy sighed in relief, glad the ordeal was over. "I was really worried for a moment. Both Uar and Naruto are amazing." "Speaking of Naruto, where is he?" Erza asked, concern etched on her face. "Oh yeah, he said he was staying behind to take care of unfinished business." "What do you think he meant?" Gray wondered. Erza shrugged. "I don't know." Natsu exclaimed, "Man, Naruto is incredible. Not only did he defeat Deliora with a single blow, but he knew all along about Deliora's condition. He even brought Uar back to life." Erza smiled, her cheeks slightly flushed. "There's still so much to learn about you, isn't there?" To the group's relief, they spotted sun-kissed blonde hair in the distance. Instantly, they recognized it was Naruto. He looked up and smiled as he saw Lucy waving enthusiastically. "Hey, Naruto!" Lucy shouted. Naruto ran over to join them. "Hey guys. So where's Uar? Did she leave already?" "Yeah," Erza replied. "I see." Naruto nodded. Natsu jumped in joy. "We totally finished the S-Class quest by ourselves." Lucy's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Do you think Master Makarov will let us on the second floor now?" Gray chuckled, but their joy quickly faded when Erza shot them a fierce glare. Natsu, Lucy, and Happy gaped in panic while Gray frowned in annoyance. "Oh no! You're still going to punish us, huh?" Lucy exclaimed in horror. "Isn't there something you're all forgetting? You came to this island to help the villagers. The request was for you to return them to their original forms. You still haven't completed your S-Class quest," Erza pointed out. "But I don't understand. The curse should be lifted now that Deliora's dead," Lucy said, puzzled. "Wrong. This curse has nothing to do with the demon. The villagers have been affected by the intense magical energy released by the moon drip spell. In other words, Deliora's death won't change their current situation at all," Erza explained. Lucy gasped in fright. "Oh no!" Naruto and Erza turned their attention to Natsu. "Well then, we better go change them back," he grinned, giving Happy an excited high five. "Aye, sir." Happy chirped. "Yeah, but we don't know how." Gray cried. He turned to Lion, who was sitting on a rock, still recovering from his wounds. "Lion, do you know?" "To be honest, I don't have a clue," Lion replied bluntly, his expression serious. "You don't know?" Natsu grunted. "What?" Happy echoed. "They told us the curse started at the same time you guys got here." Lucy inquired. "When we first arrived 3 years ago, we knew there was a village somewhere on this island. But we had no reason to communicate with the villagers, so we left them alone. They never came to the temple to see what we were up to," Lion explained. "In 3 years, you've never once met?" Erza asked, looking over at Naruto, who was equally intrigued by this new information. "What are you thinking right now, Naruto?" "I don't understand. The moon drip is so bright, you can practically see anywhere on the island. It's strange that they saw it every night but never investigated," Lucy said. "The villagers weren't transformed by a moon drip. It doesn't affect the human body," Lion added. Naruto's eyes widened. This is getting more interesting." "What?" Erza gasped in surprise. "Yeah right. You're just saying that so you and your lackeys will be off the hook," Natsu retorted. "Hold on, Natsu. Let's hear Lion out. He may be right or he may be lying, but there's no harm in learning new, useful information. The more I learn, the more it makes sense to me, and I'm beginning to realize the truth. Naruto disagreed. Natsu grunted in frustration. Erza raised an eyebrow in confusion. Truth. Naruto shook his head. That's not important right now. I can't confirm it at this moment. Let's just hear out Lion for now, Erza suggested, and the group nodded in agreement. Just think about it, I've been exposed to it longer than they have, and my appearance hasn't changed one bit, Lion stated confidently. That's true, Lucy exclaimed, her eyes wide with realization. Lion crossed his arms and frowned. I wouldn't trust them. Those villagers are hiding something. But I'm sure you guild wizards can handle it, especially with the special help of Naruto Uzumaki. We're not done with you. You destroyed the village, Natsu began, but Erza quickly squeezed his cheeks, silencing him. Naruto chuckled at the scene. That's quite enough, Natsu, Erza scolded gently. You really want to know why we joined Lion? It's because our families were killed by Deliora, and we wanted revenge. He convinced us that if we helped him release the demon, he would take care of it for good, Toby said sadly. They were simply doing what they believed was right, so there's no need to criticize them for it. Let's go, Erza said, finally releasing Natsu and walking away. Wait, what are we going to do to lift the curse? Natsu shouted. I have no idea, Erza replied simply. Oh, great. What about you, Naruto? Lucy turned to her fellow blonde. To her dismay, Naruto shrugged. She sighed in frustration. Gray turned back to his childhood friend. What are you looking at? Lion snapped, irritated by Gray's gaze. I know you don't want to hear it, but you really should join a guild. You might make new friends, meet new rivals, and maybe even find a new dream to live for, Gray suggested. Lion scoffed, brushing it off. Whatever, just get out of here. Gray smirked, unfazed. Erza strolled over to Naruto, noticing him glance at her as they listened to Lion. She felt a connection growing between them. Slowly, he was breaking down the walls he had built around himself. Erza wanted to believe that eventually, Naruto would open up. He just needed time. Are you thinking what I'm thinking right now? She asked. Are you thinking that the villagers' true forms aren't really human, but actually demons? Naruto replied. And the real reason why the moon is purple is because of a shield caused by the moon drip, giving it that color, Erza continued. And that the villagers must have lost their memories as well? Naruto finished. The two exchanged satisfied glances, proud of their deductions. So, is there a plan? Naruto asked. I was hoping you'd have one. No worries, I got it, Erza assured him. Naruto nodded in agreement. That's weird. Where is everybody? Happy wondered aloud. Are you sure they came here? Natsu asked doubtfully. Yeah, this is their camp. I wonder where they could have gone, Lucy said, scanning the area. Hello. Happy called out, trying to get the attention of any villagers. Naruto's face lit up with hope. Could the villagers have gone back to the village? Did she really restore it? You finally made it back. There's something you need to see. Please, follow me to the village. A villager cried joyfully as he ran toward them. The villagers rejoiced, glad to see their precious home restored and back to normal. Naruto closed his eyes and smiled, feeling a sense of fulfillment. She really did it. Whoa! Are you kidding me? Lucy gasped in shock. Yesterday it was a total mess, but now it looks perfect. Happy exclaimed. What's going on? The village is back to normal, it's like it went back in time. Natsu shouted, baffled as he banged his fist against a village hut, still in disbelief. Lucy deadpanned, now that it's fixed, you probably shouldn't touch anything, okay, Natsu? Natsu didn't take that well and turned to Lucy in annoyance. Are you saying I destroy everything I touch? Well, kinda, Lucy replied simply. Wait, back in time? Natsu perked up. Was it him? Nah, it couldn't be. Unless he had a change of heart. He trailed off, shrugging as he walked away nonchalantly. Who cares? He concluded. Not me. Happy beamed. What are you talking about? Oh, I forgot about our stuff. Lucy suddenly realized. Mocha sat in front of Bobo's grave, unable to part from it. Lucy saw him and approached quietly. Bobo's grave is back. I'm so glad, and I'm sure the chief must be relieved, Lucy thought with relief. You and your wizard friends used magic to restore our village, didn't you? Mocha said, turning to look at Lucy. Oh well, sir. That's not I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. However, I must know now, when are you wizards finally going to destroy the moon for real? He blurted out. Lucy was at a loss for words. Destroying the moon is a simple task, sir, Erza assured him. Naruto stepped in beside her and nodded in agreement. What the? Did she just say that with a straight face? And am I going crazy, or did Naruto just agree to her idea? Gray said in awe. Maybe they've both gone crazy, Happy added. But before I do that, I need to ask you all a few questions. Would you assemble everyone for a meeting? Erza requested. Let me make sure I have my facts straight. The first time the villagers took on these demonic forms was when the moon began to turn purple, is that correct? Erza asked. Yes, during the day we're fine. But when the moon comes out, we transform into what you see now, Mocha responded. And the moon first turned purple 3 years ago, Erza continued. Wow, has it really been that long? Yeah. We've learned that the moon drip ceremony has been happening on this island every night for the last 3 years, and each night it produced a light so brilliant you couldn't possibly have missed it, Erza confirmed, oblivious to the pitfall trap she was walking over. Hey Erza, watch out! Naruto shouted in warning, rushing over just in time to catch her wrist and prevent her from falling. Oh. Even Lucy's pitfall trap got Erza. If it wasn't for Naruto, she would have fallen. Happy exclaimed, while Natsu and Gray nodded in agreement. With ease, Naruto pulled Erza up and she slowly hoisted herself out of the pit with his help. Are you okay? Naruto asked, concern etched on his face. Erza felt a slight blush creep onto her cheeks. Why yes. Thank you, Naruto, she replied, taking a step back. So anyway, back to the subject. Didn't you all wonder where the light was coming from? Erza resumed. I don't understand, why won't anyone investigate? The villagers began murmuring among themselves, sweat drops appearing on their faces. Well, we would have looked into it, but according to village lore, our people must never go near that temple, Mocha answered, trembling slightly. But who cares about village lore when your own people are suffering? You obviously knew there was a problem because you contacted the magic guilds. Lucy said. A long silence followed as Erza looked at the villagers and then back at Naruto. He gave her a brief glance, encouraging her to continue seeking the truth. Understanding his message, Erza pressed on. Why don't you tell us what's really going on? Erza asked softly. To be honest, we don't even know that ourselves. Let me explain. We've tried to investigate the light many times. We took up weapons we never had to use. I styled my sideburns, and then we ventured into the jungle toward the temple. But we could never get near it. We would get close enough to see it through the trees, and suddenly we'd find ourselves back at the village gates, Mocha explained. Lucy looked concerned. But how is that possible? It doesn't make sense. We got into the temple without a problem at all. How strange, Natsu said. Suspiciously. Naruto furrowed his brows, realizing the villagers were indeed what they claimed to be. We didn't say anything to you because we were worried you wouldn't believe us. We're telling you the truth. We've tried to go back to the temple many times. But not a single villager was able to get inside. Erza nodded, fully understanding the situation, just as she and Naruto had confirmed earlier. Lucy, Gray, and Natsu looked on in utter confusion. From a distance, Zalti chuckled. Impressive, Titania and Naruto Uzumaki. I should have known it wouldn't take you long to figure it out. Yeesh, that troublesome Naruto. Erza began transforming her armor as she walked away. Natsu, Naruto, come with me. I need your help to destroy the moon. Naruto smirked, and Natsu chuckled in excitement. Meanwhile, Lucy, Gray, and Happy stared in shock. Natsu, Naruto, we're going to destroy the moon, Erza affirmed. Really? Natsu shouted, filled with excitement. Naruto chuckled and shook his head in amusement. Lucy, Gray, and Happy, however, could only stare in disbelief as their expressions turned serious. It's the only way we can change the villagers back to their human forms, Erza explained. The villagers cheered joyfully. They're really going to do it. And we get to watch it happen. Right? And we're finally going to be human again. Where do you think we should go? Should we climb up to the temple? It's a lot higher from up there. Natsu grinned playfully. We'll do it from here. The villagers can't go near the temple, and they need to witness this, Erza replied. I agree with her. Plus, I think I'm only here to assist you and Erza, Naruto added. I don't know what she's thinking, or what Naruto is thinking. I mean, there's no doubt she can do amazing things, and we still have yet to see the extent of Naruto's abilities, but even so. Gray trailed off, his voice shaky. What do you think they're going to do to it? Lucy asked nervously. This is exciting, huh? Happy said. More like terrifying, Lucy countered. This is giant armor. It increases my strength and allows me to throw farther, Erza explained in her newly equipped armor, holding out her arm as a giant spear appeared, gripping it firmly with her ironclad hand. And this is the Demoliva lance. It repels darkness. Naruto watched, knowing exactly what the plan was. Whoa! I see what you're planning now. You're going to use that spear to knock the moon out of the sky. Natsu exclaimed eagerly. Give me a break, that's never going to work. Gray, Lucy, and Happy thought in unison. That's right, but I'm afraid I'm going to need more strength than this armor can give me. So, Natsu, I'm going to need your firepower as a boost. Naruto, use any means necessary to assist Natsu. Got it? Erza asserted. Naruto nodded. Whenever I throw the spear, I want you guys to hit the back of it with your powers. Now, we're going to have to time our attack. But I think you should give me just enough power to do the job, Erza added. Sounds like a killer plan to me. Natsu beamed. Naruto smirked. I can't wait to destroy the moon. Erza was relieved that Naruto had already figured out her plan. It was pleasing to know he was clever enough to see eye to eye with her. Then let's do it. Gray, Happy, and Lucy watched anxiously, doubt creeping into their minds. They don't think they're really going to pull this off, do they? Gray sighed. Well, I think they've totally gone off the deep end this time, Lucy shook her head. The villagers watched as Erza, Naruto, and Natsu stood atop a tower, gazing up and preparing to destroy the moon. They really don't need my help. Natsu's firepower should be enough to boost Erza's spear. But since she wants my help, I guess I can concentrate a little chakra into my hand and create a more accelerating boost for her spear. Erza then stood back, extending her elbow and aiming her spear straight at the moon as a magic circle activated. Now, she hollered. Naruto looked over to Natsu and smirked. You ready, Natsu? Natsu grinned widely. Absolutely. Together, the boys charged. Natsu's fist lit up in flames while Naruto prepared his chakra. They simultaneously slammed their fists and palms against the back of Erza's spear as she released it from her hands, moving it at the moon with all her might. It was more than enough to give the spear an incredible boost. The force was so immense that it created a massive explosion, leaving Lucy and Gray in stunned silence. What are they thinking? Lucy exclaimed. They did it. Happy cheered. This is bad. Gray murmured as the three watched the spear shoot up into the sky, along with the rest of the villagers and Mocha. Almost there. Erza narrowed her eyes. It'll work, Natsu's firepower is already enough, she thought. Natsu jumped with excitement as the spear finally struck the moon, causing a small crack to form. No way! Lucy and Gray shouted in disbelief. However, as the moon appeared to shatter, it was actually a layer of membrane-like material that broke apart, revealing a different hue. This revelation sparked a great commotion among the group as the villagers began to murmur. Lucy's eyes widened as realization hit her hard, and Gray shared the same expression. Naruto and Erza exchanged knowing smiles. Good job, Erza. Thank you, Naruto. Lucy reached out, her fingertips brushing against the shards falling from the sky. It wasn't the moon that shattered, it was the sky. What the heck is going on? Natsu shouted, bewildered. Naruto chuckled and glanced at Erza, leaving the explanation to her. A noxious membrane was covering the island as a result of the spell, Erza explained. Natsu still looked confused. The moon drip released dark energy in the form of gas, which then crystallized and formed an invisible shell around the island, Erza added. And that's what gave the moon its eerie purple appearance, Naruto concluded. What Lion had told the group provided Naruto with more insight into the situation, and he quickly began to understand what was truly happening, though he remained silent, unsure of how to proceed. At last, the villagers began to glow, a sign that they were finally reverting back to normal. Now that the shell has been broken, everything will return to how it was 3 years ago, Erza affirmed with a smile. However, despite everything, the villagers still appeared as demons, causing confusion and panic. What's wrong? They're not transforming. Gray exclaimed in alarm. Oh no. Happy whimpered. That's because this is their true form. The moon drip never affected their appearance, Erza began. But it did affect their memories, Naruto added. What do you mean? Lucy asked, intrigued. They believe they are humans who transformed into demons, but it's the other way around, Erza explained. Wait, so you're saying they're really? Lucy trailed off, already knowing the answer. Gray stepped back nervously. Yep, you got it, Erza replied calmly. Lucy and Gray gasped in shock. The villagers have always been demons, Erza added. Natsu nearly gasped, his eyes wide. Lucy stumbled to the ground, struggling to process the surprising news. Is that true? Gray shouted in disbelief. Well, yes, maybe. My memory is a bit hazy. We all looked pretty human when you met us, didn't we? Yes, that's because you all have the ability to transform into humans, Erza clarified. False memories can lead you to believe in things that aren't true. They made you think your temporary states were actually your true forms, Naruto continued. But in reality, you were demons who had fallen victim to the moon drip side effects, Erza concluded. Lucy perked up with curiosity. Hold on, how come Lion and the others weren't affected? I assume it's because they're human. As far as I can tell, only demons were susceptible to memory loss. Both Naruto and I realized the problem as soon as the villagers told us they couldn't go to the temple. Naruto had already figured it out when Lion shared his experience. He just didn't say anything because he wasn't sure. The moonlight collected there was sacred, so creatures of darkness couldn't approach it, Erza explained. You're quite the detective. I knew I could trust you and your friends, a familiar voice said as footsteps approached. Lucy and Gray turned, their faces paling at the sight. Thanks, wizards, I owe you one. Oh, and in the case of Naruto. And Shinobi, Bobo said. Lucy and Happy huddled together in fear. A ghost! You're the guy from the boat. Gray pointed. Natsu gasped. Mocha struggled to speak, managing to croak out, Bobo. But I thought you were, a villager began. A stab in the chest can hurt pretty badly, but you need more than that to kill a demon, Bobo cackled. But on the boat, you just disappeared. Gray stammered. Bobo then vanished from sight, floating in the air with a pair of bat-like wings. I really hope you kids can forgive me for not telling you the truth sooner, Bobo said apologetically. He can fly. Gray trembled. I was the only one who didn't lose my memory. I had to leave because everyone went wild. I knew I was a demon, but suddenly, everyone thought they were cursed humans. Bobo laughed again. Mocha looked up at him, tears forming in his eyes. Be Bobo. He then sprouted his own wings and flew toward Bobo, embracing him joyfully. I'm glad you finally snapped out of it, Pops. Bobo smiled, wrapping his arms around his father's thin frame. The villagers, having regained their memories, looked at each other and smiled before sprouting their own wings to join the emotional reunion, cheering together. The fairy tale team watched on in relief and contentment for the villagers. Yup, they're definitely demons, Erza added playfully. Naruto's face warmed. Speaking of demons, how are you all doing? Sorry if I haven't been in touch lately, I've been a bit busy. Kurama chuckled. It's great to see you back in action, kid. Yeah, it suits you better. It's not like you to stay inactive for so long, Yuki said. I can't believe you missed out on so much, This world is so different, and it has so much to offer, especially with this guild. Matatabi chimed in. Shikaku nodded in agreement. The Sage of Six Paths gave you a second chance. Don't waste it. Start anew in this world, make new friends, and keep your old friends in your heart. This world may need you. Seek peace once again. Be the Naruto everyone loves and admires, one of his friends said. Naruto chuckled. Whatever you say, guys. He was brought back to reality when Natsu added to Erza's quote. I don't know, if you look at their faces, they kinda look more like angels to me, Natsu said. The team, including Naruto, wore wide grins as they watched the villagers rejoice in pure joy. Let's have a feast tonight to celebrate. It will be a demon party. Mocha cheered. I don't know if I'm rowdy enough to party with demons. Lucy said sheepishly. Me either, Happy replied. It certainly was a feast, with plates and plates of food spread out on the tables and villagers munching and chatting in delight. Despite the monstrous amounts of food laid out, Natsu decided to replenish his strength by consuming fire. Gray isolated himself in a quiet area, enjoying his soup in peace. How are you doing? You're looking a lot better, a female demon villager approached. Gray looked puzzled. Do I know you? Maybe this will help, she said, reverting to her human form. Memories stirred as Gray finally recognized her. I remember you, he exclaimed. The girl smiled. I look a lot different, huh? Yeah. Gray replied. Another girl bent down beside him, her face flushed and eyes sparkling. Just so you know, every girl in this village has fallen for you because we think you're the coolest guy ever, she exclaimed. Another girl approached and leaned in from the other side. Yeah, she's right. We think you're super awesome, Gray, she gushed. But you think we're cuter in our human forms, don't you? A third girl teased. Gray was overwhelmed by the attention and struggled to find his words. And no, that's not necessarily true. I think you ladies look fine the way you are, he managed to say. To his relief, the girls were thrilled by his response. You've got to be the sweetest guy I've ever met, the first girl joked. You know just what to say to a girl, the second added. Let's do the demon wiggle-waggle dance, the third giggled. The three girls took the surprised Gray and dragged him away. It looks like someone's getting a lot of attention from the ladies. Lucy cooed, giggling. Naruto chuckled, reminded of someone from his past, someone who was part of Team Sasuke. I've found your twin here. He'll scare them off sooner or later, Happy said. Well, I have to admit I was wrong about humans, Mocha said suddenly, catching the attention of the fairy tale team and Naruto. All these years we've chosen to hide from the outside world, afraid that others would judge us by our appearance. Erza smiled. It reminds me of Naruto. He remained hidden from the world for a year, never knowing what was going on outside that forest. I remember it took me 2 days to find him and talk to him. Except, we don't know the reasons why Naruto chose to remain hidden. You know that curse? That was just a rumor we spread so no one would come to the island and bother us. Bobo chimed in. Well, it worked because the sailors at the harbor were terrified. Nobody wanted to come here, Lucy said. I know, and it's a shame. But after meeting you, we've changed our minds. You've restored our faith in humans, and now we're not afraid. We're ready to go out and befriend people from other lands, Mocha said confidently. That's good. Friendship is a beautiful thing. It's an emotional bond that transcends one's physical appearance. Erza smiled warmly. Naruto, Lucy, Happy, Bobo, and Mocha grinned in agreement. Naruto smiled. The tailed beasts are right, I really have been missing out. Erza noticed and couldn't help but smile in happiness. Naruto, you of all people deserve to be happy. I know you've been through a lot, and everyone knows of your heroic deeds. I really hope you join Fairy Tail, Naruto. You'd fit in so well, you will have the family you need and deserve. From atop a cliff, Toby, Yuka, and Sherry watched from a distance. Toby groaned, Are you really going to go down there? I really don't have a choice. It'd be wrong to leave things the way they are now. You just stay here with Cold Emperor Lion, okay? Yuka said. Toby whimpered in response. We have to do this. It's all in the name of love, Sherry stated. As footsteps approached, the villagers' chatter and delight slowly faded into silence and concern. They were getting a visit from Sherry and Yuka, allies of Lion the Cold Emperor. The two stood sternly while the villagers expressed their anxious concern in whispers. Gray noticed and frowned. "What do we do?" a girl asked fearfully. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it," Gray assured. Erza looked over to Naruto, and they both nodded, deciding to confront the two together. Mocha sat in silence and observed. Natsu stopped his fiery feast and turned his attention to the unexpected guests. As Erza opened her mouth, Naruto held up a hand, signaling her to let him handle things for a change. Assuming that was what Naruto meant, Erza nodded. Naruto stepped away from the table to confront their guests. Lucy watched intently. Yuka and Sherry tensed as Naruto remained calm, standing still with his hands tucked comfortably in his pockets. "Hello, is there anything we can help you with?" Naruto asked passively. Erza narrowed her eyes as she observed. "Well, you fairy tailors are pretty tough. The Cold Emperor is so banged up he couldn't even make it down here. As for you, Naruto Uzumaki, you are something else," Yuka said with a smug smile. "That's why we've come to pay you a visit in his place," Sherry added in a serious tone. Immediately, Lucy stood up. "Wait a second. I thought we were cool. Didn't Lion tell you what happened?" "Yes, but that doesn't matter to us," Yuka replied. "We wanted to settle things ourselves," Sherry added. Naruto raised an eyebrow, sensing something was off. Natsu ran up, flames ready. "All right, let's go." "Wait, Natsu," Bobo stopped him. Natsu and Naruto looked over. "Thanks, but we can't keep relying on you. Let us fight them." "He's right. We've got this," another villager said. "If we want to keep our village safe, we have to fight to protect it." "Normally, I would agree with you, gentlemen. But I think it's best if I handle this," Erza suggested. She walked up and stood beside Naruto. "We meet again, Titania of Fairy Tale. You gave dear Angelica quite a beating earlier," Sherry taunted. "You seem like a worthy opponent, both you and Naruto Uzumaki," Yuka smirked. Naruto eyed the two warily, sensing something was off. "This makes no sense. Things have already been settled, so there's no reason to start another fight. They must have another motive. Watch out for that crazy girl Erza. She can control inanimate objects," Lucy warned. "And don't even bother trying to use your magic on her," Natsu chimed in. Erza narrowed her eyes. "Is that so? In that case, I'll just do it the old-fashioned way." She charged at them, ready to engage in hand-to-hand combat. But before she could act, Naruto flashed in front of her, catching Erza by surprise. She stumbled and found herself in Naruto's arms, her head resting against his chest. A slight warmth crept into her cheeks as she blushed. "Are you okay, Erza? Sorry for surprising you like that. I didn't mean to. But something tells me there are better ways to settle this than with violence." "Trust me, I can handle this," Naruto assured her. Erza quickly pushed herself away, avoiding eye contact, her face still flushed. She looked up to see Naruto gazing at her seriously, his warm blue eyes steady on hers. Still unable to speak, Erza nodded. With that, Naruto turned back to Yuka and Sherry. Naruto's calm demeanor shifted as he leaned closer to them, placing a hand on each of their shoulders. "Come on, you two, tell us the truth. What are you really here for?" he asked. Sherry and Yuka exchanged glances and sighed. Lucy widened her eyes. "Wait, so you're not here to attack us?" "We doubt this will make up for all the trouble we've caused, but we wanted to apologize in person," Yuka finally revealed. "Oh, so you came here to settle things in a good way." Happy chirped. "The Cold Emperor told us everything. Thanks to you, we can finally let go of the pain Deliora caused us years ago," Sherry said, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Wait, so you're victims of Deliora too?" Gray asked. "When we were children, the monster ravaged our village. We watched it destroy our friends and family," Yuka explained, sadness evident in her voice. "The Cold Emperor had a plan to kill the demon once and for all. That's why we joined him," Sherry continued. "You see, we wanted revenge. We were so focused on that goal that we never realized we were hurting innocent people," Yuka said. We were so blinded by our hatred that we acted no better than the demon itself. From now on, we'll treat each other with respect and kindness, Sherry concluded. Alrighty then, Natsu shouted, breaking the somber atmosphere. He came up from behind the two, slapping them on the shoulder and startling them. You guys should join us for the feast. But we were enemies just a moment ago. Yuka said, unsure. I don't think it's a good idea because I'm trying to watch my figure enough with the excuses. Live a little, would ya? Natsu exclaimed, dragging them over to the table. Naruto couldn't help but laugh. The two sat awkwardly at the table as the villagers stared at their once unwelcome guests. Naruto smirked. Now it's looking more like a party. Oh, heck yes, Naruto. Natsu hollered. Lucy, Gray, and Erza looked on happily. From afar, Zalti sat atop a tree, flashing a malevolent grin as a magical crystal ball floated beside him. Were you able to see all of that, sir? Zalti asked the crystal. Yes, a male voice responded. Why did you restore the village? Zalti inquired. Zalti fell silent, unsure if Seagrain, the man he was communicating with through the crystal ball, was aware of Naruto's extraordinary existence in this world. Not wanting to reveal the true reason for restoring the village, instilling fear through Naruto, Zalti simply gave Seagrain a thumbs up and grinned. Because I'm nice. Some would say too nice. You should leave before they find you. Those fairy tale wizards could pose a threat if they get in our way, especially with a new player in the game. And he is quite powerful. Naruto Uzumaki, Seagrain warned with a smirk as if inviting trouble. Zalti chuckled, removing his mask and revealing his true form. Altair stood up in the tree, gripping the crystal ball in her hands. That's true. She furrowed her brows. That demed Naruto Uzumaki. It was morning, but that didn't stop Natsu from stuffing more fireballs into his mouth. Where did the girl and the guy with the eyebrows go? He asked. Like typical party guests, they stuffed their faces and took off, Happy replied. Lucy bent down, eyes wide and blinking. She tilted her head. I think it's going to leave a mark. Gray sighed. Whatever, it doesn't matter to me. On your face? Lucy exclaimed. I don't mind having a few marks as long as I can see them. It's the ones you can't see that sting, Gray said. Lucy giggled and winked at him. Well, aren't you the smooth talker? Natsu frowned at him. So you get invisible marks? Shut up, Natsu. Every time I say something cool, you have to ruin it. Gray snapped. Natsu sighed. How was that cool? Naruto chuckled at the two boys, reminiscing about the petty fights and arguments he used to have with his best friend and rival. What? But you deserve it. Take it, please. Mocha begged. Thank you, but your gratitude is payment enough. Erza kindly refused. That's nice, but you should take the money. Mocha protested. I can't because your request was never officially accepted by the guild. It fell into the hands of foolish wizards trying to prove themselves, Erza said, a hint of irritation in her voice. Mocha chuckled. Foolish as they may be, if it weren't for them, we would have never been saved. What if I give you the money not as a thank you reward, but as a thank you gift? It's the least I can do after everything you've done for our village. Naruto watched in amusement, thinking, this is interesting. Meanwhile, Lucy, Natsu, and Gray stared in hope. When you put it that way, it's hard to say no, Erza said, seeming to give in to Mocha's offer. The three behind her perked up in excitement. She's really going to take it? Gray said in delight. We're rich. Lucy chirped. I'm sorry, but accepting your gift would go against our guild's rules. However, we'd be happy to take the gate key you offered along with it, Erza suggested. Natsu and Gray stared in disbelief. The gate key. Come to Mama. Lucy shouted excitedly. Naruto burst into laughter. Well, at least let me take you back to Harjin, Bobo insisted. Thank you, I'd very much appreciate that. We lent our boat to someone who needed it to get home, Erza agreed. Everyone in the fairy tale team, including Naruto, knew that someone was you are. Bobo smiled. Awesome. As Bobo pulled up a boat, Naruto and the team climbed aboard. The boat was barely big enough for them, and the villagers gathered to bid farewell to their heroes. Naruto was the last to step onto the boat. Realizing it wouldn't hold everyone, he decided to use his ninja abilities to walk on water. Oh no, there isn't enough room. Lucy exclaimed in concern. Oh, do you want me to get a larger boat? It wouldn't be a problem, Bobo offered. Naruto shook his head. It's fine, I have an idea. Everyone tilted their heads in curiosity. What idea? Mocha asked. Naruto smirked. Simple. With that he stepped into the water. Unlike everyone else, who would have sunk, he simply walked across the surface, much to the shock of onlookers. Wah! The villagers gasped. No way! Don't tell me he's so awesome he can even walk on water? Lucy shouted. Even Natsu and Gray, who had seen Naruto do this before, were still amazed. Erza was speechless. She had never witnessed anyone stand or walk on water. I guess it's just a ninja ability. Since Naruto is a shinobi, it makes sense he can do it too. As they began to set off, the villagers waved goodbye. Goodbye. Be sure to visit someday. Mocha shouted. Lucy stood up, unsteady at first but managed to wave back with a warm smile. You bet. Eventually, they sailed far into the sea, but the villagers continued to wave them off, whispering sweet farewells. Naruto turned back, hand raised in a wave, smiling in satisfaction. That was a great first adventure in this new world. From a distance, Lion, Sherry, Toby, and Yuka stood on the edge of a cliff, watching the wizards sail away from the island and back to their guild. You know, they weren't so bad, Yuka said. Toby stood beside him, wiping his eyes. Guys, I'm not crying, I just got something in my eye. Yeah. You could have fooled me, Yuka teased. Sherry looked over to Lion in concern. Are you okay, Lion? You never got the chance to say goodbye to your friend and give him your love. Lion smiled calmly. It's fine. You two were in a guild once. What's it like? He gazed at the sky, lost in thought. It's quite a shame that Deliora didn't work out, Altair noted. Yes, it is unfortunate. But we had no way of knowing that the demon was already dead. I thought acquiring Deliora would bring me one step closer to my dream, Seagrain replied. Forgive me, Seagrain, I had no idea that woman's magic was so powerful, Altair said sharply. You shouldn't speak about your mother that way. Don't cause her to shed another tear. She was a magnificent wizard who was greatly admired. In fact, if she were still alive today, she would be counted among the 10 wizard saints, Seagrain proclaimed. You give her too much credit. My mother loved her magic and nothing else. It's no wonder my father abandoned her, Altair retorted. They say the greater the loss a person suffers, the stronger they must become to triumph over it, Seagrain replied calmly. I highly doubt my mother thought I was a great loss, Altair scoffed. You never know, what if she took those students to fill the void you left behind? Seagrain suggested, but Altair silenced him with a gesture. Could we please change the subject? I think it's time for us to move on to the next stage, Altair said firmly. Altair, your forehead. What happened? Seagrain suddenly asked, noticing a bump on her forehead. Altair widened her eyes before exclaiming, That Naruto Uzumaki. He headbutt me. Seagrain laughed. That certainly is a delayed reaction. So, Naruto Uzumaki, you said? Is he what the legends describe him to be? How powerful is he? Seagrain asked more seriously. He was very powerful and I'm assuming we haven't seen him at full strength yet. He easily knocked me out with a simple headbutt, Altair replied, clutching her forehead. Interesting. How he is here is beyond our knowledge, but that certainly makes things a lot more fun, Seagrain sneered. We're home. Natsu cheered. Aye, sir. Happy chirped. I'm bummed, all that time and hard work for a lousy gate key, Gray said glumly. Naruto chuckled. Yeah, and that S-class reward was big-time money. Happy added. Well, I'm sorry, but it wasn't an official job. Just be glad you got something, Erza said. She's got a point. Now quit your complaining. Lucy replied smugly. That's pretty easy for you to say, you got a reward. Can we sell it? Happy asked. How could you even suggest that, Happy? You guys just don't get it. They're hard to come by, Sure, there are lots of Silvergate keys, but there are only 12 zodiacs. And I'm lucky enough to have 5. Lucy said excitedly. It's too bad they're all crazy. Natsu teased. Naruto chuckled. You had better watch your mouth, punk. I and my celestial spirits are going to be stronger than you someday. Lucy warned. So, which zodiac key did you end up getting? Gray asked. Naruto was curious too. There were many things different about this world. It's Sagittarius the Centaur. Lucy smiled. It's a horseman? Gray exclaimed. Well, yeah. Lucy replied. You're all so carefree, it's almost as if you forgot we face punishment in the guild, Erza interrupted, breaking the happy atmosphere. Naruto had completely forgotten about the punishment too. But why? Natsu asked frantically as the 3 jumped in front of Naruto and Erza. Everything worked out in the end. Can't we just forget about the whole punishment thing? Lucy pleaded. You're right, everything worked out, but only because Naruto and I came here to finish the job none of you were qualified to do. Stealing an S-class quest is a serious offense. Erza affirmed. Naruto sighed. He would have let it go. He had taken on dangerous missions back in the Leaf Village as well. We said we're sorry. Lucy whined. Erza sighed, looking over to Naruto, hoping he would have an answer. But Naruto only shrugged at Erza. As long as you promise never to do it again, I don't think you need to be penalized by the guild. However, your fate is in Master Makarov's hands, so I'm sure you'll face some consequences, Erza said bluntly. Lucy, Natsu, Gray, and Happy looked terrified. Naruto sighed, oh boy. Now I'm scared. You think he's going to make us do that? Happy trembled. The group fell silent before Gray bent over in distress. Just end my misery now. I don't think I can handle that again. You guys are freaking me out. Lucy cried. Don't let him scare you. I'll talk the old man out of punishing us. That guy loves me. Natsu assured. I don't know if you should be the one talking. Lucy said doubtfully. Natsu, you can't talk your way out of this one. Good luck with that. Erza chuckled, a hint of mischief in her voice. Natsu's face was drenched in sweat, clearly frightened. Even he was scared. Naruto couldn't help but laugh. It was wrong, but it was so funny. No, save me. Natsu shouted as Erza dragged him along. Lucy turned to Gray, who was still huddled up in fear. Unable to hold it in, she yelled, Will somebody please tell me what that was? I totally freaked out. Naruto shook his head. You shouldn't have taken the quest. A load of questions flowed through Erza's mind as she watched Naruto walk leisurely with his hands tucked comfortably in his pockets. So many questions and so many desired answers. Erza trailed behind Naruto as the rest of the group led the way back to the guild. She felt a connection with Naruto, but still sensed a distance due to his closed-off nature, and she hoped to bridge that gap. Taking a deep breath, she finally gathered the courage to pick up her pace, approach Naruto, and ask the question that had been on her mind. Naruto, she called, catching the attention of Natsu, Lucy, Gray, and Happy, who turned to look at them. Naruto stopped and looked at her attentively, waiting for her to speak. Now that you've gone on your very first adventure in this world, what are you going to do? Will you not join our guild? Will you join Fairy Tail? Erza asked. Naruto remained silent, pondering as he walked. He was still unsure, but he knew joining a guild would be good for him, allowing him to make new friends and learn more about this world. Well, Naruto began. Erza looked at him, anxiously anticipating his answer and bracing herself for a no. But to her pleasant surprise, I don't see why not, Naruto finally said. Everyone stopped walking and looked at Naruto with wide, surprised, but ultimately excited eyes. Really, Naruto? You really mean it? Natsu jumped ecstatically. Naruto chuckled and nodded. Erza let out a heavy breath. Although she hadn't expected this response, she was utterly happy that he would be joining Fairy Tail. I'm happy to hear that you will be joining us, Naruto, she smiled. It will only do me good and no harm. I know I can't remain isolated forever in this world. I want to know and learn more about this interesting world of yours. And I believe the best way to do that is to start by joining a guild. Since I've already been introduced and acquainted with all of you, I've decided to join the Fairy Tail Guild, Naruto asserted. Lucy's eyes lit up with delight. Wow. This is so cool. Erza couldn't help but beam with excitement herself. So Naruto, what's your plan going to be? She asked. Well, first I'll officially become a member of Fairy Tail. To be honest, I have no idea what to do after that. Perhaps I'll go on a mission. I'm assuming that to sustain and support myself, I'll need some money, and seeing how your recent S-Class mission was supposed to come with a hefty reward, I'm guessing wizards make money by taking on missions. Correct me if I'm wrong, Naruto said. Wow, that's very true. That's amazing that you figured that out already. That's too cool, Gray smirked. Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. I merely observed. Nothing too impressive. Natsu was in awe of this legendary shinobi. From the beginning, Naruto had been an idol to him, someone to look up to and strive to be like. All Natsu wanted now was to spend more time with Naruto, bonding and learning from him. The group was so caught up in their excitement that they didn't even notice the curious stares of the townspeople, whose faces had gone completely blank. They whispered among themselves as if they had just witnessed a legendary battle. Either their eyes were deceiving them, or they were truly seeing Naruto Uzumaki wandering through the streets with a few members of the Fairy Tail Guild. Natsu and Lucy looked at Naruto with utter admiration. Erza smiled at him, stealing glances through the wall he had built around himself. Eventually, the team made it back to the guild hall. Natsu chuckled before kicking open the guild doors with a big cheeky grin. Guess who's back? He burst as the whole team strolled in, with Naruto casually following behind. Makarov let out a sigh of relief mixed with frustration. You guys are finally back. We were all worried about you. Mira smiled. Don't worry, Mira, we're fine, Erza assured her. So what happened? Did you guys finish the job? Kana asked in her usual tipsy tone. Yeah, we have Naruto to thank for that. If it weren't for him, I would have just taken these fools and headed straight back to the guild. But he insisted we finish the job and I'm glad we did, Erza said warmly. And speaking of, is he here? Or did he part ways with you after finishing the job? Makarov asked curiously. Gray smirked and pointed his thumb back at Naruto. He's back here trying to be coy, but he's here. Naruto finally stepped out, peeking his head through the team. Sup? He walked over to the bar and took a seat on the stool, looking over at Mira before giving her a grin. I'd like to officially become a member of this guild. The guild fell silent as Erza, Natsu, Gray, Lucy, and Happy exchanged smirks. Wah! Naruto chuckled. Yup, you heard me. I would like to join this guild. I think I'd fit in here. Everyone seems likable and fun. I'd enjoy my time here. So, go on then, make me a member of Fairy Tail. Welcome to Fairy Tail, Naruto Uzumaki, Makarov beamed. Those words sent shivers down the guild members' spines. They never thought they would hear such words spoken in their guild. Naruto smiled. Thank you. Listen, Naruto, whatever you went through back in the elemental nations is in the past. It's best not to dwell on it. Always remember, but don't forget that eventually you will need to move on, Makarov said. Naruto smiled sadly and nodded. As much as he didn't want to admit it, he knew there was truth in those words. Erza noticed Naruto's somber expression and, unable to see him unhappy any longer, immediately went over to comfort him. She took a seat to his right and gently placed her hand on his back. You're right, and thank you all for being so kind and accepting of me. It means so much, Naruto said, his voice trembling as he fought back tears. Mira gazed at Naruto, took a deep breath, and walked around the bar counter to sit beside him. She gently held his face in her hands, making him look directly into her eyes. Her heart melted as she stared into his innocent and pained blue eyes. The guild watched intently. Without saying a word, she wrapped her arms around his shoulders, and he leaned into her embrace, feeling the warmth, acceptance, and kindness radiating from her. Naruto sank into the embrace, his arms falling limp as he trusted that Mira would support him, and she did. Listen, Naruto, you are here now, in Fairy Tail, a safe haven for you. We will always be here, we will always accept you, and we will love you always, Mira spoke softly. That's right, Naruto. We know you must have been through a lot, but you're here now, and we don't want you to ever forget that Fairy Tail is where you belong. This is your home and will always be your home, Natsu added. The rest of the guild nodded in agreement with Natsu. With that, Naruto carefully released himself from the comforting embrace and looked at Mira, then over to the rest of the guild members. Thank you, Mira. Thank you all. Now then, we have other important matters to discuss, Naruto said firmly. Right? Mira nodded, leaving her seat and returning to behind the counter. Makarov sighed and looked over at the legendary shinobi. Well then, Naruto, what will you do now that you've become an official member of Fairy Tail? He asked. I know I will need a place to settle down permanently and live. To do that, I know I will need something to sustain myself, perhaps money. I understand that I must take on missions. Am I correct? Naruto affirmed. That's quite right, Naruto. A wizard earns money by taking on missions. Every mission comes with a reward, even the simplest tasks, like cleaning the bathroom, Mira explained. I see. However, before I start taking jobs and missions, I think it's important for me to get familiar with this world and this town, Naruto said. In fact, before I do anything, I feel a bit incomplete without my sage coat. Is there a place in town where I can get my clothes specially made? There is. Plenty, in fact. Look, Naruto, why don't you let Team Natsu show you around? It's a great idea. You'll get to know your way around the town. Mira beamed. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Team Natsu? That would be us. Lucy said cheerfully, raising her hand to direct Naruto's attention to her. Erza chuckled. We haven't had a proper introduction yet, have we? I'll start. I'm Erza Scarlet. It's nice to meet you, Naruto Uzumaki. I'm Lucy Heartfilia. I've heard so many great stories about you, I still can't believe you're here. Lucy gushed. I'm Natsu Dragneel. I'm going to challenge you one day, Naruto Uzumaki. You better be ready. Natsu smirked. Naruto laughed. Anytime, man. I'm Gray Fullbuster. It's cool that someone as awesome as you is joining us. I look forward to the future with you, Gray said, intrigued by Naruto, just as Erza was. And I'm happy. Kat cheered. This Naruto makes up Team Natsu. Makarov said proudly. If you don't mind, we'd be more than happy to have you with us as well. You could join us on missions, and the rewards we earn will always be split equally, Erza suggested. I see. I'll take it into consideration. Right now, let's go. Lead the way, Team Natsu. Naruto said. You got it. Well guys, we're off. Lucy cheered as Team Natsu got up, turned around, and waved to the guild as they set off. Have fun. Macau smirked, waving his hand energetically. Come on. Follow us, Naruto. We'll show you around. Natsu said brightly. Gray smirked, still trying to wrap his mind around the fact that Naruto Uzumaki really existed, let alone that this legendary figure had just joined the Fairy Tail Guild. As they walked through town, they continued to receive curious looks from the townspeople. Two middle-aged men whispered to each other, casting suspicious glances at Naruto. Hey, who is that blonde guy walking around with the Fairy Tail members? I don't think I've ever seen him before, one man with black hair and gray streaks asked his friend, who was also eyeing Naruto uneasily. I don't know, but for some reason he feels familiar, the other replied. Naruto sensed that he was the subject of conversation among the townspeople. He could feel their stares directed at him. Erza noticed the attention they were receiving and worried that Naruto might feel uncomfortable. Don't pay attention to them, Naruto. It's fine, Erza assured him. Naruto nodded, unfazed by the attention. He was indifferent to being the center of focus or being overlooked. So, you said you wanted a place to get specially made clothes, right? Erza asked for confirmation. Naruto nodded. So, what's your plan after this? Are you going to go on a mission or something? Lucy asked, her curiosity piqued. Erza listened intently. Probably. I still want to get to know this world more, so I really should, Naruto replied casually, his hands tucked into his pockets. Are you more of a solo person or a team player? Lucy continued. Depends. I'm actually a bit of both, Naruto said. Hey, Naruto. You should go on a mission with me sometime. Happy chirped. Naruto laughed. Sure. The team was stopped when a middle-aged lady approached them, her expression a mix of suspicion and curiosity. She was short, standing up to Erza's shoulders, with black hair streaked with gray slicked back into a bun, dressed in a simple black gown. Excuse me, but may I ask your name, sir? You, the tall, spiky blonde gentleman, she said. Team Natsu looked over to Naruto, waiting for his answer. Takuma Shiroyama, Naruto replied. The team looked at him in surprise. The lady furrowed her brows in confusion, crossing her arms over her chest. Oh, I see. I'm sorry for stopping you. I shall go now. She bowed her head before walking away. Naruto, why did you tell her an alias? Gray asked. If I told her my name, she would probably know who I am and start talking about it endlessly. Sometimes it's just easier to not tell the whole truth, Naruto replied nonchalantly. All he wanted was to get his overcoat. He felt incomplete without it. Plus, he had a pretty good idea of what he wanted it to look like. Naruto, you always surprise us. You are full of mysteries, Erza thought as she observed him intently. Now, let's continue, shall we? Naruto suddenly brightened up and started walking again, with the team following closely behind. At last, Naruto and Team Natsu arrived at a clothing store. As they entered, they were greeted by the owner, a tall man in his mid-40s with a small mustache above his upper lip. As soon as he laid eyes on Naruto, his eyes widened in surprise, glued to him. Hello, how can I help you? He asked, still staring at Naruto. Team Natsu, especially Erza, wished that not every person they encountered looked at Naruto as if he were a ghost. Although Naruto didn't mind, Team Natsu worried that it might bother him, which it didn't. Well, Naruto, what do you want? Natsu asked, not realizing the impact of his words. Naruto? Naruto Uzumaki? The Naruto Uzumaki? The owner exclaimed. Erza sighed. Yes, now will you please listen to what he wants? The owner nodded enthusiastically. Yes, of course. Wait, he's dead. You're joking? There's no way, just stop. Please. Yes, this is Naruto Uzumaki. Now please, listen to what he wants, Gray snapped in annoyance. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry. Please, sir, go on. What would you like? The owner finally snapped out of his daze. Naruto chuckled. It's okay. Guys, calm down, it's okay. Now, sir, I would like a long, red knee-length overcoat, high-collared, decorated with black flames and the fairy tale guild symbol imprinted on the back, please. Team Natsu perked up at Naruto's request. The owner smiled and nodded. Yes, of course. Also, if you don't mind, let me pay. It is a great pleasure and an honor to meet you, Naruto Uzumaki. The team smiled, pleased to see Naruto treated with the respect he deserved, rather than as some sort of alien or godlike figure. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it, Naruto replied with a warm smile. The making process took 4 hours, but Naruto was thrilled with the outcome of his coat and grateful to the kind owner. Please try it on right here, right now. This is something to be remembered, the owner encouraged brightly. Yeah, Naruto. Try it on. I bet it'll look amazing on you. Lucy beamed. With that, Naruto removed his katana and handed it to Erza, who carefully took hold of it while draping the newly made coat over him. It's perfect. It was worth the wait, Naruto said, feeling content. It fits you very well, Erza smiled, her cheeks slightly flushed. Naruto, I truly admire and respect you. Dang, Naruto, you look awesome. Natsu smirked. Naruto felt genuinely pleased with the compliments and support from Team Natsu. He then turned to the owner. May I ask, what is your name, sir? Mark, the owner replied. Naruto extended his hand for a friendly handshake, and Mark gladly accepted, shaking it enthusiastically. Thank you, Mark. I'll forever treasure this. One day, I will be sure to return the favor. My honor, Naruto Uzumaki, Mark beamed, still in disbelief. Is this really happening? Did he really come into my shop and try on the coat I made for him? Am I dreaming? I, Naruto Uzumaki, am now an official member of Fairy Tail. I will devote, protect, and cherish you all forever. Thank you for accepting me and taking me in. Naruto proclaimed, placing his fist over his heart. Welcome. Naruto Uzumaki, you're in for the time of your life. Once a fairy, always a fairy, Erza smirked. The fairy tale symbol glowed on the back of Naruto, and Team Natsu felt a swell of pride seeing him wear that coat. They were thrilled to have him in their guild. Naruto waved goodbye to Mark before parting with his team. Mark was still astonished by what had just happened in his shop. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had just experienced something extraordinary. Team Natsu and Naruto began their journey back to their guild. Naruto felt rejuvenated, ready to start a new life with new friends and a new family. Erza was genuinely happy to have met Naruto. She hadn't expected him to join Fairy Tail, but here they were, walking casually together, with him wearing a beautiful, newly made coat that symbolized his place in the guild. Adjusting to the idea of having a new member would take time, but Team Natsu knew their lives were about to become much more exciting. Erza looked down, realizing she was still holding Naruto's katana. She examined it closely. It wasn't as long or heavy as the swords she usually summoned for battle. It intrigued her that she had yet to see Naruto use this katana in a fight. Naruto, Erza called, catching the attention of the team. He turned to her, his deep baby blue eyes meeting hers. Here, your katana. You should take it back, she said, trying her best to keep her composure as she handed it back to him. Naruto accepted it gratefully. Thank you for holding on to it for me. Erza glanced away, trying to hide the blush creeping up her cheeks. Why does this happen every time? With his katana back in place, Naruto felt complete and ready for action. Hey, Naruto, are you planning on taking on some missions soon? Gray asked, his shirt once again absent from his upper body. Put on your shirt, ice freak. Natsu retorted. Gray shot a glare at Natsu. Shut up, punk. I guess I could. I'm a bit bored, and figuring my way around this town could be easier with a mission, Naruto replied, curious about the non-S-class jobs. If the S-class jobs were this simple, he wondered what the regular missions would be like. Would you like us to go with you? I assume you'd want someone to help you navigate so you don't get lost, Lucy offered. Not all of you, maybe just one, Naruto suggested. The team exchanged glances, debating who should accompany Naruto on his mission. I want to. Natsu exclaimed. No, Natsu. I want to. You're just going to fight him, not focus on the mission. Gray argued. But he already helped you out. Let others experience this too. Natsu shot back. You experienced it too. You were alone with him for a while. Gray countered. Erza sighed, stepping in to intervene. She took both their heads and gently but firmly brought them together. Ow! Gray and Natsu shouted in unison. What was that for? Would you two quit bickering? You're each going to get a chance to go on a mission with Naruto, so stop fighting like children, please. Erza huffed. Naruto chuckled, finding the situation amusing. Every time he saw Natsu and Gray bicker, he was reminded of the elemental nations, back when he was still a genin. Technically, he would still be a genin had he not died, which still puzzled him. He recalled the days when he and Sasuke would bicker just as much, if not more, than Natsu and Gray. Erza didn't want to admit it out loud, but she too was eager to go on a mission, just her and Naruto. From the day she spotted him by accident, she had been intrigued by him. Soon, Team Natsu and Naruto stood at the doorsteps of the guild. Natsu took a deep breath before kicking the doors open. We're back! Natsu shouted excitedly. Mira immediately grinned upon seeing the team, bobbing her head around to check that everyone who went out had returned. Following Natsu, Gray and Lucy entered, and then came Erza, with Happy floating beside her, wearing his usual cheerful expression. Where's Naruto? Mira wondered. Natsu raised his eyebrows, turning around to find their new spiky blonde member. Hey Naruto! Hurry up! You're so slow. Everyone else is already here. Naruto laughed. Sorry man. I'll pick up the pace. Ha! Erza couldn't help but chuckle. She was eager to see the guild's reaction when they saw him in his newly made coat. It looked fantastic on him. Very soon, Naruto stepped into the guild, his overcoat flowing as he strolled in. Oh, Naruto got a fancy new upgrade. Mira hummed as she laid her eyes on the ninja. Dang Naruto. You look awesome. That coat looks so cool on you, and you're rocking it effortlessly. Levi chimed in. Naruto smiled. Thank you, you're too nice, huh? Turn around, Naruto, Erza added, smirking. With that he spun around, displaying the fairy tale symbol for the guild members. Makarov hummed proudly. Very nice, nah. I am very happy to have you in Fairy Tale. Welcome and enjoy your time here. You bet I will. I'm starting my life anew. You are my family now, and I will always be grateful for you all. I will protect you with my life, Naruto declared. That's right. Be a man. Elfman boomed. What are you talking about? Naruto is definitely a man. Probably more of a man than you. Natsu shot back. Elfman slowly turned his attention to the pink-haired dragon slayer. Now Natsu, that was very unmanly of you to say. You sissy. What did you say? Natsu exclaimed, charging at Elfman, which sparked another one of Fairy Tale's playful scuffles. Mira exhaled, face-palming. Oh boy. Naruto couldn't help but burst into laughter. The fights you guys get into are just the best. Erza smiled at Naruto. Don't mind them. They're just a bunch of goofballs. As you spend more time with us, you'll find that these little fights happen quite often. Frankly, it happens a little too often. Naruto continued to laugh. You guys are silly. He then made his way carefully across the guild hall to the bar, where Mira stood. Erza soon followed him. Mira waved excitedly. Hey, Naruto. Hey. Naruto grinned as he approached the bar with Erza. Looking great there, Naruto. Mira chirped, and Erza nodded in agreement. So, I'm looking for a job to take on. One that requires some effort, but not as much as an S-class mission, Naruto inquired. Of course. In fact, why don't you go over to the request board and pick out any job from there? Mira urged, pointing to the left where the request board was located. I can pick any of those jobs from that board? Naruto asked, and Mira smiled and nodded. Erza placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, leading him over to the request board as he followed her. Come on, Naruto, let's pick one out now. I'll accompany you on this job if you don't mind, Erza suggested. Sure. Naruto stood, scanning the board for a job that he and Erza could complete together. They all seemed very easy, not too big of a deal, and none involved anything dangerous, unlike some of the missions Shinobis were sent on back in the elemental nations. I'm not sure. Why don't you pick one, Erza? Anyone is fine, Naruto said. Erza nodded. Hey, Naruto. Why don't we go on this job? It requires us to guard a cargo train containing jewels and other valuable materials. Is that good enough for you? Erza asked, reaching over to pull the paper pinned to the board. Yeah, sounds easy enough. I'm not in the mood for any big jobs that require too much effort. So what now? Do we just go? Do we notify Makarov or Mira, or what do we do? Naruto asked, wondering because back in the elemental nations, it was Lady Tsunade who assigned the missions to him. We just go. You can tell Mira if you want, but you don't have to. Most people just take a job and get on with it, except for S-class jobs, Erza explained. Naruto nodded. I see. Okay, so then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Erza brightened up, excited to go on this mission with just Naruto. All right. Erza and Naruto headed back over to the bar. Hey Mira, Naruto and I are going on a job. We'll be back soon. If the others ask, just tell them exactly that, Erza told Mira. Oh, just you and Naruto, Mira cooed. Erza shook her head, turning away from both Naruto and Mira, who chuckled silently to themselves. Erza felt her cheeks flush again. I'm just messing with you, Erza. You both have fun. Mira beamed happily. Mira was perceptive. Erza rarely showed any emotion, so it was clear to her that Erza was beginning to admire Naruto differently. Naruto smiled. I sure will. Come on, Erza. Natsu noticed the two and eyed them suspiciously. He quickly caught up with them just before they exited the guild hall. Hey, where are you two going off to? Natsu asked, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Going on a mission with Naruto, Erza answered nonchalantly. Natsu raised his brows. What? That's not fair. I wanted to go on a mission with Naruto. Erza sighed. Naruto laughed. Calm down, man. Don't worry, you'll go on a mission with me soon. I'm just going on an easy one to get a taste of these jobs. Natsu huffed childishly. Fine. Yeah, you fireball, stop being so dramatic. Gray suddenly chimed in. Natsu then turned his attention to the ice wizard. What? Natsu hollered. Meanwhile, the rest of the guild members just sighed. Well, I hope you have fun, Naruto. See you later. Lucy replied enthusiastically. Yeah, Naruto, just ignore this idiot fireball. Be safe and have fun, man. Gray added. Naruto waved to his fellow blonde and the ice wizard. Thanks, Lucy. Gray. I will. With that, Naruto and Erza finally set out for Naruto's first official job. A small smile crept up Erza's face as she silently rejoiced. Naruto and Erza walked side by side as they strolled down the streets of Magnolia. Erza eyed the shinobi intently. Although she had spent time with Naruto during their journey to Galuna Island, she was eager and grateful to be able to go on this job and hopefully bond with him more. Naruto seemed so closed off and distant from her and the rest of the fairy tale guild. Erza hoped to bring him warmth so that he would eventually open up to either her or the guild. She knew it wasn't healthy for Naruto to keep his feelings and thoughts bottled up. It must be painful for him, and Erza would do everything in her power to help him find relief. After a long, silent walk, Naruto finally spoke up. So, how are we supposed to get to the train we are guarding? He asked. Well, first we have to arrive at the train station. After that, we wait for our train to come, and from there, I believe that's where our job begins, Erza explained. I see. Seems simple enough. I'm curious to see how these jobs work. It will take me a while to settle in and get used to everything. It's all still very new to me, so I'm completely dependent on you and the guild for now. At least until I can navigate around town without getting lost and until I am stable with these jobs, Naruto said. Erza nodded. That is completely fine. I understand. You've been isolated in that forest for a whole year. It may not seem like much, but it is certainly a long time to spend there. So I absolutely do not mind lending you a hand. Naruto smiled in relief. Thank you so much, Erza. Oh Naruto, you say thank you too often. It should be us thanking you. Without you, there would be no wizards or anything. You are just too kind and humble. After walking for a few hours, Erza and Naruto finally arrived at Ashibana Station. We are here no. This is it. Ashibana train station, Erza said as Naruto looked on before they continued into the station. As they approached the front desk, they were greeted with shocked expressions, wide-open mouths, and eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Although Erza knew that the stairs were not meant for her, she could still feel the piercing gazes and continuously looked over at Naruto, worried that he would be uncomfortable. A young lady stood at the front desk, wearing large, round glasses with her hair pulled up in a neat bun. She wore a pink button-up blouse and a plain silver pencil skirt. The tag sitting on top of the desk in front of her read, Cindy. Cindy could not stop herself from gawking at Naruto as she tried to reason with herself, telling herself that the person standing in front of her was not the legendary figure she had in mind. Erza sighed. Listen, Miss Cindy, may we please have 2 tickets for the train that is supposed to arrive at 11 a.m.? The 11 a.m. train? You two must be from Fairy Tail. I'm assuming you are the ones guarding the cargo train then. Yes, Erza replied shortly. May I please have your names then? Cindy asked as she reached beside her to grab 2 small rectangular train tickets and a pen. Oh yes, pardon my rudeness. I am Erza Scarlet. Erza introduced herself. Ah yes, with that armor and scarlet hair, it is unmistakable. The mighty Titania of Fairy Tail. Very well, then, who is the gentleman standing behind you? Cindy asked, trying to convince herself that she was just imagining things. The man behind me is Naruto Uzumaki, Erza said nonchalantly. Cindy froze. Excuse me, what did you say this gentleman's name was? Erza sighed. I should have just given him an alias. You heard what I said. This man standing beside me is indeed Naruto Uzumaki, Erza confirmed. Why you're joking, right? Naruto Uzumaki is dead. Cindy doubted. However, as much as she didn't want to believe it, she couldn't deny that the man standing in front of her perfectly matched Naruto's description: spiky blonde hair, baby blue eyes, and 6 whiskers on his face, 3 on each side. Look, whether you want to believe it or not, that's up to you. But right now, we are on a job and don't have much time. So I would appreciate it if you would stop wasting our time, as you also have customers behind us waiting to be checked in, Erza said bluntly. Reluctantly, Cindy finished up and handed the two their train tickets. I apologize for my inappropriate behavior. Erza politely took the tickets from her hands and gave Naruto his ticket. Come on, Naruto. We must not waste any more time. Our train is supposed to be arriving at 11 o'clock, and right now we have about 10 minutes. So let's get a move on, Erza asserted. Naruto nodded and he and Erza took off. Erza always hated it when Naruto was treated that way. She understood that he was regarded as a legendary figure, but he was still a human being and deserved to be treated with respect. Naruto noticed how tense Erza was after what happened at the front desk. Erza, relax, it's okay. It's no big deal. Don't get so worked up, okay? Erza sighed. You're right, Naruto. I'm sorry, I just can't stand it when people do that to you. Naruto chuckled. I could care less about all of that. There are more important things to worry about. Erza nodded in agreement, and with that, the two continued with the next part of their journey, the train they were assigned to guard. At last, Naruto and Erza arrived at their stop. Here we are. We still have some time left. We are 5 minutes early. Why don't we sit down and rest for a bit? Erza suggested. Yeah, sure, Naruto agreed. The two strolled over and sat down on a wooden bench. Erza took a breath before glancing at Naruto, who leaned back against the bench with his hands resting behind his head, his eyes gently closed. Erza smiled softly at the resting Naruto. She too felt a bit tired from everything that had happened since she met him. She was tempted to lay her head on his strong yet soft-looking shoulder and just close her eyes. Erza wanted to bond with Naruto more. She wanted to talk to him and know more about him. She desperately wished to help him, aware that he still carried the pain of his past experiences in the elemental nations. Maintaining a respectful distance, the two remained like this until their train arrived. Soon, Erza heard the high-pitched sound of the train approaching, and as much as she felt guilty for having to wake Naruto up yet again, she stood up and lightly tapped him on the shoulder. Naruto opened his eyes slowly and looked up at Erza. Our train is here? He asked. Yes. If you want, you can rest more on the train. We can take turns guarding the cargo, Erza suggested. Naruto shook his head as he stood up. I'm fine, Erza. No need to worry. Let's do this. Very well, Erza replied. With that, the two stepped onto the train, holding out their tickets for the conductor to punch. After the conductor punched Erza's ticket, he looked up at the spiky blonde shinobi with weary eyes. Who are you really? The conductor asked, mistrust evident in his tone. Sir, I am Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto answered. The conductor raised an eyebrow in doubt. Son, you won't get anywhere if you don't tell the truth. Before Naruto could respond, Erza chimed in, slightly irritated. Sir, whether you'd like to believe it or not, this man is indeed Naruto Uzumaki, she affirmed. Sorry, while I do believe that you are Erza Scarlet, I just cannot accept that this man is the legendary Naruto Uzumaki from thousands of years ago, the conductor said stubbornly. Erza sighed in frustration. It's okay, Erza, Naruto assured, noticing her tension. Listen, sir, we cannot waste any more time. We are here for a job. So please, just punch his ticket and let him on. Whether you believe it or not, he is one of the people assigned to guard the cargo on this train, Erza reasoned. The conductor let out a defeated exhale before reluctantly deciding to punch Naruto's ticket. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it, Naruto said gratefully. Erza shook her head in disbelief. Oh Naruto, even after this conductor treats you like this, you still muster the energy to thank him. You are certainly one of a kind. So, what exactly is the cargo that we are supposedly guarding? Naruto asked out of curiosity as he and Erza took a seat beside the train window. From what I read on the job request, I believe it is gold and diamonds. Word about trains transporting these luxurious gems spreads quickly, Unfortunately to the wrong people as well. There have been numerous cases of cargo trains being hijacked and completely stripped of their cargo. So it is not uncommon for wizards to go on escorting jobs like this one, Erza explained. And where is this train headed? Naruto continued. I believe it is transporting cargo to Clover Town, which is just ahead of Magnolia Town. It is also the town where the guild masters meet, Erza answered. Naruto nodded in understanding. I see. It is much tamer than the escorting mission that Grandma Tsunade would send me on. Even my very first escorting mission wasn't as easy and simple as this one. Naruto recalled his genin days with Team. The train soon began moving, making its way toward Clover Town. For a while, Naruto and Erza sat in silence, listening to the train move along the tracks. But soon, Erza wanted to strike up a conversation with Naruto. She thought this was the perfect opportunity to bond with him more. She wanted to ask him questions, but she was afraid of stirring up unwanted memories. Well, Naruto, are you enjoying yourself so far? Erza started. Naruto remained silent before replying, Yes, I am. I'm glad to hear that. So, what do you plan on doing after this job? Erza continued. To be honest, I'm not quite sure. The only thing I can really do is continue to immerse myself in this new world. Learn more about magic, learn more about wizards, the neighboring towns of Magnolia, how guilds are set up, and more. So much to do, Naruto said. Not only that, I want to spend more time with you and the rest of the guild members. You guys are my new family. To me, a family is everything. I want to do everything in my power to cherish and protect everyone. No matter how many times I say it, no words can ever describe how thankful I am to be graciously taken in and accepted by you all, Naruto voiced emotionally. Oh Naruto, you silly boy. Fairy Tail will always welcome you with open arms. We will always be here. We love our family very much. We will love you always. Once you are a fairy, you will forever be a fairy, Erza said proudly. Thank you, Naruto replied softly, giving a small smile. For a while, the atmosphere between the two warriors was light and warm. Erza enjoyed the quiet time together, wishing it could last forever. However, their peace was soon interrupted by a light thud from the roof of the train. Both Naruto and Erza noticed it, immediately standing up in alarm, readying themselves for whatever might come next. So it wasn't just me, right? You heard it too? Erza asked for confirmation. Judging from the sound, I'm assuming we have an unwanted visitor, Naruto affirmed. Unfortunately, I don't think he's our only unwanted visitor, Erza replied. The two remained still, silent and alert. They listened to faint footsteps as they made their way across the roof of the train. Erza, brace yourself, I'm sensing an oncoming visitor, Naruto warned. Erza nodded knowingly, and just as Naruto had predicted, a man in his mid-40s, dressed in all-black attire and equipped with a jetpack, zoomed through the sky and crashed into the side of the train through the window beside the two warriors. Naruto and Erza quickly evaded the impact as the jetpack-wielding man jolted against the wall of the train and fell, dazed. Following him through the shattered window was another man, appearing to be in his mid-30s and dressed in black. He rushed over to help his disoriented companion, who slowly stood up and shrugged off the broken jetpack. Hey boss, you good? He asked jokingly. The boss, still slightly dazed, took a moment to steady himself before flashing a big grin at his accomplice and replying, I'm super. The two chuckled smugly before turning their attention to Naruto and Erza. Hey boss, who are these people? They look so lame, one of them remarked with a smirk. They don't matter. Just hurry up and collect the goods, and we're out of here, the boss replied nonchalantly, as if Naruto and Erza weren't even there. Alright boss. If you say so, the accomplice responded, and they began to move toward the locked-up diamonds and gold. What fools, Erza sighed in annoyance. Naruto, let me handle this. There's no need for you to waste your time and energy on these incompetent thieves. Naruto chuckled playfully as he watched Erza march over to the two intruders, blocking their path to the vault. With her arms folded across her chest, Erza gave them a stern look. I wouldn't do that if I were you, she warned. But the two intruders just laughed. What can a little girl like you do to us? The boss taunted. Don't think that just because you're wearing armor we're scared of you, the other one chimed in. One final warning. Get out before I have to take action, Erza said, remaining unfazed. The boss grunted in frustration. Fine, be like that, he sighed. I really don't want to lay a hand on a pretty young lady like you, but you leave me no choice. Poor guy. He's about to get outmatched by Erza. Naruto thought, watching in amusement. The boss then lunged at Erza, curling his hand into a fist. However, she swiftly dodged his punch, grabbing his arm, twisting it, and effortlessly throwing him over her shoulder. He landed on the floor of the train, panting in shock, while his accomplice stood frozen, trembling in fear. Erza turned to the two foolish thieves. I suggest you take your partner in crime and leave before I have to do the same thing to you, she warned again. This time, her warning seemed effective, as the remaining thief quickly helped his dazed boss. He threw his boss's arm over his shoulder and they exited through the window they had originally crashed through. You're pretty scary, Erza. You should take it easy, Naruto teased. Erza laughed. Well, Naruto, if I weren't scary, those thieves wouldn't have learned their lesson. If you say so, Naruto chuckled. So, how are we supposed to fix this window? We can't just leave it like this. That I'm not too sure about. I guess we'll just have to wait for this train to arrive safely at its destination. Then we'll figure out a way to fix this, Erza said. Fine by me, Naruto nodded in agreement. During the rest of the train ride, despite the gap left by the shattered window, Naruto and Erza were still able to enjoy the peace and quiet. Naruto chuckled softly, Remind me to never anger you. I doubt you ever will, Erza replied lightheartedly. Eventually, the train arrived at its final destination, Clover Town. Before they stepped off the train, they stopped to greet the conductor. Sir, I am so sorry for the damage we've caused along the way. We will do whatever we can to compensate for our carelessness, Erza apologized. The conductor raised his hand in forgiveness. It's okay. I forgive you. Don't worry about it, I will take care of it. After all, you kept the cargo safe, and that's what matters. You did your job. Here, before you leave, take this. The conductor held out a small brown pouch filled with gold. Erza bowed politely and accepted the gold before she and Naruto stepped off. But before they completely left the train station, the conductor called out to them. By the way, I sincerely apologize for doubting you earlier, Naruto Uzumaki, the conductor said. Naruto turned around, bowed respectfully, and then he and Erza proceeded into the train station. Come on, Naruto, we need to head to the front desk of this train station to get train tickets for our ride back home, Erza said. Okay, Naruto replied. As they entered the train station, they were once again met with judgmental and weary eyes. This time, Erza paid no attention and continued walking with Naruto. She knew that since the rest of the world had yet to discover that the legendary Naruto Uzumaki was alive, the stares would be a typical occurrence. At times, Erza wished she had never met Naruto. Words couldn't describe how much she hated it when people stared at him like he was an alien. Just ignore them, Erza. It's okay, it doesn't bother me at all. So don't let it bother you either. Just keep going, Naruto reminded her. Sorry, Naruto, I worry about you. It just feels like everywhere you go, you can't truly be yourself, Erza lamented. Don't worry about it. I'm used to it, Naruto replied nonchalantly. Erza looked at him in concern. You're used to it? As they continued walking, they approached the front desk of the train station, where a man in his mid-20s stood, wearing a plain blue button-up shirt and brown slacks. Sat on the desk in front of him was a tag reading, Tom. Tom immediately noticed Naruto and eyed him with curiosity as the two warriors approached the front desk. Good afternoon, sir. May we please have tickets for the 2 p.m. train? Erza asked, snapping Tom out of his daze as he quickly made eye contact with her. Wise. Of course. Tom stuttered, fumbling for the tickets. May I have 2 names? Oh yes, pardon me. I am Erza Scarlet, she replied. And the gentleman behind you? Tom asked nervously as he finished writing down Erza's ticket. Naruto Uzumaki, Erza answered shortly. Tom gulped hard as he wrote down Naruto's name. I've heard rumors that the legendary Naruto Uzumaki is alive and roaming Fiori. I've heard he joined the notorious fairy tale guild. According to the legend, he has wild, blonde, spiky hair, baby blue eyes, and 6 whiskers. 3 on each side. Excuse me? Are you done with our tickets, sir? Erza waved her hand in front of Tom, who was lost in thought. Sir? Mr. Tom? Erza called out again. Tom finally snapped back to reality, bowing his head frantically. My apologies, my apologies. Weiss, I am done. He handed the tickets to Erza, who accepted them politely. Thank you, sir, she said before turning to Naruto and giving him his ticket. Could the rumors really be true? Is that really him? He fits the description perfectly, and he's alongside Erza Scarlet, a very well-known member of the Fairy Tale Guild. Tom's thoughts trailed off as he watched Naruto and Erza move further away from the desk. He quickly pushed those thoughts aside as more passengers arrived to check in. Despite Tom's nervousness, Erza appreciated that he didn't spend more time doubting Naruto and simply went along with the process. That guy was really nervous. Poor dude, he needs to relax, Naruto mused. Erza chuckled. I can't really blame him. Eventually, Naruto and Erza arrived at their designated train stop. We still have 10 minutes to spare. Shall we sit? Erza suggested. Naruto nodded and walked over to the nearest wooden bench, letting out a deep breath. Erza joined him, and the two sat in silence until their train arrived. As the train came to a screeching halt, Naruto and Erza stood up and slowly made their way over, stopping behind a line of other passengers. Erza sighed, anticipating what was to come. Naruto noticed her uneasiness. I know you're worried, Erza, but whatever happens, just remain calm. It will be okay, he assured her. Erza nodded as the line moved on. Silly me, he shouldn't have to keep reminding me. But I just can't help it. I don't want to see him treated like this. As they stepped onto the train, they watched the conductor punch each passenger's ticket, name side up. I can feel the harsh stares of everyone around. But I have to ignore them. If Naruto can do it, why can't I? Erza chastised herself. When it was Erza's turn, the conductor punched her ticket after a quick glance. It was easy and simple, no trouble whatsoever. She hoped it would be the same for Naruto. What Erza hadn't expected was for the conductor to allow Naruto to move onto the train without causing a scene. At most, the conductor only gave him a look of skepticism. Nevertheless, both Naruto and Erza were pleasantly surprised and appreciated the conductor's actions. They finally settled down in their seats, and as the train began to move forward, the two enjoyed the ride in peace and silence. At last, Naruto and Erza arrived back in their hometown, Magnolia. While walking back to the Fairy Tale Guild, several thoughts ran through Erza's mind. I feel that Naruto and I have definitely made progress. He hasn't opened up to me yet, but that's okay. I don't expect him to anytime soon. Naruto. You are certainly intriguing. You hide so much. And I know you are still suffering. I just wish there was something I could do. Erza's thoughts continued. As they made their way across town, Erza paid no heed to the stares of the townspeople, lost in her own thoughts. Naruto noticed but decided to let her be as they continued walking. Eventually, they reached the Fairy Tale Guild. The doors were wide open, and the first to notice their return was Mira. Hey guys! That was fast. How did it go? Mira asked cheerfully. It was simple and easy. I wouldn't mind taking jobs like that more often. Although, with jobs this simple, I think I would do fine on my own, Naruto replied as he quickly took a seat at the bar in front of Mira. Welcome back, Naruto. How was your first official job? Gray chimed in, approaching the blonde shinobi, shirtless as usual. It was fine. Erza did most of the work, though. I gotta say, I would have been lost without her, Naruto mused. Erza chuckled. You're too kind, Naruto. Plus, you're still getting familiar with everything here. There's no problem with Erza or the rest of Fairy Tale lending a hand, Lucy added. But do you think you know your way around better now that Erza has taken you out for your first job? Mira asked. I believe I do. I'm still learning, but it won't be long until I know this place like the back of my hand, Naruto answered. That's good to hear. Gray remarked. You guys are really relaxed with jobs coming in and out. It is way different back in the elemental nations, Naruto mentioned. This piqued the interest of Gray, Erza, Lucy, and Mira. What do you mean by that? Mira asked curiously. It is much more formal with how jobs are assigned. For one, the leader of our village personally assigns the jobs, and once they are completed, we report back to our leader, Naruto explained. Do you find jobs back in the elemental nations as easy as the ones here? Lucy asked. Depends. It depends on the type of job I am assigned, Naruto replied. I see, Lucy said. Hey Naruto. You're back. Natsu shouted in excitement as he and Happy strolled into the guild hall. What's up, Natsu? Naruto replied with equal enthusiasm. So, Naruto, how did the job go? Natsu asked. It went fine. Although Erza did most of the work, Naruto laughed. Say, Naruto, you're not too tired from your job, right? Natsu mused. Not really. It was a pretty easy job, and like I said, Erza did most of the work. Why do you ask? Naruto wondered. Well, if you're not too tired, do you think you could have a spar with me? Natsu inquired. You mean as in a spar? Naruto asked. Yeah, but you don't have to if you don't want to. I know it's really sudden and you just got back from your job, Natsu said. You want to spar right now? Naruto asked again. Yeah. Can we? Natsu replied. Sure. I drew it with my own hands. Wait, Natsu. Naruto just got back from a mission. He hasn't had a break since we met. Why ask for a fight now? Let him take it easy, Erza admonished. But Naruto said it was okay. Natsu protested, pouting. Naruto chuckled softly. Erza, it's fine. I'm completely okay. Erza sighed. I just feel like everything is moving so fast, and you haven't had a chance to settle down. I agree with Erza, but let's see what happens. Natsu has always wanted to spar with Naruto. It will just be a friendly match. We won't let it escalate too much, Mira chimed in. Natsu, you realize how lucky you are, right? Many would love to spar with the legendary Naruto Uzumaki, and here you are, casually challenging him, Gray smirked. I have a question. How are we going to spar without causing a ruckus in town? Naruto asked. We have our own training grounds, very wide and spacious. That should work, Makarov suggested. This is exciting. Mind if we watch? Levi asked eagerly. Of course. Everyone is welcome to watch. Naruto replied. So, what are the rules? Naruto asked as he and Natsu stood on the fairy tale training grounds, facing each other. The spectators watched from the sidelines. The first to be rendered immobile is the loser, Erza explained simply, standing between them with her hand raised, ready to start the fight. Are you both ready? Erza asked. They nodded confidently, and with one final nod, her hand came down, signaling the start of the fight. Let the match begin. Natsu charged at Naruto, who effortlessly vanished from sight. The crowd leaned forward, scanning the dust cloud created by Natsu's charge. He's so fast. It's like he's lightning. Kana exclaimed in awe. Where did he go? Natsu shouted in panic, searching for his opponent as dust filled his eyes. Suddenly he felt a sharp jab to his side and was sent flying across the training grounds. That hurt. Natsu groaned as he got back to his feet, noticing several oddly shaped kunai scattered around. As he tried to keep up with the blur of movement around him, he suddenly yelled, "Ack! Not again! I'm done with this! Fire Dragon, roar!" Natsu shouted, unleashing a torrent of flames, hoping to catch Naruto in the blast. To his dismay, he felt another sharp jab to his side, flinging him across the training grounds once more. These hits are starting to hurt. Natsu grunted, clutching his sides. He unleashed another round of his Fire Dragon, roar. Wow, Naruto is really dominating Natsu, and he hasn't even used any of his special techniques. Just physical attacks. How can simple punches and kicks knock Natsu down like that? Lucy wondered. Oh Lucy, you have no idea. Naruto is incredibly strong. I once got thrown across the room by him, and I thought I'd broken my back. The scary part is, he wasn't even using all his strength, Gray replied. Erza watched intently, which means Naruto is probably holding back with Natsu as well. Just imagine if he didn't hold back at all. Erza shuddered at the thought. If he can deal this much damage while holding back, I can't even imagine what would happen if he went all out. Naruto, you truly live up to your name. Come on, Naruto. Use some techniques on me. Natsu shouted boldly, his fists igniting with flames. Fire Dragon, Iron Fist. Natsu charged forward, activating his Fire Dragon, Claw for a boost. Alright, Natsu, I think it's time to end this fight, don't you? Naruto said as Natsu faced the final blow. Ah! Natsu yelled as he slammed into the outer wall of the training grounds, rendered immobile. Natsu groaned, clutching his sides, his entire body aching. The others rushed to his side, with Gray supporting him. Ding, Natsu, you really got beaten up, Gray remarked. Shut up. You try fighting him. Natsu shot back, annoyed. Naruto chuckled softly as he strolled over to his guild members, his hands tucked in his pockets. Erza waited for him to catch up. So, how are you feeling? She asked, still in awe after witnessing Naruto's effortless victory over Natsu. I'm fine. You should be asking Natsu, Naruto replied playfully. Erza laughed. Well, I'm glad. I'm going to go check on Natsu, Naruto said. So he can get up and challenge you again? Erza teased. You have to give him credit for not backing down. One day, that determination could make all the difference. Naruto defended Natsu. Erza smiled. You're right. Hey Natsu. You feeling alright? Sorry if I pushed you too hard, Naruto said sheepishly as he entered the fairy tale infirmary, where Mira was tending to Natsu. Bandages covered Natsu's upper body. Man Naruto, you're crazy strong. But I promise you, I'm going to train hard every day, and one day, you'll be the one wrapped up in bandages. Natsu smirked, clenching his fist triumphantly. I'm waiting for you, Natsu, Naruto smiled. Now, why don't you let me help you heal? Nah, I'm good, Naruto. I can handle it, Natsu replied confidently. Are you sure? Yeah, of course. Natsu insisted. Naruto chuckled and nodded before leaving the infirmary. Naruto, you're so cool. I swear, one day I will fight you as an equal. Just you wait, Naruto. Did you help him recover? Erza asked as she sat at the bar. Nah, he didn't want me to. I guess he wanted to take this as a learning experience. Good for him, Naruto replied. He really looks up to you, Naruto, Makarov added. I can tell. He wanted to challenge me. He wants to fight me as an equal, and I believe in him. He will grow and mature. One day, he will be strong enough to hold his own against me, Naruto said with hope. Well, anyway, what are you going to do now? Do you even have a place to stay? Lucy asked. I don't. I'm not sure if I have enough money to stay at a hotel, even temporarily, Naruto replied. Here, Naruto, take this. It's the money we earned from our escort mission. This should be enough to sustain you for about 4 nights, Erza said as she walked over and handed a pouch of gold to Naruto. Erza, are you sure? We earned this together. Don't you want to split it? Plus, you did most of the work while I just stood by. Naruto chuckled. Don't worry about me, Naruto. Focus on yourself and finding a place to stay for the next few nights until you can get stable with missions and navigate the town, Erza retorted. Erza has a point, Naruto. If you still need a place to stay, just stay here at the guild, Gray suggested. Naruto nodded. Sounds good to me. 3 weeks had passed since Erza introduced Naruto to the Fairy Tail Guild. Naruto wasted no time and got to work. He spent many hours in the Fairy Tail Library, learning about the wizarding world and studying various magic spells. He also took on numerous missions, saving enough to rent a modest apartment for himself. Although he had yet to fully open up to Erza or his fellow guild members, he spent time with them and went on missions with Team Natsu. He had formed bonds with his newfound family and was determined to protect them. Natsu stretched his arms high, a bright smile on his face as he and Team Natsu strolled back to Fairy Tail. Who? Was that an awesome job or what? He exclaimed, his excitement infectious. Well, the client sure seemed to think so. Happy chimed in, floating above the team. Face it, you guys are lucky I decided to come along, Gray huffed. Natsu turned to Gray, confusion and disgust on his face. What are you talking about? We're lucky because you begged to come with us? How does that make sense? Because you were as helpful as one of Erza's suitcases, Gray retorted. That sparked Natsu's competitive spirit, and he pressed his forehead against Gray's. Hey man, you better watch your mouth or I'll pack you like a suitcase. Natsu warned, annoyance etched on his face. That doesn't make any sense. Gray grumbled. That's enough, boys. Erza interjected sternly, stepping between them to break up the petty squabble. Now please get dressed. Ag, for crying out loud, why does this keep happening? Gray exclaimed in frustration. Oh yeah, speaking of, where is Naruto? He didn't come along on our mission. He must be back at the guild or something, Lucy noted. He's off on a solo mission. He should be back anytime soon. Naruto isn't one to take forever on his missions, Erza replied. Okay. Hey. Sorry to interrupt your conversation, but... Lucy began. What's up? Natsu asked. Speaking of solo missions, when I took this job, I thought it would be a solo mission too. So, why did you all have to come along? Lucy said, holding the trembling Plu in her arms. Come on, isn't it obvious? Natsu said. No, I don't think so. Lucy replied. We're Fairy Tail's strongest team, so we gotta stick together. Natsu grinned widely, giving Lucy a thumbs up. Aye, sir. Happy cheered. And don't you forget it, Gray added. Lucy laughed sheepishly. Yeah, we are. No job is too tough. Not for me, Happy, Erza, and old underwear here. Natsu bubbled. Don't call me that, Gray groaned. Erza chuckled. We are quite a capable bunch. We'd be even more capable with you, Naruto. Erza thought. True that. Happy chirped. Hey, you forgot about me. Lucy shrieked. Oh, lighten up, Loopy. I'm just messing with you. Natsu laughed. Well, I don't appreciate it, and that's not my name. Lucy replied, annoyed. Please forgive me. I truly didn't mean to upset you. I got carried away. It won't happen again. If you would like, you may strike me now, Erza offered. That's okay. I don't think that's in my best interest. Lucy shivered. Smart decision, Natsu and Gray chimed in. The light-hearted mood quickly shifted as Happy noticed the cold, fearful stares from the townspeople and the whispers directed at the wizards. Why is everybody staring at us? Gray asked, looking around warily. It's not the good kind of staring. Happy said nervously. They're afraid, Erza said, halting in her tracks as she spotted the unusually shaped guild hall. Why does the guild look so bizarre? Erza wondered, fear and confusion creeping into her voice. From a distance, Team Natsu saw the Fairy Tail Guild marred by what looked like black iron cannons. It was completely ruined. All of Team Natsu stood, speechless and lost for words as they finally arrived at the guild's doorsteps. Our guild. Someone did this to our guild. Natsu fumed, trembling with anger. But who would do such a thing? Erza questioned. It was Phantom. Mira muttered, her voice shaking as she too was shaken by the sudden attack. Are you serious? Gray asked in disbelief. You mean, Phantom did this? Natsu shot back angrily. We couldn't do anything to stop them. They caught us off guard, Mira said softly. Well, what about Naruto? Where is he? Is he home yet? Erza asked frantically as Mira led her and Team Natsu down to the basement of the Fairy Tail Guild Hall. Normally used for storage, it had become a place for the members to nurse their broken spirits. Everyone was sprawled across the room, defeated and mourning their guild hall's loss. We've never been on the best terms with those phantom jerks, but come on. Jet spat in disgust. Want to teach them a lesson? Droy replied in agreement, reclining in his chair with a deadpan expression. Back off, you guys. Don't you think we're in enough trouble already? Levi sighed. Oh. What's up, kids? Makarov beamed, seemingly unaffected by the chaos. Hi. Lucy replied unenthusiastically. Sorry we weren't here sooner, Erza apologized. Why the heck are you all just sitting down here? Natsu raged. How'd it go, Lucy? Did you finish the job like a good girl? Makarov asked casually. Yeah, I guess so. Lucy answered. Erza furrowed her brows. Master, do you understand the gravity of this situation? The guild hall has been completely destroyed. Natsu exclaimed. There's no need to get all worked up. It's not the end of the world or anything. Makarov said calmly, continuing to drink his beer. What? Gray said in shock. This just shows how cowardly those phantom lords really are. They struck when no one was here. Is that worth bragging about? And anyway, where is Naruto? He went on a mission too. You guys came back before him. That's surprising. Makarov noted. Erza sighed. I'm sure Naruto will be back soon, and I hope he is. We need him. But nobody was here. It was after everyone had already left for the night. Mira replied sadly. I suppose we can be thankful for that. At least no one in our guild was hurt in the attack, Erza said, trying to find a silver lining. We shouldn't trouble ourselves about people who don't even have the guts to face us head-on. Forget about those fools. Makarov finally said. Angered by everything that had happened, Natsu slammed his fist against the wall. That's not going to happen, Gramps. We can't just let them trash our place and get away with it, he exclaimed. I'm not discussing this any longer. We'll focus on job requests until the upstairs is repaired, Makarov replied. What? We shouldn't be worried about job requests, Natsu. That's enough. Makarov shouted in frustration. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick break. Natsu looked on bitterly. I don't understand why he's acting like this. Ugh, and when is Naruto going to get back? He's going to be just as angry and shocked when he sees his new home in ruins. Natsu, shut up. Gray yelled, clearly frustrated. Natsu, this is just as hard on him as it is on you. He's upset, but a conflict between guilds is strictly forbidden by the council. We will explain everything to Naruto when he returns, Mira said, her voice tinged with sadness. It's not fair that those phantom creeps started it. Natsu shot back. I know, but that doesn't matter. Mira replied. Deep down, she felt just as Natsu did, but she had to comply with the rules and follow Master Makarov's orders. Oh Naruto, please come back soon. We need you. If the Master's decision is to not retaliate, then we must respect it, Erza said, resigned. Everyone else was left to grapple with their own anger and frustration. Meanwhile, Naruto, still unaware of what had happened to Fairy Tail, was finally on his way back from his mission. He had taken on a task that required him to rescue a kidnapped little girl and return her safely to her parents. Dang, this mission took longer than usual. People kept stopping me to chat. I have to say, even though I got nearly the same treatment as when I defeated Pain, it can get tiring. Naruto chuckled to himself. It seems like you are enjoying yourself, kid. I'm happy for you, Kurama grumbled. Yes, and we are relieved to see you have found people you can safely call your family. Remember to cherish them, love them, and protect them at all costs. No matter what, Matatabi added. Of course. I would do anything for them. They welcomed me with open arms. Even though I am this so-called legendary being, they treat me like a regular person. It's completely different from when I was a child. Naruto smiled. Well, I need to hurry back. I've taken longer than usual. Everyone is going to wonder where I've been. Especially Erza, Mira, and Master Makarov. This is quite a mess we're in right now, isn't it, Plu? Lucy murmured softly to her little snowman companion. I really hope Naruto comes back soon. I had no idea that Fairy Tail and Phantom Lord had such a rivalry. Honestly, I thought about joining them before I met Natsu. They have a reputation for being almost as wild as Fairy Tail. But I love my guild and don't regret my decision at all. After all, I was lucky enough to meet the legendary Naruto Uzumaki and have him join Fairy Tail as well. Fairy Tail is like my family. Lucy trailed off as she opened her door and stepped inside her flat. Inside, Erza, Natsu, and Gray were sitting at a table filled with food as if it were their own home. Very nice place you have, Erza said, helping herself to a cup of tea. They left the shop without asking first. Why are you here? Lucy exclaimed, tossing her suitcases aside. Since the guild has been attacked, We can assume there are Phantom Lord members in town, Erza explained. They've probably found out where everyone in Fairy Tail lives by now, Gray added. Where we live? Lucy shrieked in fear. Mira said it'd be safer if we stuck together, strength in numbers. Gray said, I guess she's right. But I hope Naruto will be alright. He's still gone, doesn't know about any of this, and will be alone. Honestly, I'm worried for him, Lucy said with concern. I understand, Lucy, but Naruto should be back soon enough. I'm sure he will understand once everything is explained to him. As for his safety, I think it's safe to say that Naruto will be just fine on his own. So relax and let's enjoy each other's company for now. Erza replied. Natsu frowned. The last thing I wanted was for my bro Naruto to come back from a mission only to see his new home destroyed. I get it, Natsu, but like Erza said, Naruto will understand once he is caught up with everything, Gray said. Natsu sighed in defeat. Yeah. Plus, we're all having a slumber party tonight. Happy chirped. You are an attractive teenage girl after all. I wasn't entirely comfortable with you being alone with just Natsu and Gray. I thought I could only relax if I stayed here as well. Erza smiled. It's not time to relax. Natsu pouted. So it was already decided that these two would stay with me? Why did they have to come to my place? Lucy asked. Whoa, you sure have a lot of dirty clothes. Happy laughed mischievously as he rummaged through Lucy's basket of laundry, while Lucy stared in dismay. What are you doing? Get out of my stuff. You better stop that right now or you're both in big trouble. Lucy shouted in warning. Hey Plu, did you find something to eat? Don't go hogging it all. Natsu exclaimed excitedly at the thought of food. Look, Erza, I found some frilly underwear you might like. Happy joked. Erza's face flushed with embarrassment. I can't believe you'd actually wear something like this, Lucy. I'm going to try and get some sleep, so could you keep it down? Gray said as he casually laid down in Lucy's bed, ready to doze off. You guys are taking this make yourself at home thing a little too far. Lucy deadpanned. We have a serious problem here. I refuse to sleep in a room that smells. Erza insisted. I don't want to take a bath right now. Natsu pouted childishly. But I've already gotten into bed. Gray added. Come on now, boys, do we have to take a bath together like we did when we were kids? Erza teased, causing Natsu and Gray to look away, their faces contorted in fear and their cheeks flushed. What kind of relationship do you guys have? Lucy shouted. They're the strongest team. Happy chirped. More like the strangest team. Shouldn't you be staying with Locky at the girls' dorm? Jet asked as he and Droy walked alongside Levi. It's fine. I don't want to split up our team. Levi said happily, her arms spread wide as she walked merrily. Jet and Droy's faces flushed pink as they fell for the girl they were accompanying. The three of us can face anything together. Jet beamed. Unbeknownst to the oblivious trio, an intimidating young man with long black spiked hair stood upon a rooftop, gazing down on them like an eagle stalking its prey. Without hesitation, he leaped from his perch and landed in front of the three, catching them completely off guard. Frozen in surprise, Levi, Droy, and Jet braced for impact. But to their astonishment, they felt nothing at all. As they looked around for any sign of injury, they found themselves unscathed. When Levi turned around, her eyes widened in shock to see Naruto standing before them, his back turned as if shielding them from the danger he now faced head-on. The attacker lay a short distance away, groaning in pain as he slowly gathered the strength to rise. He glared at Naruto, clutching his side. Who the hell are you? But then realization hit him like a brick wall. Wait, the blonde spiky hair, those blue eyes, and those whisker marks. Oh no, this is Naruto Uzumaki. Nice to meet you. I am Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto introduced casually. Who are you? A moment of silence hung in the air before the attacker grunted, Gajeel. Tis, listen here, I don't know if you really are Naruto Uzumaki, and frankly, I don't care. Get out of my way before I take you down too, Gajeel growled, his fist transforming into what looked like an iron cannon as he charged at Naruto. Step back, guys, Naruto whispered to the trio, And they complied, stepping back a foot before he caught Gajil's fist, stopping him dead in his tracks and effortlessly swinging him down onto his back. Gajil gasped in pain, curling over to his side. "How dare you? I swear you will pay. This doesn't hurt at all. You're funny if you think this hurts, ah." Ignoring him, Naruto turned to the still stunned trio. "Come on, let's get you guys out of here before anything else happens." Levi nodded, and she, Droy, Jet, and Naruto left while Gajil continued to groan in pain. If he was holding back, he sure has incredible strength. "I feel like every bone in my body has been crushed. No matter, I will teach anyone who dares to defy me a lesson." Including this so-called Naruto Uzumaki, Gajil vowed, glaring angrily at the retreating shinobi as his footsteps faded into the night. "Thanks, Naruto, you really saved us back there," Droy said. "Yeah, no doubt he would have taken us out if you hadn't stepped in," Jet added. "I'm just glad I got there in time. Are you guys okay? Is anyone hurt?" Naruto asked with concern. Levi shook her head reassuringly. "We're all fine, thanks to you, Naruto." "So where are you guys headed?" "I'll walk with you." "I don't feel safe letting you walk alone any further," Naruto insisted. "Well, we weren't going anywhere. We didn't think we'd be attacked. We were just walking around, thinking we were safe together. Turns out we were wrong." "We're only safe because of you," Levi replied. "Then I think the best option is to head back to the guild. Wandering around isn't safe, especially since you almost got hurt," Naruto suggested. Levi froze at the realization that Naruto was still unaware of what had happened to the guild. She sighed. "Well, he's going to find out sooner or later." "Thank you, Naruto," Levi said. Naruto frowned, his brows furrowing as he looked upon the fairy tale guild, completely destroyed and marked by what looked like black iron cannons, similar to what he had seen when he faced Gajil. "I think it's safe to assume he was the one who did this," Naruto concluded. Levi, Droy, and Jet looked on sadly from behind him. Taking a deep breath, Naruto turned to the trio, his voice calm but laced with anger. "Would someone like to explain what's going on? The first thing I come back to is my fellow guildmates nearly getting attacked by what seems like a member of another guild, and now I find my new home in ruins. Please, tell me what happened." "It's a guild called Phantom Lord. They attacked at night when no one was there. No one was hurt, so Makarov decided it was best not to retaliate since conflict between guilds is strictly forbidden by the Magic Council. And now we're handling job requests in the basement of the guild hall until the upstairs is fixed," Levi explained, her voice tinged with sadness and fear. Naruto sighed. "I see. But you guys almost got hurt." Naruto pointed out. "Yes. You're right," Levi replied. Naruto huffed in frustration. "Well, let's just go inside for now." The trio nodded, leading Naruto down into the basement. Lucy sat in the bathtub, humming as she replayed the events of the day. "Oh, Natsu. You're up. I'm all done with my bath." She stepped out to find Natsu sprawled on the table, fast asleep, with Happy beside him happily munching on a fish. "Wanna take his spot, Gray?" "You should. It was so relaxing," Erza said, sitting on Lucy's bed, wrapped in a towel with her scarlet hair bundled up. "Gee, I'm glad you're all feeling so comfortable here," Lucy said dryly. "I suppose I should get dressed," Erza said, performing her Requip magic spell, instantly transforming into a pair of comfortable pajamas. "Is this better? Is that really how you change your clothes?" Lucy exclaimed in awe. "Do you have any idea why Phantom attacked us out of the blue like that?" Lucy asked, her tone shifting to a more serious note. "I'm afraid not. We've had many encounters with them in the past, but never any direct attacks like this one," Erza replied. "If Gramps was so scared of them, we could wipe out those punks once and for all. Plus, we have Naruto on our side. What's there to be scared of?" Natsu exclaimed. "Come on, you know Master isn't afraid of them, Natsu." "You're forgetting that he's one of the 10 wizard saints," Gray interjected. "What are the 10 wizard saints?" Lucy asked, her curiosity piqued. "It's an honor bestowed by the Magic Council, a highly coveted title shared by the 10 most powerful wizards on the continent," Erza explained. "Oh wow," Lucy responded, impressed. "Phantom Lord's master is one of them too, Happy added. He is afraid. He's scared that Phantom has too many members for us to handle. Natsu shouted, standing up fiercely and slamming his hand onto the table. That is not true, and you know it. Just like Master and Mira said before, the consequences of going to war with Phantom are nowhere near worth the fight. The order of the magical world is at stake here. Gray shot back, as Natsu looked away in frustration. I don't understand why. Are they that strong? Lucy asked, her fear evident. They don't stand a chance against us. We can take those clowns, especially with Naruto on our side. Natsu said confidently. Oh boy, it would be so cool to see Naruto go all out in a fight with them. They'd be crushed. No, if we were to engage them in battle, neither guild would survive. Their strength matches ours, even with Naruto on our side. Phantom's master, Jose, is also one of the 10 wizard saints, which means he is on par with Makarov. They also have a group of elite wizards similar to our S-class known as the Element. However, our biggest threat may be Black Steel Gajeel. I believe he's most likely the one behind the Guildhall's destruction. He's known as the Iron Dragon Slayer, Erza explained seriously. He's a Dragon Slayer too? I thought Natsu was the only one. So if he's the Iron Dragon Slayer, does that mean he eats iron? Lucy asked in a panic. Gajeel groaned as he sat in one of the Phantom Guildhall's booths, chewing on heavy pieces of iron to recover from the injuries he sustained in his one-sided battle with Naruto. So Gajeel, I heard you made a mess out of the Fairy Tail Guildhall. Oh man, I wish I could have seen the looks on their faces, a member jeered, laughing as he continued taunting Fairy Tail. Gajeel had enough of the jabbering. Out of annoyance, he stretched out his iron fist toward his fellow guildmate. The other guildmates laughed in amusement. How many times do I have to tell you I don't like to be bothered while I'm eating? Gajeel snapped angrily. Oh what? Are you mad? I also heard you encountered the legendary Naruto Uzumaki. I heard you got completely defeated by him, the member cackled. Gajeel glared at him and raised his iron fist again in anger. Shut up. Don't you dare mention that name again. Oh now it's okay. I understand. Being upset is normal, especially since you've probably never experienced defeat like that, have you? Especially to someone like him? The member continued. Gajeel growled, marching over with heavy footsteps and grabbing his guildmate by the collar. He held him up, their faces just inches apart. Now you listen to me. Those fairy tale clowns can't challenge us. We are way more powerful than they could ever hope to be. And as for Naruto Uzumaki, I will make sure he pays. Gajeel snarled before letting go of his guildmate. Naruto Uzumaki. How dare you? You coward. Gajeel glared. The embers have been spread. And while I do commend you on your excellent work, Gajeel, your defeat by that wannabe legend is an insult to the Phantom Lord name. Make sure it never happens again. A sly and mysterious voice spoke, belonging to Jose, the master of the Phantom Lord Guild. I don't think we were hard enough on them. I assure you, I will make that Naruto Uzumaki pay. Gajeel vowed. Very good, Jose replied with a chuckle. Natsu, Gray, Erza, and Lucy strolled along the streets of Magnolia, making their way back to their damaged Fairy Tail Guildhall. I wonder if Naruto is back in town yet. He must be freaking out if he's at the Guildhall right now, Lucy inquired. Well, I guess we will find out when we get there, Erza replied. When the four finally arrived back at the Guildhall, they headed down to the dark basement. As Erza turned on the lights, she and the rest of the team were surprised to see Naruto fast asleep, his arms folded and leaning against the table, his head resting comfortably on top. Erza sighed in relief, glad that Naruto was back and safe. The team took a seat next to the slumbering shinobi, with Erza sitting to his right and Natsu to his left. Hey look, it's Levi, Droy, and Jet. I wonder why they are here. I thought Levi was supposed to be spending the night with Laki at the girls' dorm, Lucy pointed out, noticing the trio also fast asleep at the table next to Naruto's. I wonder what happened. Something must have occurred, Gray said. Yeah, it is odd seeing these four down here, Erza remarked, furrowing her brows. Erza looked at Naruto and smiled. At any rate, I am just glad you are safe and sound, Naruto. She lay in bed wide awake, wondering and worrying about where Naruto had been all night. Erza knew very well that Naruto was more than capable of defending himself, but it was reassuring to her to know that he was here, safe and sleeping in the guild hall's basement. "You guys are here early," Mira said, startling the group slightly as they turned to look at her. "Yeah, we decided to come down here in case anything were to happen again," Erza replied. "So do you know why Naruto, Levi, Droy, and Jet were down here sleeping and spending the night in the basement? It's because we were attacked by one of the Phantom Lord members, and we nearly got hurt," Levi explained drowsily as she rubbed her eyes, while Droy and Jet began to wake up from their slumber. "All except Naruto. You guys were attacked?" Lucy exclaimed, jumping out of her seat in panic. "Are you all right? Is anyone hurt?" Levi shook her head. "We're all completely fine." "Yeah, Naruto got to us just in time," Droy added. "He really did save us. We would have been in serious trouble without him," Jet said, glancing at the still sleeping shinobi. Erza sighed in relief as she looked at Naruto. "I'm glad no one is hurt. But this is serious. They're starting to attack our guildmates." "Yeah, and that's crossing the line," Gray said, a hint of anger in his voice. Natsu clenched his fists, trembling with frustration. "Like I said, this isn't the time to relax. We have to prepare for battle." Erza huffed, reluctant to wake Naruto again, but they needed answers. She nudged him gently. "Naruto, please wake up. We have a lot of questions and we need answers from you." Slowly, Naruto opened his eyes, sitting up sluggishly and scanning his surroundings. "Naruto, do you know what's been happening to our guild?" Erza asked, looking into his still drowsy blue eyes. Naruto nodded slowly. "Levi told me what happened. I'm sorry I wasn't here sooner to help." Erza sighed, thinking of her earlier words. "We're just glad you're safe. We were worried about you yesterday." Natsu couldn't stop talking about how your new home might be destroyed. Mira added with a sad smile. "Yeah, and we're really glad you were there just in time to save Levi, Droy, and Jet," Gray said. "Who attacked Levi, Droy, and Jet?" Erza asked. "Gajeel," Naruto replied. "I see," Erza said, assuming he had dealt with him swiftly. "You mean Black Steel Gajeel? The Iron Dragon Slayer?" Lucy asked, a hint of fear in her voice. "The Iron Dragon Slayer? So Natsu's not the only Dragon Slayer?" Naruto said, confused. Mira nodded. "That's right, he's our biggest threat. Although I assume that's not the case for you, Naruto. I saw you handled him easily," Droy exclaimed. "Yeah, he didn't stand a chance against Naruto," Levi added. "Even Black Steel Gajeel, the Iron Dragon Slayer, stood no chance against you, Naruto. If we do go to war, there's no doubt you'll be their greatest threat," Erza thought as she looked at him. "But that was just luck. They're going to strike again, and Naruto won't always be there to save everyone. We have to strike back." Natsu shouted. "Natsu is right. Destroying our guild hall is one thing, but attacking my family is unacceptable, and it will happen again unless we act. We have no choice but to go to war," Makarov affirmed. In Oaktown, a place in the northeast region of Fiore, many historic buildings stood. At the center was a branch of the Phantom Lord Guild, bustling with activity as members cheered and conversed, enjoying their drinks. Suddenly, the front door burst open in a fiery explosion. Standing in the doorway was Natsu, his brows furrowed, veins popping from his forehead, ready for battle. Behind him stood Naruto and the rest of the Fairy Tail Guild, all prepared to engage. "Fairy Tail has come calling," Makarov shouted before the rest of his guild charged ahead into battle against the Phantom Lord. Natsu swung his arms fiercely, engulfing his opponents in flames. They cried out as they were overwhelmed. "Who wants to play with fire?" Natsu yelled. "Let's get them!" Gray shouted, charging into the fray. The two guilds clashed, creating chaos in the guild hall, but it was clear Fairy Tail was dominating the battlefield. Elfman threw Phantom Lord members across the guild hall like ragdolls, while Kana and Loke held their ground against the attackers. "Purple net!" Macau shouted, activating a magic circle that released cobweb-like nets, capturing unfortunate Phantom members. He exchanged a look with his companion Wakaba. "Now!" I'm on it. Smoke rush. Wakaba called, producing a thick cloud of purple smoke that enveloped nearby phantom members. Guns magic. Alzak shouted, aiming his pistol at the incoming mob. Just before they could reach him, they were immobilized by his precise shots. That's my spark shot. Alzak smirked triumphantly. A member leaped from behind, attempting to strike Alzak. Bam, bam. Alzak turned to see his companion standing above him, weapon in hand. Nice shot, Biska. Getting a little rusty there, Al. Biska teased, quickly dispatching her opponents with her rifle. Meanwhile, Makarov stood at the heart of the battle as multiple attackers charged at him. Without warning, the tiny old man grew in size, becoming as large as the guild hall. Makarov roared, his eyes glowing with fury as he looked down upon his attackers. His enormous hands clamped down, capturing any phantom members within reach. Monster! And you dared to lay your hands upon this monster's children. Do not be foolish enough to think that human laws will protect you. Makarov bellowed. He's so powerful. Yeah, and the members are strong too. Fairy tale wizards are this strong? And that Naruto Uzumaki. He lives up to the legend. So powerful. Erza effortlessly struck down any Phantom Lord members that dared to engage her. Her enemies fell one by one as her sword swung through the air. Naruto fought alongside the Scarlet Warrior, paralyzing his foes with ease, utilizing only his martial arts skills. Picto magic. Wild stampede. Ritas shouted, hastily painting wild bulls on his stomach before unleashing them to wreak havoc among the phantom members. Dam of bashful love. Laki exclaimed as she dropped to the ground, slamming her hands onto the floor. A wooden dam burst from the ground, striking her opponents, who screeched in pain as they stumbled back, clutching their aching bodies. Hey, let's get the cat, one of them shouted. Yeah. Piece of cake, another replied. Happy stood idly, appearing to be just a helpless little kitty. He looked up, mischief glinting in his eyes. Oh yeah? Don't forget I'm a wizard too. You got a problem with cats? He chirped, effortlessly defeating his underestimating attackers, using anything he could grasp in his tiny paws as a weapon. Jose! Show yourself! Makarov demanded in anger. Hey, that's him. That's the legendary Naruto Uzumaki, someone gasped. I heard Gajeel went up against him head-on and was completely crushed, another added. Yeah, he stood no chance, a third chimed in. Oh man, why are we even fighting him then? If Gajeel was taken down that easily, we're going to be in trouble, someone else exclaimed. The phantom members shivered as Naruto stood before them, relaxed and unfazed by the chaos around him. His hands were in his pockets as he surveyed his adversaries with calm blue eyes. The Phantom Lord members hesitated, sensing the intimidating aura of power Naruto was emitting. They knew attacking him would be futile. Come on guys. Man up and get him, one member urged. The members charged boldly at Naruto, but he swiftly countered their attacks, his martial arts skills allowing him to take them down with minimal effort. Can't lie, gotta give them props. As fruitless as their attack was, it was brave and admirable. Naruto chuckled to himself as he glanced at his fallen foes before moving on. Tell me, where can I find Gajeel and the Element 4? Erza demanded furiously, transforming into her Flame Empress armor and slashing down any phantom member who crossed her path. Naruto kept pace with her, scanning the guild hall for his guildmates, ensuring everything was under control and ready to intervene if necessary. Erza noticed Naruto's synchronization with her movements. This is good, Naruto is fighting alongside me. I must not slow down. I will not let you down, Naruto. Using the Yang Seal's Senjutsu power, Naruto searched for any hidden enemies attempting a sneak attack. Sure enough, he sensed Gajeel's presence nearby, hidden from sight but undeniably within the guild hall. Naruto furrowed his brows. Pretty soon, I'm going to need to take care of that guy before he decides to join the fight. Unbeknownst to Gajeel, he stood silently atop the intricate wooden beams supporting the guild hall. He chuckled to himself but scowled when he spotted Naruto. There they are. Titania Erza, the legend herself, and that Naruto Uzumaki. Laxus and Mystigan are sitting this one out, huh? What a mockery. Well, either way, Master Jose knew exactly how this would go down. Looks like they're decent fighters, for a bunch of scumbags, Gajeel rumbled. I can't believe everyone just took off. Without me, Lucy said, displeased as she frowned while carrying a bag of groceries. She froze as raindrops began to fall, her fingertips brushing against the droplets. It's raining while the sun is still out? Lucy wondered aloud. A distance away, a woman with blue hair approached Lucy, who winced in distrust. Who are you? Lucy asked, her voice trembling. Drip drop. Juvia is the rain woman. It's always with me, she replied. And what sort of woman are you, pray tell? I'm just the regular kind, Lucy stuttered, clutching her bag of groceries and feeling uneasy. Juvia continued to chant, drip drop, as she walked past the trembling Lucy. What's with all the drip dropping? Lucy inquired. Pleasure to meet you, I'll be going now, Juvia said indifferently, opening her pink umbrella and walking away as Lucy watched in dismay. Well, take the rain with you. Lucy shouted in annoyance. Non non non. Non non non. Hello. With a 337 nod. A strange man with green hair, dressed in a brown suit, appeared, seemingly emerging from the ground like a watery blob. Lady Juvia. You know better than to neglect your work, the man commented. Monsieur Sol, Juvia acknowledged. My monocle whispers to me many things, telling me that this young lady before us is our lovely target, Monsieur Sol informed. Does it? So she is the one, Juvia murmured. Target? That means target, Lucy whispered to herself, feeling wary. Pardon me. I have not introduced myself. I am Soul of the Element 4, also known as Soul of the Earth. But you may call me Monsieur Soul, he prefaced. I've heard of the element you're with Phantom. Lucy exclaimed in disgust. That is correct. We've been sent here to collect you and bring you back to the guild at once. This is the Rain Woman, another member of the element. She is known as Juvia of the Great Sea, Soul continued, gesturing toward Juvia. Lucy immediately grasped her keys, dropping her bag of groceries as she prepared to fight. You're the ones who tried to attack my friends. How dare you? Lucy snapped. Before long, Lucy found herself encased in a watery bubble. No. I wish to clarify your misunderstanding with 3 no's. It was Sir Gajeel who destroyed the guild and attempted the attack on Miss Levy. You should be thankful that your friends were lucky Naruto Uzumaki arrived just in time. Nonetheless, this was a guild decision, Monsieur Soul explained. Why are you doing this? Let me go now. Lucy screamed in panic. Don't waste your energy. My water lock spell cannot be broken. Do not be afraid, we have XPLCT orders to keep you alive. Lucy Heartfilia, the target has been captured. Drip drop, Juvia said calmly. Soon, Lucy began to lose consciousness, completely succumbing to Juvia's water spell. The battle raged on as Fairy Tail continued to prevail against Phantom Lord. A brilliant fire engulfed the guild hall, fueled by the Fire Dragon Slayer. Oh yeah, now I have a fire in my belly. Natsu bellowed, a mischievous smirk on his face. Who is this guy? Someone exclaimed. He just ate fire. You don't think he's one of those, do you? I'm gonna blow you away. Fire Dragon, roar. Natsu cried as flames engulfed the Phantom members in a fiery blaze. Ice Make, Lance. Guns Magic, Mudshot. Requip. Magic Shotgun, Wide Shot. Would make. The distance between the two is forever. You're not doing too bad for a snowman. Natsu smirked as he pressed his back against Gray's. I could say the same for you, Pyro. Gray shouted back as the 2 wizards faced off against a crowd of Phantom Lord members eager for action. Fairy Tail was dominating the Phantom Lord members. Naruto and Erza continued to synchronize their movements, their backs turned to each other as they prepared for more battle alongside their fellow guildmates. We've got them right where we want them. Wakaba commented triumphantly. Oh, you bet. Mikao agreed with a smirk. Erza. Naruto. Makarov shouted from a distance as he made his way up the stairs, determined to confront Master Jose. Naruto. Erza nudged him gently, and he nodded in acknowledgement. I leave the rest to you both. Yes, sir. Naruto and Erza replied in unison. Jose is lurking on the top floor. When I find him, there will be consequences. Makarov growled under his breath. He pushed the door open easily as he approached Jose's room. Gajeel snickered mischievously from above. Erza furrowed her brows in concern. Please be careful. Though she muttered it quietly to herself, Naruto seemed to notice and decided to keep his senses alert for Master Makarov as well. Guess it's time to cause some chaos now that the main threat is gone. Gajeel chuckled. You better watch out, Naruto Uzumaki, because I'm coming for you. Mira sat in front of the request board, her head bowed and a somber expression on her face. She clasped her hands together, lost in thought. Everyone, please be safe. Naruto. Her thoughts wandered as the infamous blonde shinobi crossed her mind. Though Mira was one of the few who noticed Erza's growing feelings for Naruto and often teased her about it, she too began to develop feelings for him. However, her care for Erza kept her from expressing them. Naruto. I know you are powerful and can fend for yourself, but just be careful. In an empty alleyway, Lucy's abandoned celestial keys lay exposed, their golden surfaces glinting in the sunlight. The rain had finally stopped. A sudden explosion startled the Phantom Lord Guild as one of its members was thrown back, scorched from the blast. Standing at the entrance was Fairy Tail. Fairy Tail has come calling, shouted the furious Makarov. Let's get them. Gray yelled as he and the rest of his guildmates charged into battle. The two opposing guilds clashed head-on. Inside the Phantom Lord Guild Hall, a fierce battle raged on. Fairy Tail dominated the fight, making it seem less like a battle and more like a display of power. Natsu and Gray unleashed a flurry of fiery punches and icy blasts against their enemies. Card magic. Lightning. Reverse tower. Lovers. Fate of lightning. Kana cried, holding up 3 magic cards as she chanted. A surge of lightning erupted from the cards, electrifying anyone nearby. Ring magic. Twister. Loke exclaimed, summoning a giant tornado that swept through the Phantom Lord members, tossing them around. Elfman raised his arms, transforming into a beastly form. He struck down his opponents with powerful blows, leaving them incapacitated. Come on. Don't you want to be like me? He shouted proudly. Oh, that guy is a brute, one onlooker gasped. What happened to his arm? Another asked in disbelief. It's takeover magic, someone else exclaimed. Why would anyone let a monster take over their arm? That's Elfman, another chimed in. I've heard of him. He defeats monsters and absorbs their power. They call him Beast Arm Elfman. Suddenly, Gajeel descended from above with a menacing cackle, landing heavily on the Phantom Lord board, arms crossed and a dark expression on his face. Is that? Someone whispered. It's gotta be, another replied. Gajeel's arrival caught Naruto's attention, prompting him to finish off the remaining Phantom Lords around him before turning to face the new threat. Erza narrowed her eyes. That's the Iron Dragon Slayer. Black Steel Gajeel. She glanced at Naruto and their eyes met. They nodded in unison, readying themselves for Gajeel's next move. You attacked Levi. Nab shouted angrily, leaping at Gajeel with a clenched fist. Naruto noticed Gajeel extending his iron arm to counter Nab's attack. In an instant, he dashed forward, delivering a powerful punch to Gajeel's face, channeling some of his chakra into the blow. Gajeel was sent flying across the guild hall, crashing into the wall and hitting the floor hard. He groaned, clutching his aching body as a trickle of blood escaped his mouth. Gajeel glared at Naruto with fury. Erza watched Naruto in awe. She had seen him do this many times, yet she remained amazed by his incredible strength. Naruto is insane, Gray muttered. No kidding. When we fought, every hit he landed hurt so much it sent me flying. Natsu added. And he isn't even using any of his jutsu. Elfman remarked. Actually, I don't think I've ever seen him use jutsu in a fight, Erza pointed out. He's so powerful he can manage just with martial arts. DMNU. I can barely stand, Gajeel grumbled, slowly rising with the wall's support. Naruto stood ready, relaxed but alert for any of Gajeel's attacks. Not much of a family here, is there? Your guildmates almost became collateral damage, Naruto said casually. Gajeel! He's practically down, someone shouted. Yeah, look at him. He's barely standing, another added. Shut up. I can still take this coward on. Gajeel spat, wiping blood from his face and glaring at Naruto. Iron Dragon Club, he yelled, swinging his iron-clubbed arm at Naruto. As Naruto dodged, Natsu seized the opportunity to charge from the side. His fist ignited in flames as it collided with Gajeel's face, sending him flying once again across the guild hall. This is unacceptable. I'm being tossed around like a ragdoll. How dare they interfere with my fight against Naruto Uzumaki? Unforgivable. Natsu! Naruto called out. Let me handle this, Naruto. This is Dragon Slayer business. You've done enough already. Natsu insisted. The guild hall began to tremble as soon as Natsu finished speaking. Everything is shaking. Wakaba exclaimed. Looks like they're really going at it. Mikao added. I don't like the sound of this. Gray said, looking worried. This is what happens when Master Makarov is angry. Kana smirked. It's called the Giant's Wrath, Locke explained. Nobody will be able to stop him now. Nab said confidently. He's going to make everything collapse, someone warned. When he gets angry, the master is even more impressive. Elfman commented. Erza locked eyes with Naruto, who wore a cautious expression. They nodded to each other again. Naruto felt reassured but remained ready to rush to Master Makarov's side if needed. He kept his senses sharp, aware of the chaos unfolding above. She smiled gently, pleased with how well she and Naruto fought together. He's beginning to trust me more. We're connecting more with each battle. Every time we look at each other, it's as if we are reading each other's minds. He is putting his faith in me. I cannot break that trust. I will not let you down, Naruto. Prepare to fight, everyone. As long as Master Makarov is with us, we cannot lose. Erza declared, drawing her sword and taking a fighting stance while Naruto stood beside her, ready to continue fighting alongside the Scarlet Warrior. A golden light shone through the brick walls of the Phantom Lord Guild Hall, creating deep cracks along the tower of the hall. Inside, Master Makarov stormed through the hallways, his fury palpable. He burst through the last pair of doors, entering to find Jose lounging on his throne, a despicable smirk on his face. Makarov's heavy steps echoed throughout the room, shattering windows and rattling the brick floor. Jose! He bellowed. Look at what the cat dragged in, Jose replied casually. Why are you attacking Fairy Tail? Tell me. Makarov demanded, his anger boiling over. I haven't seen you in quite a while, Makarov. 6 years ago at a guild masters conference. I remember that day. I was a complete mess. I can't hold my liquor as well as the rest of you, Jose said, maintaining his relaxed demeanor. Makarov growled, his fist clenching as he confronted his fellow wizard saint. I didn't come here for small talk. I want answers, Jose. Jose chuckled, his figure flickering. A projection. You coward. I should have known you'd flee. Makarov spat. It's not cowardice. I'm simply trying to avoid a fight between two wizard saints. In light of that mess, I'd prefer a sensible victory without all the commotion, Jose retorted. Why are you hiding? Come and face me like a man. Makarov challenged. Just then, a projection of an unconscious Lucy appeared at Makarov's feet, her hands bound behind her back. Lucy? But why? Makarov gasped, his eyes widening in alarm. Why do you ask? She's a member of your guild, and you don't know? I'm surprised that Miss Lucy Hartfilia never told you the truth, Jose taunted, raising an arm as a magic circle began to activate, threatening to strike the helpless girl. No, don't. Makarov panicked, desperately trying to stop his fellow wizard saint from harming one of his precious children, completely unaware of the hefty man lurking behind him. Makarov turned around in shock, freezing as he realized the man's presence. Where'd he come from? I didn't even sense him. The man held his massive hands apart, palms facing inward, and began to sob. Thick tears streamed down his face from behind his blndfld. It's so sad. So sad, he blubbered as a bright golden light shone, blinding Makarov. He shielded his eyes from the brilliance. In an instant, a yellow flash flickered in Makarov's vision, and he was astonished to see none other than Naruto. Naruto! Boy! What are you doing? Get out of here, it's dangerous! Makarov cried frantically, but Naruto didn't seem to hear him. In a quick motion, he leaped into the air, delivering a powerful roundhouse kick to the hefty man's torso. The man was thrown across the room, crashing heavily against the brick wall. Makarov stumbled, nearly losing his balance, but he felt Naruto's hand lock onto his, pulling him back onto the platform. Master, are you all right? Naruto asked with concern, examining the old man for any injuries. I am fine, thanks to you, Makarov replied. Naruto gave the master a firm nod and turned back to face his opponent. Wait, Naruto. Lucy. She's in trouble. Makarov warned urgently. Naruto remained focused on his enemy but gave Makarov a thumbs up. Master, I'll handle it, he assured. Then I'll trust you to take care of things, Naruto boy, Makarov affirmed before making his way down to the ground level of the guild hall. Jose frowned, realizing who stood before him. So this must be him. The one everyone in Fiore has been talking about. The legend himself, Naruto Uzumaki. This isn't good. Arya is down. Such power. Jose immediately dispersed his projection, now sitting on his real throne at the Phantom Lord headquarters with the rest of the element. Naruto Uzumaki is a powerful opponent. He is a dangerous man to face. I must stay alert with him. He is Fairy Tail's trump card and undoubtedly our greatest threat. The man, named Arya, grumbled, tears still streaming down his face. He finally mustered the strength to get back on his feet, directing his attention at Naruto. Naruto stood ready, prepared to spring into action at any moment. He was alert, knowing what could have happened had he not reached Master Makarov in time. Master Makarov could have lost all his magical power. So that's his ability. I'm not sure if the same applies to Chakra, but I better not take any chances. I need to end this quickly to rescue Lucy. Naruto darted toward Arya, who was caught off guard by Naruto's speed. Before he knew it, he felt a painful blow to his side, a vigorous sidekick that sent him crashing through the wall and down to the bottom level of the guild hall. The thunderous impact stunned everyone in the hall, sending a jolt through their bodies. Natsu and Gajeel immediately halted their battle, Gajeel gaping in disbelief. No way, Arya. One of our element was. Makarov looked up, knowing exactly who had turned one of Phantom Lord's Element 4 into this state of daze. That's one of the Element 4. Erza commented in awe. Hell, was Naruto the one that did this? Gray exclaimed. Man, Naruto is so impressive. Elfman added. Wait, where is he? Erza asked. He's gone to save Lucy, Makarov answered. Natsu perked up at the mention of Lucy. Lucy? What happened to her? He demanded, his voice rising with anger. Those cowards kidnapped her. Once Naruto reached me just in time, I told him and left it to him to handle. I trust him, Makarov said, his voice calm yet filled with anger. Erza sighed. If Master trusts him, then we will too. Naruto has proven his strength many times, and I believe he is more than capable of saving Lucy. Natsu huffed in frustration. This isn't right. We're just putting everything on him. He's powerful and strong, but we can't just keep letting him do everything by himself. Yeah, just like when he came with Erza to rescue me, Lucy, and Natsu from Galuna Island. In the end, Naruto handled most of the work. Gray agreed with Natsu. You two are right. But that boy assured me he would take care of things, and even though he, like Lucy, is still a fairly new member of Fairy Tail, he is now like family to me. I will put my trust in him, Makarov grunted. Master, since Lucy has been kidnapped, and we are down 2 members, I suggest we retreat for now and regroup, Erza said. What? Natsu shouted. Retreat? No way. Just because we don't have Naruto doesn't mean we can't fight. Plus, we still have Master Makarov with us. We can still fight. Gray protested. Yeah. Real men don't retreat. Elfman chimed in. Master, Erza called out, waiting for his response. I'm afraid I have to agree with Erza this time. We need to get Lucy back first. Jose is not really here. I only saw a mere projection of him. How cowardly. We will regroup for now. We have the rest of the Element 4 to worry about, and as Natsu and Gray said, we cannot rely on Naruto to fix everything. We must take action, Master Makarov affirmed. But Master! Gray shouted. Master, we can't. I'm still fighting Gajeel. Natsu exclaimed. That's enough from you too. This is the smartest thing to do. One of our precious fairy tale members has been taken from us. We must get her back first before we take any further action. Master Makarov yelled angrily. The two boys fell silent as the rest of the fairy tale guild looked on with wide eyes and open mouths. Master, we can still fight. Let's stay. Kana urged. Yeah, I still have a lot of fight left in me. Mikao added. We have to retreat. Makarov insisted. Naruto, please come back safe and sound. You are likely heading to Phantom Lord's headquarters. That's where Lucy probably is, along with the rest of the Element 4 and Jose. Naruto, I know you are powerful and I know you can handle this on your own. But just be careful. Erza thought as she assisted Master Makarov in leading the fairy tale members out of the Phantom Lord Guild Hall. Meanwhile, Gajeel stumbled over, carrying his aching body toward his fallen comrade, Arya. Hey, Arya, get yourself up. I know he hits hard, but he doesn't hit that hard. I swear we'll get him. He's gotta have some sort of weakness. He's the all-powerful Naruto Uzumaki, but he's human and has to have his weak spots, Gajeel muttered, mustering all his strength to hoist Arya onto his shoulders. There's no way Naruto has a weakness. It's so sad. He's too powerful for us, Arya sobbed, tears streaming from his bandaged eyes. Gajeel's face twisted in frustration as he used his remaining strength to jump onto one of the wooden beams above the now-destroyed Phantom Lord Guildhall. Gosh, you're so dramatic, Arya. You cry so much. I know you just got pummeled by Naruto, but come on. Look at me, I'm not crying. Plus, he's not that powerful. We'll find a way to give him a taste of his own medicine. That guy won't get away with this. And he's definitely not as powerful as Jose. Jose will take him down, Gajeel spat. Naruto looked down, satisfied to see his enemy down for the count. He dashed toward the shattered window, climbed up, and peered over the vast view before leaping down. Since both Jose and Lucy were only projections, Phantom Lord must have another operating base. If their headmaster, Jose, is probably there, it must be their headquarters. Interesting, Naruto thought to himself as he ran ahead and up the mound. Naruto ran past the hill and spotted another massive castle-like building in the distance, immediately recognizing it as the headquarters. Not wasting any more time, he sprinted ahead. Up high in the tower, Lucy lay on the ground, unconscious, her hands tied behind her. As she gradually began to regain consciousness, she jerked up in alarm, examining her surroundings in panic. What the? How did I get here? So you're finally awake. I was getting worried about you, Lucy. Jose's sly voice came from behind the door. Who are you? Lucy asked nervously. I am Master Jose Porla of the Phantom Lord Guild, he replied. You're with Phantom? Lucy gasped, remembering she had been captured by two members of the element. I apologize for this dingy cell, and I understand being tied up must be degrading. But I'm afraid I had no choice. That's how you treat a prisoner, Jose said condescendingly as he approached Lucy. You're the ones who tried to attack my friend Levi. You'd better let me go. My friends will come looking for me. Lucy threatened. Depending on your willingness to cooperate, I'm fully prepared to treat you as Phantom Lord's esteemed guest rather than a lowly prisoner, Jose said. What do you mean by that? That bug crawled on me. Lucy shrieked, shaking off the bug in disgust. See? You don't want to stay here, do you? I have a beautifully decorated suite waiting for you if you'll promise to behave, Jose said. Why does your guild keep attacking us? Lucy demanded angrily. Who is this? Oh, I'm sorry, Are you talking about fairy tale? It was a means to an end. That's all, Jose menaced. What? Lucy blurted. You see, we were working toward our main objective of acquiring a certain someone. They happen to be a member of Fairy Tail, so if we have to destroy the guild to get a hold of them, so be it, Jose replied. Who are you talking about? Lucy asked, her heart racing. Oh my, you're such a naive young lady. Not at all what I'd expect from someone of your background, Jose answered, and Lucy gasped as she realized who he was referring to. I'm talking about you, of course. Lady Lucy, the privileged daughter of the wealthy Hartfilia family, Jose finally revealed. But how did you find out about that? Lucy asked in shock. You know, I'm surprised you never told your fellow guild members the truth. And I don't understand why the daughter of a wealthy tycoon would stoop to such cheap and dangerous work as wizarding for such a low-class guild, do you? Jose asked. I've been kidnapped, Lucy said, her voice trembling. No, my dear. I promise it's not like that. We're not looking for ransom money, we're just doing our job. Your father hired us to bring you home, Jose said. Lucy gasped. No, I don't understand. Why would he want me back? Why are you confused? Any father would search for a daughter who ran away, Jose mused. Not him. Honestly, I'm shocked that he even noticed I was gone. I'm never going back to that house. I want nothing to do with him. Lucy affirmed strongly. Oh dear. I should have known you'd be difficult, Jose huffed. You might as well just let me go, Lucy demanded. I'm sorry, I can't do that, Jose replied. Please. I really need to go to the bathroom. Lucy blushed. Come on, you don't think I'd fall for that old trick, do you? Jose chuckled. No, really. I can't hold it. Lucy squirmed. Fine then. Go ahead. Jose placed a bucket down in front of her. Lucy was baffled. A bucket? Jose chuckled in amusement. I'm ready for any trick you might try. Lucy sighed, standing up and shifting. Guess it will have to work. You're going to use it? I've never met such a bold young lady. I'll turn away because I'm a gentleman. Jose frowned as he hastily turned his back to her. Lucy smirked. Without hesitation, she kicked Jose, causing him to double over in pain. You know, there's a reason why old tricks are still around. Because they work. Lucy said as she pranced away, looking back at him playfully. Bye. Take care, okay? Lucy ran to the open doorway and gasped in surprise when she stopped at the edge, looking out at the city. As Lucy gazed over the vast view, her eyes fell upon someone familiar. Someone she definitely knew. She soon recognized the unmistakable spiky blonde hair of Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto looked up and immediately saw Lucy standing at the edge of the tower. He halted and mouthed the word, jump. Oh, and I forgot to mention. This tower is several stories high. I must admit you really did a number on me, young lady. But you're not going to get away with it. You will be punished. I'll show you just how terrifying Phantom Lord can be. Jose threatened as he wobbled over to Lucy, still in pain. Lucy turned to look at Jose and then back down at Naruto. She nodded to him, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. She jumped. Jose's jaw dropped in shock as he watched her leap. Lucy's eyes remained shut as she fell, putting her complete trust in Naruto. She knew he would catch her. Naruto sprinted toward the falling Lucy and leaped high enough to catch her in his arms. Once he secured her safely, he made a fast descent to the ground, landing solidly on his feet. Concern filled his eyes as he looked over at Lucy. Lucy? Are you okay? Are you hurt? He asked softly. I'm okay. Thanks to you, she replied. Naruto gently placed Lucy back on the ground. She stumbled slightly, prompting him to support her by grabbing her shoulders. Lucy, will you please turn around? Let me get you out of these ropes, he said softly. Lucy nodded and turned around. Naruto took a kunai from his leg pouch and, with one swift motion, cut through the ropes binding her hands. Lucy rubbed her wrists, relieved to be free, before turning back to Naruto, tears welling in her eyes. In a quick moment, she wrapped her arms around his shoulders and embraced him, trembling as she clung to him. Tears streamed down her face. Surprised at first, Naruto soon returned the embrace, soothing her shaking back. You must have been scared. Thank you for trusting me. You're safe now, I'm here to protect you. It's okay now, he comforted. Tears continued to flow as Lucy held on tighter, burying her face in his. Naruto's hand soothed her back while his other arm supported her, preventing her from collapsing. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. All of this. Everything. It's my fault. But I don't want to leave. I want to stay with you guys. I love being in Fairy Tail. Especially after meeting you. I want to spend more time with you. I want you to be with us more. I want to get to know you better. I want to be with you and the rest of Fairy Tail. Lucy cried, her tears smearing onto her face and Naruto's clothes. Naruto released his grip, and they both knelt as he locked eyes with her. Lucy felt as if his blue eyes were looking into her very soul. Lucy, you are part of the Fairy Tail Guild. You are part of the family. You don't have to leave. Don't worry, don't cry, everything will be okay. We will make sure you don't get taken away from us, Naruto assured, cupping her face and wiping away her tears. Lucy felt warmth wash over her. She knew she was safe with him. Now then, want me to carry you on my back? Let's head back to the guild. Back to our new home. Naruto smiled warmly, his baby blue eyes filled with kindness. Lucy smiled and nodded. With that, she happily clung to Naruto's shoulder as he carried her back home. She giggled. Now I know why Erza and Mira are falling for him so hard. He's such a kind person. Meanwhile, Jose roared furiously, she's made me angry. She's sealed her fate. Back at the shabby and barely patched up Fairy Tail Guild Hall, down in the basement, the members sat around, resting and tending to their wounds. Their spirits were low, filled with disappointment. Ugh, I can't believe we had to retreat, one member exclaimed. It's just not fair, another added. We should go back, someone else suggested. Yeah, we could have easily taken them down right then and there, another chimed in. Okay, so their headquarters is here. I think we should hit them with some long-range spells from the southeast hill, Mikao proposed as he, Wakaba, and a few other Fairy Tail members examined a map to formulate a counterattack strategy. I'm bringing out all of my explosive lacrimas next time, Wakaba declared. Hey guys, I'm going to need some spell books for holder-type magic from the archives. Mikao shouted. Makarov sat atop a table in front of the request board, his legs crossed and arms folded against his chest. His head was tilted slightly down, and his eyes were gently closed as he awaited Naruto and Lucy's return. Guess they're not back yet, Gray said, standing next to Master Makarov. Natsu stood in silence, leaning against the wall next to the request board with his arms crossed, his face showing concern and frustration. We let him do all the work again. Don't worry, Gray. Naruto should be back with Lucy anytime soon, Makarov murmured softly, opening an eye to glance at the ice wizard. As soon as Master Makarov finished his sentence, footsteps echoed down the stairs leading to the basement where everyone was gathered. Naruto slowly descended the steps, carrying Lucy on his back as her arms clung to his shoulders. She peeked over his right shoulder, waving to her fellow guildmates with a smile. You two made it back safely. That puts me at ease, Makarov said, his heart settling now that his precious children were safe. Naruto walked over to a barrel next to Natsu, carefully setting Lucy down before stepping back. I'll help out around here, Naruto called to Master Makarov, who nodded in approval. Naruto moved about the basement, assisting any members who were injured during the fight with Phantom Lord, using his healing abilities. Everyone was amazed as their wounds, no matter how slight or severe, seemed to vanish as if they had never been injured. They felt renewed and invigorated. Makarov observed the shinobi with contentment. That boy is all sorts of wonder and mystery. So powerful and kind. I'm truly happy to have him in our family. I am proud to call him one of my children. Lucy, are you all right? Did they hurt you? Makarov asked with concern. I'm fine. Naruto got to me and rescued me just in time, Lucy replied, smiling to herself. That's good to hear. We're glad you're back with us unharmed, Gray said in relief. Yeah, you worried all of us to death, Lucy. Natsu added cheerfully. I'm sorry. This is all my fault, Lucy muttered, regret evident in her voice. What? How is this your fault? Natsu exclaimed suddenly. Natsu, calm down. Gray replied irritably. Natsu crossed his arms, visibly annoyed. It's just, I never told you guys the truth. But Lucy hesitated, struggling to continue. This caught Makarov's attention, and he looked at Lucy with concern. Lucy, what is it? Happy urged gently. She remained silent, her mouth twitching as she sought the strength to speak. Go on, Lucy. Please tell us. This is your home and your safe space. You are one of us. Please, Lucy, Makarov encouraged softly. Lucy sighed and took a deep breath before beginning. I'm Lucy Hartfilia, from a privileged family. I wanted to escape, so I ran away from home. My father wants me back for some reason. He was the one who hired Phantom Lord to bring me home. So, the reason why Phantom Lord is attacking Fairy Tail is because of me. It's my fault. But I don't want to leave. I want to stay. Lucy cried, tears welling up in her eyes. Makarov grunted, that explains a lot. I guess that's just the downside of being wealthy. You get targeted by people. Well, at least you're protected by a real man like me. Elfman said with a smirk. Hey, can you give it a rest already? Gray yelled in irritation. Why did you hide the truth from us, Lucy? Happy asked. I wasn't trying to hide anything. It's just hard to bring up that I'm a runaway in casual conversation. I've been gone for a year, and my father hasn't cared. Now he wants to force me to come back? He's done horrible things just to get me to go back. I hate him. Still, if I hadn't run away, none of this would have happened, Lucy lamented sorrowfully. Come on. Don't be ridiculous. Your dad's the one to blame, Elfman remarked. Idiot. Gray chided. I mean it's Phantom's fault. Elfman corrected himself frantically. No. I'm the one who brought trouble to this guild because of my own selfish choices. I'm so very sorry. I just want to go back home and hope this will all be over with, Lucy sighed. I don't know about that. I can't see you playing the part of the pretty princess, sitting around in your mansion, laughing with us in this guild hall, going on adventures even though you freak out. All the time, that's who you really are. You just said you wanted to stay with us. Why would you ever go back to the place you ran away from? Especially now that we have the awesome Naruto Uzumaki with us. Come on. You're Lucy of Fairy Tail. No more running because you belong here with us. Natsu declared proudly, thumping his chest. Don't cry. It's just not like you. Gray said, trying to comfort her. Yeah, please. Real men are weak to womanly tears. Elfman added, shaking his head. Sorry. Lucy wept. Makarov chuckled. Lucy, you are now one of Fairy Tail. You are family. This is your family. Once you are a fairy, you will always be a fairy. We will never let you go. Hey Kana, is everything alright? You seem troubled, Naruto asked with concern as he approached her. She sat on the ground with one knee up, holding her chin as she stared at her magic cards, deep in concentration but also beginning to tire from the lack of progress. Kana exhaled sharply, flinging her magic cards in frustration. It's just, I'm not getting any kind of read on where Mystigan is, she complained. Mira turned around and looked at her, huffing. Oh dear, you did your best. Mystigan? Naruto asked in wonder. He's one of our S-class wizards, the same as Erza, Mira explained. I see. Speaking of, where is she? Is she alright? Is she hurt at all? Naruto asked. She's fine. She's currently in the shower, Mira replied. Gotcha. Listen, if they're really targeting Lucy, then they're bound to attack us, and I would bet it's sooner rather than later. We have to be prepared to act if anything happens. Kana warned. Mira turned back to what looked like a crystal ball as Naruto peered over in curiosity. Help us, Laxus. We can't seem to locate Mystigan, so we could use you right about now. Fairy Tail is in terrible danger. Mira begged desperately. I don't see how this is remotely my problem. You're big girls, so deal with it yourselves. Laxus rejected coldly. Naruto scoffed in displeasure upon hearing that. So you're not going to help us? Kana shouted in disbelief. Of course not. Why would I? That senile old toad started all this. Why do I have to be the one to clean up his mess? Laxus spat. Please, Laxus. Phantom's trying to kidnap Lucy. Mira pleaded. Oh, do I even know her? Oh wait, is it that new girl? I'll tell you what, if you can talk the blonde into being my girlfriend, I'll do anything she wants, Laxus goaded. You're such a pig. Kana fumed. Is that how you really want to talk to the guy you're begging for help? Plus, I have no idea why you are begging me for help. I'm not stupid, I see that idiot twin of mine standing behind you all. Why ask me for help when you have the legendary Naruto Uzumaki? Laxus smirked. I tell you what, just hand the guild over to me, and then I'll think about helping. Laxus then broke down into a fit of manic laughter. It annoyed Naruto to no end being called the twin of someone so crude and disgusting, and he scowled at him in complete irritation. Mira clenched her teeth furiously, taking her tightly gripped fist and striking it in an attempt to shatter the crystal ball. Naruto immediately rushed over, taking her into his arms and putting himself between her and Laxus. If you won't help, then so be it. We don't want help from people like you, Naruto snapped sharply. Bissy, don't get that attitude with me. I'll show you not to mess with me, I'll take you down. Don't try me, kid, Laxus snarled before he hastily cut the connection. Kana sighed. I'm sorry, Naruto, you don't deserve to be treated like this. Don't pay any mind to him, he isn't worth your time. Naruto huffed. It's alright. I don't really care. Mira bit her lower lip harshly as tears began to form in her eyes. She fell forward, grasping onto Naruto's back as she began to cry into his sage coat. Oh, Naruto. Naruto. Mira blubbered. Mira. Kana looked at her in worry, her eyes watching anxiously as Mira broke down. Naruto stood still, his head down, allowing Mira to release her pent-up emotions. Oh, Naruto. How can someone in fairy tale be so heartless and cruel? I don't understand. Oh, Naruto. Mira cried. I can't take this anymore. I can't just sit here and watch. I have to join the others and fight. Wait, Mira, don't be ridiculous. Kana retorted. I feel totally useless being stuck here at the guild hall. I want to help. I understand, but you'll only get in the way as you are now. Even if you were once an S-class wizard. Naruto took a deep breath. He turned around and brought his arms over, pulling Mira into a comforting embrace. Mira's arms reached over, holding onto Naruto tightly as she continued to cry. Naruto, please, you've got to help us. You're the only one we can turn to. Please. I promise you, Mira, everything will be all right. I will make sure of it. I am here now and I am here to stay. And I am here to help. I will make sure Lucy stays with us, Naruto assured. Erza stood in the shower, allowing the hot water to soothe her and heal her wounds. I wonder if you're back already. Naruto. Safe and sound with Lucy. I hope you are. You need your rest too. You've done so much throughout this crisis. Everything you've done has been crucial. Had you not acted as you did, Master Makarov would not be here with us, we wouldn't have been able to secure Lucy's safety, and we wouldn't have won so easily against Gajeel and Arya of the Element, please. Please be safe. Erza was snapped back to reality when a sudden thunderous rumble came from outside. Hey, what's going on? Gray shouted in confusion. Outside. Alzak hollered in panic. From outside the back doors of the Fairy Tale Guildhall came the headquarters of Phantom Lord, stomping its way on a massive rock platform toward the Fairy Tale Wizards. Naruto ran out and stopped in his tracks as he looked upon the Colosseum structure. What in the world is that thing? Natsu exclaimed in horror. It's Phantom Lord's headquarters. Naruto replied, his face contorted in anticipation. What enormous legs! Happy cried. Phantom's here. Lok yelled. Makarov stood, veins bulging from his forehead as he looked on in absolute fury. Everyone shook in fear as they watched the Phantom Lord headquarters finally come to a stop, its long spider-like metal legs settling down and creating giant splashes of water. Naruto looked over to Erza as she dashed out frantically, still wrapped in a bath towel. He saw her shivering nervously. Naruto! I never anticipated this. They're going to such extremes just to attack us. Erza fretted. I know, Erza, neither did I, Naruto replied as he focused his gaze upon the Phantom Lord headquarters, remaining calm and fully prepared to ensure that nothing and no one from Fairy Tail came to harm. Jose! Such audacity! There will be hell to pay when I find you. Makarov exploded. The magic focusing cannon Jupiter. Engage! Jose ordered fiercely. The circle of masked, monk-like wizards in front of Jose began activating bright-colored magic circles. Bright static lightning fueled as magic power began rising. In the center of the Phantom Lord headquarters, a gigantic golden cannon emerged. It stretched out towards the Fairy Tail Guild Hall to its maximum length, aimed directly at Fairy Tail. Within the cannon's opening, a dark, sizzling energy circle began to form. Destroy them! Jose roared. Yes, sir, came the reply. Get out of here now! Erza exclaimed frantically as Naruto immediately dashed towards the Jupiter cannon. My precious children, get out of here! Makarov shouted. Naruto, stop! Naruto, what are you doing? Get out of here! Erza cried in a frenzy. Naruto, this is reckless. You're risking your life. Wakaba shouted. Don't be foolish. Mikao looked on at the shinobi, his face contorted with fear and concern. Naruto, no. Stop. Natsu frantically ran to pull Naruto back, but Gray held him back. Stop, Natsu. We have to have faith in him. Gray yelled, gripping the struggling fire wizard tightly. Erza clenched her fists, biting her lower lip as she watched reluctantly from the back. Please be careful, Naruto. Everyone stood back, anxious to see how the shinobi would stop the impending attack. Naruto held out his right hand, allowing his chakra to manifest. A blue ball of pure chakra began forming in his palm, growing larger as Naruto's wind chakra enveloped it. He raised his arm high, concentrating and pouring all his chakra into the ball, causing it to expand rapidly. The wind-natured chakra around it began to take the shape of a shuriken. Naruto continued to let it grow, expanding the shuriken's wingspan until it matched the size and power of the Jupiter cannon's blast. Everyone gaped in awe, their jaws dropping as they watched in disbelief. Erza and Makarov were completely fixated on the brilliant cluster of energy. Then, Naruto leaped high into the air, positioning himself in the path of the Jupiter cannon and shouted, Wind style! Raisin Shuriken! As the Jupiter cannon fired its blast, Naruto hurled the massive Raisin Shuriken towards it, swiftly landing back at the Fairy Tail Guild Hall. Everyone, prepare for the explosion! Naruto hollered as he landed firmly, looking up at the impending clash of energy blasts. As the two energy masses collided, they soared high into the sky, with the Raisin Shuriken expanding to encompass the Jupiter cannon's blast and its surrounding area. The Raisin Shuriken's power began to cancel out the cannon's blast, creating a mighty shockwave that reverberated throughout Magnolia. Everyone felt the effects of the energy cancellation as it released a thunderous rumble through the ground. Erza stood frozen in shock. So that his plan was to cancel the blast with an equal force, Makarov realized. No, Naruto's power was much greater than that cannon. Natsu said, looking at Naruto in admiration. Yeah. In fact, Naruto's blast was the dominating force, Gray added, astonished by Naruto's power. And all that energy that's oh brilliant and mighty. Kana gasped. What was that blast? What did Naruto call it? Gray asked. Wind style, Raisin Shuriken. Whatever that means, Erza said, eyeing Naruto, who stood ready to face the Phantom Lord. Such power. So much energy concentrated into one ball. That takes incredible control. The training Naruto must have undergone to master that is unimaginable. To manipulate his power to that extent makes Naruto one of the most powerful individuals I've ever encountered, Makarov said, arms folded and gaze fixed on the blonde shinobi. Lucy stood frozen, unable to find words to express her awe at what she had just witnessed. DMN. Naruto is really that powerful, Gray muttered. He truly lives up to his name. He is a powerful ally. So impressive! Elfman exclaimed. Such strength, such overwhelming power. So brilliant, Erza marveled. In fact, that kind of power is easily S-class, Kana noted. That's right. It would be foolish of me not to declare Naruto an S-class wizard, or rather that S-class ninja of fairy tale. He is on par, if not more powerful than Laxus and Mystigan combined, Makarov agreed. Then it's a good thing he's on our side. We'll show those phantom members. We will take every one of them down. Natsu smirked. Meanwhile, Jose trembled with rage, his teeth grinding and fists clenching so tightly that his palms began to bleed. He stomped his foot in fury. Naruto Uzumaki, you will pay. If death is what you want, then I'll give you a second helping of Jupiter. You have 15 minutes to hand over Lucy Heartfilia or face a horrible fate. Jose raged. Naruto scowled, glaring at Jose as his anger began to rise, then scoffed and chuckled in amusement. Fool. Handing Lucy Heartfilia over to you is out of the question, Naruto declared firmly. Yeah. Like we'd hand one of our members over to someone like you. Biska retorted. Lucy is staying with us. Mikao added. Lucy gasped in shock, her heart touched by her guildmate's fierce loyalty. We'd never betray her like that. You'd have to kill us first. Erza shouted. Yeah, you can stop asking. We won't give you an answer. We're taking every one of you down. Natsu cried with fierce determination. Lucy stood by, tearfully watching her fellow guildmates' unwavering devotion to one of their own. Naruto smirked, listening to the unyielding loyalty of Fairy Tail towards their family. No one would ever make them give up on a fellow member. He would stop at nothing to protect something as precious as that. Jose growled at their defiance. Fine. Then I guess you want a second round of Jupiter. Very well. Wish granted. Naruto, watch out. He's going to fire again. Erza yelled in panic as she raced toward him, quickly changing into her heavy armor and preparing to assist in any way she could. A swarm of ghostly soldiers suddenly surged out from the Phantom Lord headquarters, flying toward the Fairy Tail wizards. No way! If he fires, he's going to harm his own men. Mikao shouted in disbelief. He's bluffing. Surely he wouldn't do anything like that. Wakaba said, his voice trembling with fear. No, he'll do it. Those phantom soldiers are created by Jose's shade magic. They're not human, so it won't matter to him if they're destroyed. Naruto, we've got 15 minutes. Kana added. We need to do something about that Jupiter cannon. Do you mean like, destroying it? Natsu shouted. Yes. Upon hearing that, Naruto didn't waste any time. He reached behind him and grabbed hold of the Kusanagi, unsheathing it in one swift motion. Erza noticed and stepped back, watching him anxiously. His katana. I've never seen him use it until now. What's he going to do? Naruto, get out of the way. I'm going to wreck that thing to pieces, and I only have 15 minutes. Natsu hollered as he ran toward Naruto and Erza, with Happy flying closely behind. Natsu stopped in his tracks as he saw the katana in Naruto's hand ignite with brilliant lightning. Kusanagi no Tsurugi, Kidorga Tana. Naruto shouted as he leaped toward the Jupiter cannon, swinging the Kusanagi upward and slicing through the cannon with a single, rapid motion. The power of the lightning blade was immense, effortlessly cutting through the metal. The cannon split open, crashing down and creating a massive splash upon hitting the water below, forming a larger opening into the headquarters. Naruto hastily returned to the surface as the rest of the guild looked on in disbelief. Meanwhile, Jose watched, his rage boiling over as he felt an overwhelming desire to defeat Naruto. Naruto, how dare you disrupt my plans? I swear I will make you pay. You will regret ever joining that guild. No way. He just cut through the cannon just like that? Wakaba sputtered. So smoothly and easily. What was that? Mikao asked in confusion. That lightning blade was so powerful it could easily cut through the cannon. Erza marveled. As I said, Naruto's control over his power is incredible. Not only can he gather and concentrate his energy, but he can also manipulate it into different elements like wind and lightning, Makarov explained, watching in amazement. Man, I feel so useless. This old man has been standing idly by while you youngsters do all the work. Actually, to correct you, Master, Naruto has been doing all the work. Once again, Gray huffed. Plus, there's nothing wrong with that. You're too manly to fight, Master. Just leave it to us younger members. Elfman bellowed. In fact, Master, could you do us a favor and report all of this to the Magic Council? Let them know about the atrocities Jose of the 10 Wizard Saints is committing, Erza said. Makarov nodded. That's a great idea. I'll take care of it, Erza. With that, Makarov strolled back inside the Fairy Tail Guildhall, hands locked behind his back. Natsu sighed. He admired Naruto and was once again in awe of his strength, but he felt frustrated. Naruto, you keep trying to take on all this burden by yourself. You're not alone in this. Don't get too cocky. You haven't beaten me yet. Awaken the giant. Jose commanded furiously. What the giant? What is that supposed to be? Locky exclaimed fearfully. XXX meanwhile XXX. In the control center of the Phantom Lord Guildhall. Element connection secured. Activating horizontal stabilization. The giant awakens. The 4 pillars of the Phantom Lord Guild began to shift, and the guild hall transformed, causing the ground below to shake. What? No fair. Just when Naruto destroys the Jupiter cannon, Master Jose has more up his sleeve. Wakaba cried in despair. Naruto, what do we do? Natsu shouted. Alert and shocked, Naruto and Erza readied themselves, holding their positions for what was to come. Hold on, Natsu. Don't do anything yet. Everyone stand back. Naruto hollered. Everyone stand back. Erza shouted emphatically. Terrified and in disarray, everyone ran around, screaming in distress. Circles of Jose's phantom soldiers surrounded the guild hall as it continued to shift and transform, creating earth-shaking quakes. Hip joints stabilized. Now standing. Atop the now transformed guild hall, an eerie night-like face with red glowing eyes emerged. No way. You have to be kidding me. Kana gasped. The giant. Phantom's most powerful weapon, Locke said. Kneel before me, you detestable brats, or you will fall victim to my wrath. Savor your last moments because soon I will end your pathetic lives. Jose mocked. What's your next move now, Naruto Uzumaki? Erza looked over to Naruto in concern, and to her surprise, he stood glaring angrily yet calmly. They're coming to attack again. Alzak shouted. Giants and ghosts? How are we supposed to handle this? Biska asked. Naruto, what do we do? Erza asked, but Naruto remained calm. He straightened himself and took a deep breath. Oh, screw this. I refuse to let Naruto do all the work. Come on, Happy. We're storming the place and taking that giant down. Natsu shouted. Aye. Happy chirped, immediately flying away with Natsu in tow toward the Phantom Lord headquarters. Wait, Natsu. It's okay, Erza. Let them. Naruto said. But Naruto. Elfman, we're going too. Gray hollered as he and Elfman followed closely behind Natsu and Happy. We will stay here and protect the guild. You with me, guys? Kana cried, holding up her magic cards, ready for battle. You guys go ahead, I will follow shortly after I take care of one more thing. Naruto shouted. We've got you, Naruto. We won't let you down. Gray hollered back before he and Elfman pressed on. Lucy, come with me. Mira said urgently, taking Lucy's hand and leading her away. Naruto noticed as he peeked over, watching the girls leave. His senses were on high alert. He turned his focus back to the fight but remained prepared to rush to Lucy's aid at the slightest hint of danger. I want you to stay there until this is all over, Mira said. Lucy immediately pulled her hand away from Mira, stepping back in displeasure. No. It's my fault we're in this mess. I can't just abandon everyone while they're out there fighting for me. It's not your fault, Lucy. I don't see it that way, and neither does anyone else. We're not just fighting for you, it's for all of us. It's for the honor of our guild. We're proud to fight this battle. Each and every one of us, Mira affirmed. Please, just do as I say. Mira raised her hand, and magical energy swirled around her. Suddenly, Lucy lost consciousness, falling limp as Mira caught her in her arms. "Read us, take her to the hideout," Mira instructed. "Of course." Read replied, quickly summoning a carriage pulled by a purple boar and transforming it into its life-sized form. "I'm counting on you to take care of her." "Absolutely." With that, Read hastily rode off into the distance. "I may not be strong enough to join the others in battle, but there are ways I can help my friends," Mira thought as she transformed into an exact duplicate of Lucy. Triplets. Yeehaw! Biska and Alzak fired at the phantom soldiers in rapid succession, standing back to back. "Bring it on!" Wakaba yelled, taken by surprise as a phantom soldier approached him. He froze, nearly allowing it to pass through him before a hand gripped his arm and pulled him aside just in time. "Naruto! Don't let them touch you!" Naruto warned as he and Erza fought side by side. "That's right. Whatever you do, just don't let them touch you." Loke added. "Correct. With a single touch, my phantom soldiers can weaken your life force. Shade magic." Jose roared from above, smirking. "So we just avoid them, right?" Alzak asked for confirmation. "Let's show them what we can do," Biska said confidently. Alzak aimed his gun at the army of phantom soldiers. Loading gun's magic. Sunlight shot. He opened fire, watching as the cluster of phantom soldiers disintegrated into thin air. "Show them what you've got, Biska." "Yeah. Requip gun." "Yeehaw!" She cheered, pulling out 2 large machine guns and firing non-stop at the phantom soldiers. "All right." Macau smirked. "That's more like it." Wakaba added. "Nice shooting, lady," Kana said proudly. To their disappointment, however, the phantom soldiers reappeared, as new as ever. Come on," Biska cried in dismay. "They can regenerate?" Alzak shouted. "Now what?" Kana yelled. "Now that just isn't fair." Wakaba complained. "We can't seem to catch a break." Macau fretted. "There'll be no end to them if we fight like this," Loke said. Naruto and Erza exchanged glances, and as soon as they locked eyes, they knew what had to be done to resolve the chaos. Suddenly, Naruto perked up, sensing incoming danger. "Crap, Lucy is in danger." He quickly formed a hand seal, fingers crossed, before shouting, "Shadow Clone Jutsu." In an instant, an exact replica of Naruto burst into existence, startling Erza. "Naruto, what is going on?" Erza asked in shock. "Whoa, it's 2 Narutos." Wakaba exclaimed in amazement. "I'm sensing something is off. I need you to head over to Lucy and check on her," Naruto instructed his clone. "Right. On it," the clone affirmed before vanishing from sight, rushing to Lucy's aid. "So that's why he stayed back." "Naruto, you're brilliant," Erza thought. Naruto then abruptly grabbed Erza, lifting her into his arms, snapping her out of her daze as he leaped onto the water, his feet skimming the surface as they ran. "Come on, Erza, let's go and put a stop to Jose." Erza nodded, her face flushed. She looked up at him as they raced toward the Phantom Lord headquarters. "Am I dreaming? Is the legendary Naruto Uzumaki really carrying me and running across the water? Be careful, you two. Come back to us safe and sound, you hear me?" Kana hollered as she watched them run farther into the distance. "He can even run on water," Wakaba cried. "Seriously, what can't Naruto do? He can create massive power blasts, cut through steel with a lightning blade, create clones, and even run on water. He's unstoppable," Macau said in awe. Triplets. "Whoa, what is all of this?" Natsu wondered as he and Happy entered a vast room through the opening of the now-destroyed Jupiter cannon. The room held the remnants of a giant transparent sphere in the center, surrounded by various colored spheres. A Colosseum clock hung from the ceiling. Natsu and Happy stepped carefully over the shards of glass from the giant sphere. They must have used that lacrima to collect magic energy. Happy chirped. It must have shattered after Naruto destroyed the Jupiter cannon. "Yeah, but why did they need one that big?" Natsu asked. "Because magic-focusing cannons don't fire regular ammunition. They fire concentrated magical power." Happy replied. Little blue cat, you are correct. But thanks to that pesky Naruto Uzumaki, it is now destroyed. I'll have to teach you little pests a lesson as payback. A strange man with black and white hair called out. Is he a guard? Happy cried. Whoever you are, you're going down. Natsu shouted furiously as he charged at the man. I don't think so. I don't care what you think. Natsu retorted, igniting his fist in flames to strike his opponent. But instead of hitting his foe, Natsu found himself struck by his own fist. Ow! Why'd you punch yourself, Natsu? Happy shrieked. I didn't. My fist just went crazy. Natsu replied frantically as he stumbled back to the ground. The man chuckled in amusement, watching the fire wizard panic in confusion. Triplets. Back at the Fairy Tale Guild Hall, Kana and her fellow guildmates continued to fend off Jose's relentless phantom soldiers. Bisca fired continuously, oblivious to an approaching phantom soldier ready to take advantage of her defenses. She turned and froze in shock as the phantom soldier was struck and dispersed by one of Kana's magic cards. Thanks for the save, Kana. Don't let your guard down. Wakaba is only safe because of Naruto. We need everyone on their feet to fight these guys. We need to watch each other's backs. Those heartless creeps in Phantom don't understand how it feels to watch your friends fall or have your guild hall destroyed. Whatever we do, we can't allow them to take Fairy Tail down. Kana declared. Triplets. Natsu growled in frustration, charging at his opponent once again, but once more, he was struck by his own fists. Are you okay? Happy flew over, concern etched on his face. I did it again. That hurt. What's going on here? Natsu glared at his adversary. I'll show you, he shouted, charging once more. Natsu's flames surrounded him, sending him forward as his opponent rushed in and delivered a powerful kick. I am Totemaru, and I have complete control over the element of fire, he proclaimed confidently. Wait, I bet you're one of those. What's it called? Five Guys, aren't you? Natsu asked, struggling to his feet, wincing in pain. Geez, they're called the element for, Natsu. How could you not even get the number part right? Happy exclaimed. Yes, and any form of fire is my plaything to manipulate as I please, Totemaru said triumphantly. You've got to be kidding me. Natsu retorted. It doesn't matter if it's natural or magical. All fire will yield to my commands alone. Hate to break it to you, but you aren't controlling mine. Natsu, we don't have time to waste on this guy. We need to hurry and find Jose. And put a stop to this madness. Happy shouted frantically. This isn't going to go very well for you, my dear fire wizard. Suddenly, Totemaru shrieked in surprise as he felt a sharp blow to his side, sending him flying across the room until he crashed against the wall and fell to the ground. Natsu and Happy stood in shock as everyone stared in disbelief. Totemaru groaned, trying to sit up as his head spun. The last thing he remembered before being sent flying was a flash of yellow that was faster than his eyes could follow. Totemaru shook as he slowly began to rise, stumbling on his unsteady legs, clutching his side in pain. He looked up, fear creeping in as he came face to face with Naruto, who stood towering over him. To his dismay, he noticed Erza standing firm alongside Natsu and Happy. It's you. You're the one. Who destroyed the Jupiter cannon? Naruto Uzumaki. Totemaru stood, feeling small before the overwhelming presence of Naruto. It was just as, if not more intimidating than Master Jose. He was clearly out of his league here. Totemaru was confident in his abilities as one of the Element 4 of Phantom Lord, but he wasn't foolish enough to confront Naruto Uzumaki directly, especially after taking a hit like that. Naruto, what are you doing here? I was in the middle of fighting this guy before you came in and interrupted me. I had this. Natsu complained. Oh really? It looked like you were starting to struggle there, Happy teased. Sorry, Natsu. Naruto and I came to find Jose. The only way to the giant is through the hole left by the Jupiter cannon. When we came through, we happened to find you too and decided to help. Didn't think you'd be so ungrateful, Erza explained, annoyance creeping into her voice. But I'm sorry. I'll never defy you again, Erza. Natsu yelped, his face comically turning purple. As if the situation couldn't get worse for Totemaru, he suddenly felt a chill. Before long, he found himself completely encased in ice. In a dramatic entrance, a monstrous man stormed in with a beastly-looking arm and knocked Totemaru out, sending him flying out of the giant, nowhere to be seen again. "Gray," Naruto said in confusion, turning to see the ice wizard along with Elfman. "Hey, what's the deal, Natsu? That was just sad. Earlier, you were going on about not letting Naruto do all the work, and here you are letting him fight your battles." Gray frowned. "Hey, I was here first. I had this under control before Naruto and Erza came barging in," Natsu retorted angrily. Naruto sighed, chuckling at the banter between Natsu and Gray. It reminded him of his own playful rivalry with Sasuke. "So, is this all that's left of the Jupiter Cannon?" Gray asked. "Indeed," Naruto replied. "Nice." Naruto frowned, sensing something was off. He turned to Happy. "Happy, fly outside and see what's going on." "I." "XXX outside XXX. Hey, look, what's that?" Alzak asked as he pressed back-to-back against Biska, continuously shooting at the relentless phantom soldiers. "It's drawing something," Bisker exclaimed. "A magic circle!" Laki screamed. "That's the magic circle for an abyss break. One of the forbidden spells." Mirajane said, fear evident in her voice. "Oh." Happy chirped. "That's not good." Naruto thought, watching with concern. "Look at the size of it. A black wave that big would wipe out the entire city." Loke exclaimed. "We're doomed." Happy shook in alarm. "What do? We have to stop them." Natsu replied. "I guess we should split up and start looking for this thing's power source, right?" Gray suggested. "Man, are we ever going to catch a break?" Elfman sighed. "Don't give up, guys. I'll leave it to you to find this thing's power source. I will press on with Erza and find Jose," Naruto added. "Right. Before we split up, I'll leave each of you with a little something," Naruto said. "Oh." Once again, Naruto formed a hand seal sign with 2 fingers on each hand, held together in a cross-like shape. Erza recognized the hand seal and stepped back to give him more room. Shadow Clone Jutsu. This time, 3 exact shadow clones of Naruto appeared. Natsu, Gray, and Elfman all jumped in shock. "Whoa, it's 3 Narutos!" Natsu exclaimed. "I'll leave each of you with one of my shadow clones. They are exactly the same as me and have all of my strengths and abilities. Let them help you and guide you," Naruto explained. "That way, I will still be able to assist you and protect you." The 3 Narutos each went to Natsu, Gray, and Elfman. "Thank you, Naruto," Gray said. "Come on. Let's do this, guys. We won't let you down, Naruto," Natsu shouted. Naruto gave a small smile and nodded to them before they all scattered in different directions. "So, is that why you stayed back?" Erza muttered. "I sensed something was off with Lucy, so I needed to stay back and help for a bit before I knew we could safely leave to storm the giant," Naruto replied. "That's why I sent my shadow clone to check on her." "I see. You're always one step ahead." "You're amazing, Naruto," Erza said. "X. Mira, how long do you think we have until the giant casts that spell?" Kon asked. She stood atop the shambled fairy tale guild hall, back to back against Mira. Mira, still disguised as Lucy, stood inside the guild hall. "I'd say about 10 minutes, if only we could figure out what's powering it," Mira replied. "Don't worry, I'm sure the guys inside are looking for the power source right now," Kana said. "Who all is in there right now?" Mira asked. "Natsu, Gray, Elfman, Erza, and Naruto," Kana replied. "Elfman? But why?" Mira exclaimed. "What's the big deal?" "He wanted to go," Kana said nonchalantly. "You know as well as I do that he can't fight. It's just too dangerous." Mira worried. "He'll be fine. He was one of our best fighters in the raid earlier. Plus, Naruto is with them too." Kana reassured her. "Fighting grunts is one thing, but if he went up against one of Phantom's best as he is now, I don't know if he could handle it. Besides, Naruto is probably going with Erza to look for Jose. As powerful as he is, he can't be everywhere at once." Mira argued. Actually he can. Kana rebutted. What are you talking about, Kana? I saw earlier. When Natsu, Gray, and Elfman all went off to storm the giant, Naruto and Erza stayed back for a bit. Naruto is amazing, Mira. You should have seen him. He sensed something was off with Lucy and made an exact clone of himself. He's able to create shadow clones. I bet he used his jutsu to make clones of himself to be with Natsu, Gray, and Elfman. Really? Mira said skeptically. Yes. Normally, if it weren't for Naruto, I would be worried like you. But not this time. We have Naruto. We have the amazing Naruto Uzumaki. I understand you're worried. We all suffered with you, Mira. I think this is Elfman's way of trying to leave the past behind and move forward. Let him do it. Rest assured that with Naruto by his side, he can do anything, Kana said. Mira stood in silence, her worry for Elfman still lingering. Elfman. Fighting to leave the past behind. Lisa-Anna. I need to start moving forward too. Oh no! Kana exclaimed. Mira, what are you doing? Stop. Don't do it. Ignoring their pleas, Mira, still disguised as Lucy, continued to stride down the sandy path, determined to confront the giant. Well. Jose cackled. Leave them alone. I'm the one you're after. I'll surrender if you swear to stop attacking our guild. Mira shouted, hoping to buy them a little more time. Master! Is that her? Someone called out. Jose scoffed. Be gone, imposter. Mira gasped. How did he know? Jose laughed menacingly. Nice transformation, but you can't fool me, young lady. I knew from the start that Lucy Heartfilia wasn't here. What now? Kana despaired. I'm useless. I can't do anything right. Naruto, please. As a real man, it's my duty to protect Fairy Tail even if it costs me my life. Elfman, watch out. Naruto hollered as he quickly grabbed Elfman's arm, pulling him back just in time. What the hell, Naruto? Elfman said, annoyed. Something is off. How impressive, just as I expected from the great Naruto Uzumaki, a sinister voice echoed throughout the Phantom Lord Guildhall. A tall, windy man with green hair, dressed in a brown suit, emerged from the ground, the one responsible for capturing Lucy. One of the Element Four, Elfman glared. Not taking any chances, Naruto dashed forward, appearing right in front of the man, gripping his throat and lifting him off the ground, causing him to struggle for breath before slamming him down. Elfman stood in shock, realizing that even though this was merely a shadow clone, there was no difference in power between the original Naruto and his clones. Let's go. We need to press on. We need to hurry. Naruto urged. Right. Elfman replied. An eerie magic circle appeared beneath Mira Jane, pulling her down. She grunted in pain as she became trapped in the giant's metal arm. Mira, no! Kana cried in panic. Did you really think your little trick would fool me? As punishment, I'll crush you to death as you watch your friends perish. Jose sneered. Mira! Elfman shouted. We have to get her down somehow. But how? Wakaba cried. Please guys, don't let us down. We're all counting on you to stop that giant. Please. Naruto. Kana pleaded silently. Suddenly, an explosion erupted in front of the giant, startling Mira. She looked over to see the black smoke clear. Naruto. Elfman, she gasped. Big sis? What's going on? How did they get a hold of you? Mira. Elfman shouted from atop the building. Without wasting any time, Naruto rushed over to free Mira from the giant's grasp. Mira, are you okay? What happened? Who did this to you? He asked, concern etched on his face as he jumped down to help her. Using his strength, Naruto pushed the metal apart just enough to free Mira. She fell limp, but he quickly caught her hand and hoisted her up. Wait, where are the others? Shouldn't you be helping Erza find Jose? She needs you more than us. You shouldn't be here. Mira gasped as Naruto carried her to safety. Once they were back on the building, Naruto explained, Oh, I'm a shadow clone. My original is with Erza finding Jose. There are 2 more shadow clones, each with Natsu and Gray to help find the power source. Oh, so Kana was right. Naruto can make shadow clones. I shouldn't have doubted her. We could have avoided this whole ordeal. Mira thought to herself. Mira, I'm so glad you are okay. I never knew this happened. Naruto, this is why you were in such a hurry for us to press on. Your senses are incredible. Elfman exclaimed. Naruto smiled and nodded. I wanted to make sure we got here in time before Master Jose crushed Mira. But earlier, when we fought that Element 4 guy, why did you push me away so hard? That kind of hurt. Elfman inquired. That's because you were about to step onto him. If you had, he would have been able to scan your memories and take hold of your mind. I had to stop him before he could take control. I knew something was off with him, Naruto explained. I see. I owe you one then, for saving me and Mira Jane. Elfman began to choke up, tears welling in his eyes. Elfman, what's wrong? Mira asked, concerned. Oh, big sis. I'm so glad you're okay, he cried. Naruto chuckled. Come on, what's with all the tears all of a sudden? I can't help it. Elfman exclaimed. Real men cry real tears, huh? Naruto laughed. Mira giggled slightly. You saved me. Thanks, Elfman. Naruto. But wait. Mira looked over to Naruto. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Naruto nodded. What is it? Elfman asked. The magic circle, it's slowed down, Naruto replied. Right? Mira added. So, Mira, what is Abyss Break? It's a forbidden spell of the 4 elements. Wait, and those are? Naruto interrupted. Just air, fire, water, and earth, Mira gasped. Naruto, the element 4. Do you have any idea how many of them are left? 2. Earlier, me, Natsu, Gray, and Elfman defeated Totamaru, who I assume is the element of fire. I just defeated another, but I'm not sure which element he was, Naruto replied. Judging by his appearance, I think he was Soul, the element of earth, Elfman said. So I guess that leaves 2 more. That must be it then. Each time one of them is beaten, the giant slows down. Mira realized. But why? Elfman asked. Oh, I get it. Naruto exclaimed. Naruto, you get me right? The giant is being powered by the element 4. If we can defeat the other 2, then we can stop the giant from casting the Abyss Break spell. Mira continued. Yes. Naruto replied. We have to hurry. The other 2 are probably somewhere inside the giant. Come on, Naruto. Mira said. Right, let's go. Triplets. Thank goodness they made it out okay, Kana grinned, suddenly gasping for breath as she fell to the ground in exhaustion. Kana! Mikao exclaimed, worried. Don't worry about me. Just focus on the enemy. We have to protect Fairy Tail. Kana retorted. You don't know the word quit, do you? Mikao smirked as he continued to dodge and fight against the relentless phantom soldiers. Listen up. If we're going to beat these creeps, we need to cover more ground. Kana shouted. I don't know what it is about our guild, but our ladies are ridiculously strong, Mikao thought with a smirk. Hey, where did Locke run off to? Laki inquired. He said he was going to check the hideout because he had a bad feeling about it, Alzak replied. What? You mean he ditched us? Wakaba cried. Also, I thought Naruto already took care of that. Remember when he made that shadow clone to check up on Lucy? The more, the merrier. If the Abyss Break is cast, they'll be in trouble too. Alzak retorted. X meanwhile X. Hey, Happy, Naruto. I just thought of something. Natsu exclaimed as he, Naruto, and Happy ran through the Phantom Lord Guildhall. What is it? Happy chirped. When we finally beat Jose, I bet it'll put an end to all this crazy fighting. Natsu replied. Natsu, are you completely out of your mind? That guy's just as strong, if not stronger, than Master Makarov. There's no way you can beat him. However, with how powerful Naruto is, he might have the power to take down Master Jose. Happy exclaimed. Yes, see Happy. Not only do we still have the amazing Naruto Uzumaki, but we also have Erza and Master Makarov. And lastly, you got me. Natsu grinned. Now come on. Happy chirped happily. Naruto chuckled. I don't know what it is about him, Master Makarov, Erza, and Naruto. They are all powerful, but there is something special about Natsu that gives everybody hope. Happy thought as he flew over Natsu and Naruto. He's so much like me when I was still a genin. So much spirit and hope, Naruto smiled. Natsu, watch out! Naruto suddenly shouted as his senses went into overdrive. Reacting instinctively, both Naruto and Natsu jumped high, dodging a sudden outburst of powerful wind that seemed to have a mind of its own. As the wind finally dissipated, they realized it was Arya. How sad! I will make your wings of fire wither and fall, and all that will remain is a dragon's corpse, Arya said menacingly. Say what? Natsu replied furiously. Like hell you will, shouted a booming voice, startling everyone except for Naruto. Suddenly, a flash of yellow stunned Happy and Natsu, completely blindsiding Arya, who had no time to react. He was sent flying across the room from a powerful blow. Arya slammed hard against the steps behind him and lay slumped. Standing before him was a very unhappy Naruto. Natsu and Happy gasped in shock. Naruto! Happy chirped. Wait! Realization hit him as he looked at the Naruto standing beside him and the one in front of the now struck down Arya. The Naruto beside Natsu and Happy dispersed. Natsu jumped in surprise. Wait, what happened to him? What's going on? Hello, Natsu. Wait, I can recognize that voice any day. Natsu finally came to. Erza. We heard some commotion, so we came by to check, Erza said. Looks like we keep running into each other. Natsu looked over at Naruto. There was a different feeling about him at this moment. His presence was more overwhelming than usual. While his aura could be intimidating, it was also kind and benevolent. But this time, there was a certain dark feeling that Natsu could sense. Naruto's not happy. Natsu murmured. Naruto stood, relaxed with his hands in his pockets as usual, but he glared down at Arya with dismay. I hear you threaten my friends one more time, and you will not live to see tomorrow, Naruto stated angrily, his voice sharp. Naruto, I've never felt this aura before. Is this what it's like to anger you? I wouldn't want to be in that position. Erza thought with concern. Erg, how sad. Arya, the strongest of the element defeated. This is the second time you've defeated me, Naruto Uzumaki. Arya said weakly, fearful of the wrath he had incurred from the shinobi. Triplets. As Gray and Naruto crawled out onto the top of the giant, the sky turned dark and gloomy, and rain began to pour down on them. That's weird, when did it start raining? Gray wondered. Drip, drip, drop. Naruto perked up, urgently elbowing Gray as he turned to see a young woman dressed in blue attire, carrying a pink umbrella. Hello, she greeted. My name is Juvia, and I am the rain woman of the element drip, drip, drop. So you're one of them too? Then bring it on. Gray said, readying himself alongside Naruto to engage in battle. I must say, I'm impressed your guild was able to strike down 3 of the elements. However, you must not underestimate the remaining one, Juvia said threateningly. 3? You mean 3 of the element 4 have been defeated? Well, listen lady, if you're looking for a fight, I'll give you one. But let's get something straight. I'm not going to hold back just because you're a girl, Gray replied. Gray, think you can handle this one? Naruto asked, standing behind him, ready to support if needed. Yeah. Leave this one to me now. Back me up, Gray said. Naruto nodded. For a moment, silence fell, and only the sound of raindrops could be heard as the 3 stood in a tense stare down, anticipating an attack at any moment. Until a suddenly flustered Juvia turned around, her cheeks red. Well then I give up. You win. Goodbye. Juvia began to strut away. Naruto chuckled in disbelief. Out of everything he definitely didn't expect this, and he began to laugh. Where are you going? And stop laughing, Naruto, it's not funny. Gray shouted. Hey, come back and fight us. There must be something wrong with me. Why is my heart beating so fast? Juvia thought, her heart racing. Would you at least tell me how to stop the giant? Gray asked as he ran after Juvia while Naruto stood and watched in amusement. I don't know about you all, but it looks to me like she likes him. Ha! Should I step in or not? Naruto thought, speaking to Kurama and the rest of the tailed beasts. But, oh Kit, it's quite hilarious what you found yourself in. I think this kid can handle himself, though. Kurama boomed with laughter. Yeah, like your friend Natsu said, you can't do all the work. Let them have some fun. Shikaku chimed. Naruto chuckled. Whatever you say, you old rascal. I have this strong urge to make him mine. I just can't help myself anymore. Water lock. Juvia shouted, casting the same water lock she used to capture Lucy. The water lock encased Gray in a watery prison as he grunted in discomfort. Oh no, I might have to step in after all. Think what can get through water. Think. Naruto thought, as he hastily moved to free Gray from the water lock. But before he could act, ice began to overtake Juvia's water lock, quickly turning the water into ice. Gray was finally able to break free from the icy trap. Oh, turns out I didn't have to step in after all, Naruto smirked with pride. He must be an ice wizard. He froze my water lock and broke free. I've never witnessed the power of ice magic. It's beautiful. Juvia thought in awe. Hey, nice save, Gray. I was getting worried about you for a second there. Naruto said. Thanks, man. I got this. Gray replied. Hey, you almost got me with that sneak attack you pulled. You're playing dirty. Gray said, glaring at Juvia in annoyance. I really don't want to fight a girl, but I will if I have to. So you better surrender, otherwise, I might have to hurt you. Ice make, Lance. Gray shouted, taking his usual stance for his magic. Immediately, lances of ice appeared, seemingly aimed at Juvia. But in reality, the ice lances did nothing. My body is made entirely of water. Surprised? Drip, drip, drop, Juvia said. Naruto and Gray gasped in surprise. Yes, I mustn't forget, my love is also my enemy. We're on opposite sides of this war. I have no choice but to attack. It seems this is farewell, my prince. Water slicer. Juvia exclaimed, summoning a magic circle and unleashing a powerful wave of water. Gray, watch out. Naruto shouted as Gray narrowly dodged the water slicer, which sliced through the top of the Phantom Lord's pillar. Gray stood still, looking back in shock. When given the proper amount of force, water is strong enough to rip through steel. Underestimate its powers, and you'll find yourself in a world of pain, Juvia warned. Wait, Gray. Naruto called out as Gray prepared for another ice attack. What, Naruto? Do you have any idea how to beat her? Gray asked. Gray, if you keep attacking her like this, it will be an endless battle, and you'll just be wasting your magic energy. Instead, wait for her to attack again, and right as the water is about to strike you, use your ice magic to freeze the water and trap her in ice. Naruto shouted. Oh, that's brilliant. I'll give it a shot, Naruto. Gray replied. I don't know what all the chit-chat you all are doing is, but it's all over now. Feel the wrath of my scalding hot water. Juvia exclaimed, summoning a torrent of boiling water aimed straight at Gray. Remember, Gray. Use your ice to freeze it. Naruto shouted as Gray braced himself to freeze the incoming scalding water. Ah! Freeze up! Gray hollered, holding his hands up, eyes closed, and head turned away, ready for the worst. To his pleasant surprise, his ice attack succeeded. He unleashed ice until it completely froze Juvia's water. The ice continued to encompass her before shattering and sending her over the edge of the building. Naruto quickly dashed to the wall, using his shinobi skills to walk on it. He found his footing and grabbed onto Juvia's hand. Gray, thinking both Naruto and Juvia had gone over the edge, ran over in a panic. Naruto! I went overboard. Naruto, are you okay? Gray shouted as he peeked over, only to see Naruto standing on the wall, holding onto Juvia, who was still clinging to him. There's no way. This guy can walk on walls? Gray's jaw dropped in shock. Here, take her, Naruto said, lifting Juvia effortlessly and handing her over to Gray, who caught her and pulled her to safety. You must be Naruto Uzumaki. My master has been speaking about you a lot recently. But why did you save me? Juvia asked, feeling defeated on the floor. Just because. Now get some rest, Gray said. They saved my life. Tears welled up in Juvia's eyes, touched by Gray's kindness. You good? Starting to cool down a bit? Gray asked. Naruto stood with his back turned to both Gray and Juvia, relaxed with his hands in his pockets, chuckling quietly to himself. The bright sun finally emerged, its stunning rays beaming down into Juvia's eyes. So bright. The rain. It stopped. Hey, look, Naruto. The sun is coming out. Gray chimed. Indeed. It's beautiful, Naruto replied. The blue sky, I've never seen it before, Juvia added. Seriously? Gray said. Well, there you go. It's pretty, don't you think? It is. It's truly beautiful. Gray. Gray and Naruto looked over in surprise to see Elfman, Mira-Jane, and Naruto running toward them. So you took down another one of the element 4, huh? Why does she have that creepy grin on her face? Elfman asked. I don't know. Must be having a good dream or something, Gray replied. So I think there's only one left. If we can defeat them, I think that'll stop the abyss break, Mira-Jane added. Mira and Naruto just figured it out. The energy of the element 4 is what's powering the giant, Elfman said. Wait, the giant seems to have stopped though. Naruto exclaimed. Wait, what? Naruto, you're right. That means all of the element 4 has been stopped. But that's impossible. Arya is the strongest of the element. Natsu couldn't have been the one that stopped him. Mira replied. It must have been Naruto and Erza. Those two are like a dynamic power duo. No one could stand a chance against them, especially when they are teamed up. Gray added. Yes. Then that means all that's needed is to stop Jose. Come on, guys. Let's go find them. They'll need as much help as possible. Mira declared. Right. Oh, so Mira put me to sleep to protect me? Lucy said. Yes, then we brought you to our emergency hideout, Ritas replied. I guess. They just didn't want me to fight. I know I couldn't do a whole lot without my keys, but I'm not helpless. Lucy frowned. Yes. But Lucy, you've got it all wrong. We're simply trying to protect one of our own. Then that's all there is to it, Ritas said. But still, I can't just sit here and do nothing while they're all fighting to protect the guild. I have to go back and help them. Lucy insisted. I can't let you do that. Mira gave me strict orders to keep you here. Ritas replied firmly. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed against the metal doors of the hideout, startling Lucy and Ritas. What was that? Lucy gasped. Just stand back, Lucy. Ritas urged. XXX meanwhile XXX. A dark and ominous presence filled the room as slow, mocking applause echoed from just a few steps away. Erza, Natsu, and Happy felt a wave of dread wash over them as the sinister Master Jose approached. In contrast, Naruto stood firm, calm and composed, ready for whatever might come next. Well, it seems that all my Element 4 have been defeated. Very well done, Naruto Uzumaki. The truth is, you is still alive, Gray revealed, much to everyone's surprise. Naruto stood among his friends, a mix of disbelief and hope washing over him. The revelation hung in the air, sparking a renewed determination within the group. They had faced countless challenges together, but this news felt different. It was a glimmer of light in their darkest moments. As they strategized their next move, Naruto felt a surge of energy. He remembered the lessons he had learned from his mentors, the strength that came from bonds forged in battle. He was ready to step up and take charge, to prove that he could be a leader in this fight. The camaraderie between Naruto and Natsu had grown stronger, their shared experiences deepening their friendship. They exchanged knowing glances, each understanding the weight of the journey ahead. Together, they would confront whatever awaited them, united in purpose. As the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over their surroundings, they prepared for the challenges that lay ahead. With renewed resolve, they set forth, ready to face the unknown, knowing that together, they could overcome anything.